Welcome to this complete course on Java. So in this particular course, we cover the essentials of Java. So if you are a developer, programmer, or if you're a professional who is working with some other programming language with interest in Java, then this course is for you. This course is designed for developers of all levels. So whether you are a advanced developer who is looking to brush up your Java concepts, whether you are an intermediate developer who is looking to get hold of certain concepts in Java, or whether you're a complete beginner and you're working on some other programming language, or if you have never programmed before, then this course is for you. So this is a complete practical and a hands-on course where I make use of minimal slides. I may have made use of slides wherever it's necessary, but I generally try to avoid slides because practical learning is the best learning that you can have after all. Alright, so yeah, without taking a lot of time, I would like to also tell you that if you start this course, plan it in a way that you are able to finish. Okay, so you should create a plan that works for yourself, whether it's 30 minutes a day, 1 hour a day. Do come back and watch the course and be sure to finish it till the end, because once you finish the course, only then you will realize the amount of value that it will deliver to your life. Also, if you like what I'm doing and if you are loving my content, be sure to hit subscribe, like, and in the comment, be sure to tell me who you are, where you're joining in from, and what sort of content you wish to see from me. And I may not reply to everyone, but I take comments really seriously. I read and go through all of them. Okay, so be sure to leave a comment. And yeah, there is a small fees for taking this course. The fees is share. Okay, so you should like and share this particular video with your friends or whoever is looking to learn Java. And if you're sharing it on social media platforms like Twitter, LinkedIn, be sure to tag me as well so that I'm aware and I can comment for better reach. So without taking much of your time, let's jump right in. Hey there, welcome to this class, and let us begin talking about how can you install Java onto your Windows machine. So here I am on Google Chrome on my Windows, and I'm going to straight away search here for Java downloads. So the moment you search over here, you will see these search results, and there are search results from java.com as well. So I would recommend you need to select this official link of Oracle. So oracle.com/java/technologies/download. This is the link, and it says Java downloads in the header. So I'll just select this option and you would be taken to this page over here. Now here you will see that JDK 21 has been released, and this is the latest long-term support release of Java SE platform. Okay, so Java SE platform meaning Java Software Edition platform. So that's just the short form. And this is the LTS version, as you can read over here. And we'll scroll down and you would see the details of Java 21. So here you have different options to choose from, like depending on your operating system. So you can choose for Linux, Mac OS, or Windows. So since we are on Windows machine and we are talking about Windows, I'll select Windows x64 installer. Now over here you will see that you're seeing all the x64 installers. What this means is this is for the 64-bit machines. Now there are two kinds, 32-bit and 64-bit. So to check which one you have, you need to press Windows R if you are on Windows, and you need to search for MSInfo32 over here. Okay, so just type in this. So first press Windows R together, like the Windows key on your machine, and you will see this run window pop up, and then you can type in MSInfo32. And then you'll see this window open up that talks about the system information. And then you can come over here. So somewhere here you will see system type, and you can see over here my system type is x64 based PC, which means that I'm on a 64-bit machine. So if you see x32 over here, it means that you are on a 32-bit machine. Now, one thing to know over here is that Oracle has stopped providing the 32-bit installers. So if you are on a 32-bit machine, you might have to download the lower or the earlier version of Java where 32-bit versions or installers were being provided. So if you were not able to get the system information using the run command, you can go to search over here and you can search for system information simply. So system information, and you'll see system information over here. So this is another way. So once you know what kind of machine you are running, you can get the 64-bit installer. So there are now different versions here. You can see like you have an option to download the x64 compressed archive. Now, what does this mean? So this is a standard installer. Now, what does this mean? So this is usually a zip or a compressed file that contains Java development kit, which means the entire thing which will enable you to make use of Java. Now, if you download this, there won't be any installation necessary, but you can manually extract the contents of this particular zip file and use it, okay, by linking. So this is usually used if you do not have the rights or access to install certain software onto your system. And then you have two installers here. One is in the MSI format, which is the Microsoft installer, and then we have x64 installer. So we'll go ahead with x64 installer over here, and I'll click on this link here. So I'll say download, and I'll select where I wish to save it, and it will, you can see it's downloading over here. Now, once it's downloaded, I will head over to the folder where I have downloaded it, and I'll begin the installation process. So you can see here the installer is being downloaded. So now what I will do is I'll double click on the same, and you should see a pop-up over here. So you will see Java Software Edition Development Kit 2101, and just press next. Here it will ask you for the location of the installation. I'll just keep default. So just make sure whatever is being shown over here, you remember that. Okay, so it's C drive, program files, Java, and JDK21. So I'm installing this right now in program files. If you wish to have another location, you can click on change over here. So I'll say next, and there will be some progress that you will see. And then you should see this particular success pop up over there. So I'll just say close over here, and I'll come back to the browser. So now one thing I wanted to talk about over here is right now I'm seeing JDK21 over here, which is Java 21 release. Now, if you're watching this video at a different time, like later on when Java has released a new version, so it's likely that you are going to see a newer version of Java over here. But we'll stick to Java 21, okay, because it is the LTS version, which is long-term support version. So yeah, if you see more versions over here, don't panic. Just go to Java 21 and download that version. So that's about the installation. And now what we need to do is we need to head over to our terminal. So I have opened PowerShell over here. Now there is one reason why we are going to the terminal. It is to verify the installation. So I'm going to simply say Java --version over here. And this will simply print the version of Java that has been installed. But I got an error over here. Okay, and the error is because this terminal was opened before I installed Java. So I'll just restart PowerShell over here. So once I restart, I'll just zoom in a bit, and here I'll again type in the same command. And this time you can see it prints in the version of Java that has been installed. Now, if for some reason you are seeing an error over here that Java is not a recognized internal or external command, then like I saw that error, I just restarted PowerShell, and that was because PowerShell was open before we installed Java. So it's probably that PowerShell checks for everything in your system before it launches, I believe. So on restart, it just worked. Okay. And if for some reason you're still seeing that error, then what I would recommend is you should go to search over here. You should search for environment variables over here. Okay, just go to environmental variables here and just go to the path over here. Click on edit and just add a new path by clicking over here. So if you say new over here, you will be given a entry over here. So this will become editable. And what you can do is you can go to your PC, C drive, program files. So you have to navigate to the location where you have installed Java. So I can see Java folder over here, JDK21. Okay. Now this is where I have installed Java. So what we need to do is we need to copy the location up to bin over here. This is the location. So we need to copy this and add it over here. Say OK and save this. So I'm not going to do this because I'm not seeing that error, but you can just say new and you can add the path and just say OK. So I will just say cancel because I don't want to do that because it's working on my system. Now this particular pop-up, environmental variables, you can simply go to search and search for environment variables, or if you have a My Computer icon, you can right click and go to properties. Okay, so this is how you can get the installation for Java done on your Windows machine. Hey there, welcome to this class. Now let us begin talking about how can you install and set up JDK Java onto your Mac machine. So on your Mac machine, you can open your favorite browser. So I have opened Google Chrome and you can search for Java download. Now, the moment you search for Java download, you are going to be shown this official link of oracle.com. So you will see an official link of java.com as well, but we'll go to oracle.com and I'll click over here. Now, the moment you go on this particular website, this is the official website. And as I'm recording this video, Java 21 is out. So we will be making use of Java 21 and I'll scroll down over here. We will select the operating system that we are on, which is Mac OS. And since we are on Mac, we will be needing the DMG installer. So there are multiple installer types, as you can see, like ARM compressed, x64 compressed, and x64 DMG. So if I have to talk about the differences over here between these files, the ARM64 version is for the Apple M1 Silicon chips. Okay, so if you're having Apple M1 Silicon, you need to go for ARM64 version. But if you're having the Intel chip Mac, you can go for x64. Now, even in ARM64, you have two versions. Like one is the compressed archive and the other one is the DMG installer. So compressed archive is the version where you don't need to install Java, but you can just unzip it and use it. This is typically used in environments where you don't have the install privileges and you prefer to use JDK without installation. But since we are making use on our own system, we will be going ahead with the DMG installer. And the same goes for the versions with the Intel chips. So this one, x64 compressed archive, is the one that just has the compressed files. So you need to unzip and start using it. But the DMG one is for the installation. So since I'm on x64, I'll just download this version here. So it will take some time depending on the internet speed that you have. But I have downloaded this file and it's available here in the downloads. So here you can see. Now to begin the installation, I'll just double click on this file and you'll see this pop up. And I'll double click on the .package file. Now, once you double click on the .package file, you are going to see this welcome pop-up which says welcome to JDK 21.0.1 installer. And you can say continue and it will show you some space information that it's going to consume. You can go ahead and say install. It will ask you for the password of your system because it's going to install a software and this is standard process. So just enter the password and it will start writing the files. This will take some time, hardly a minute or two. And the installation has been successful. Now you can close this. So we have successfully installed Java JDK onto our Mac machine. Now coming back to the website here, you notice here we installed JDK 21.0.1. Now it's likely that there might be a version changes or different version of software available. So I would recommend you to use the JDK 21 because that's the long-term support version. Okay, and once you have done with the installation, it's time to verify the installation. So we'll come over here and I'll open up the terminal. So this is a terminal that I have open. Now on your terminal, you can just type in a simple command to verify the installation. You can say java-version. And this is just going to print the version of Java that has been installed onto your system. So you can see I'm seeing the version that is being printed, and it also says LTS, which means it's the long-term support version. So that's about how you can get Java onto your Mac machine. Hey there, welcome to this class where we are going to talk about the installation of Java onto your Ubuntu machine. So on your machine, you need to head over to your favorite browser and search for Java downloads. The moment you search for Java downloads, you're going to see this first link that is from oracle.com. And this is the official website from where you can install and download JDK. So we'll scroll down a bit, and here, okay, so I scroll down a lot more. So here you'll see Java 21 and Java 17 are available now. So we will be going ahead with Java 21 because that is the latest LTS release. And since I'm on Linux, I'll make sure that JDK 21 and Linux is selected. Now here I am going to download the x64 Debian package. So I'm going to just click on this, and this will begin the download here, as you can see. So I'll wait for the download to complete. Now once the download is done, you will see the file in the downloads folder or wherever you have saved it. Now in order to install, what we will do is we'll head over to our terminal, and I'll navigate to the directory where I have downloaded the installer, okay, or the file that we got from Oracle. So I'm going to first check where I am. So I'm in the home directory, and I'm going to switch over to downloads. And over here, I'm going to say sudo dpkg. I'm going to say -i, and I'm going to make use of the file name. So this is a command that I'm going to run as sudo. Now I'm going to enter the password here. So I'm going to say the password for my system. Okay, so I'm getting an error. So let me try running the command again now. Okay, so I'll try running this command, and you'll see now it's begin the installation. Okay, so it's begin the unpackaging, and the process is working now. So what I had to do is there was a process that was blocking. So what I did is I had to run this to kill a process. Okay, and then after that I run this particular command and it worked fine. So you can see we have not got any errors. And now let us check the Java version here. So you can see Java is now installed, and you're able to see the Java version being printed onto your system. Hey there, welcome to this class. And now let us begin talking about how we can get IntelliJ IDEA set up onto our system. So here I am on my favorite browser and on Google, and I'm going to search for IntelliJ system requirements. So first, let's talk about what are the requirements that we need for IntelliJ IDEA. So here you'll see this particular link on Google, which is of jetbrains.com. So it says install IntelliJ IDEA, and on this particular link over here, you're going to see this heading. So install IntelliJ IDEA, and here you will see the system requirements. But before system requirements, we will talk about IntelliJ and understand what are the different editions available. So here you will see a short para which will talk about the different editions that are available. So you have the community edition, and then you have the IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. So community edition, as you can see over here, it is the free and the open sourced version, and it's licensed under Apache 2.0. And it provides all the basic features that are very well enough for learning and development purpose. But if you are willing to use IntelliJ commercially, and if you are willing to have more features over here with IntelliJ, you can of course go for IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. To know more, you can click on the subscription options over here, and you can check out, like for organizations, these are the options. For individual use, you can see these are the options over here. Okay, so you can take a look over here, and if you want to take a look at what are the differences in both these editions in terms of features, so in that case, you can scroll up here, and here you will have features, and you can click on features like so. So you'll have the features pane open up, and you can take a look at all the features that IntelliJ provides. So you can see AI assistant, there's limited access feature in Ultimate. This is the Ultimate feature also. So you can take a look, like detection of code duplicates. This is a feature available in the Ultimate version as well. So you can go through like the different features that are available, and you can decide. Okay, but for learning purpose and for this particular course, you don't need a paid version. So you can absolutely go ahead with the community edition that we have over here. All right. Now, if you scroll down here, you have the system requirements, and you can take a look at the system requirements. So you need 2 GB of free RAM, and recommended is 8 GB of total system RAM. CPU, any modern CPU, or what is the recommended? So you can take a look over here, and these are the minimum system requirements that you need and the recommendation as well. So you can go through this and make sure you have these requirements met. Otherwise, the performance of IntelliJ onto your system won't be really good, and it would be a bit substandard. And just make sure you have these system requirements met. Okay, so now once we have discussed the system requirements, and once you're matching this, what you can do is you can click on this IntelliJ icon, and we'll go over here. This is the home page, and we'll click on download. Now, the moment you click on download, you will see the download page for IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate come first, and they have a free 30-day trial. But since we are looking for the community edition, you have to scroll down. And here on the second scroll, you will see IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition, and you will see the link to download. So one thing I would like to mention is this particular download page keeps on changing in terms of design. So this is a design that I'm seeing right now as I'm shooting this video, but there is a possibility that you might see a different design depending on when you're watching this video. So if you're seeing a different design, don't worry, and you just need to figure out the link to download for IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition, and this is automatically detected. So it has detected that I'm on Windows, and it is showing me the exe version here. You can change this to zip or whatever you want to, okay? But you have to then click on download, okay? Now, after saying download, just save it to your desired location, and you will have it being downloaded over here. Okay. Now, if this particular page over here, which I was talking about, goes a significant change, or the design change is significant, I'll make sure I re-record this particular video. All right. So the installer is being downloaded, and it's been saved to my desired location. Now, if you are on Mac, you will get a DMG file, which is the installer for Mac OS. Now, whichever version you are on, you need to double click on the installer. So I'm using exe. So this will open up the installation file, and you'll see this particular pop-up here, which is the welcome screen. So now we'll say next. So the installation process is pretty standard. It's just like any other software. It'll show you the destination folder for the installation. If you wish to change this, you can click on browse, but I want to change this, so I'll just say next. And here it is asking you for some more options. So you can say create a desktop shortcut, open folder as a project. Okay, so there are different options that have been presented to you. So I'll just say next over here. And here you will see like the start menu folder. So I'll just stick to default over here as well, and I'll just say next. Okay, so this is being installed now. We'll wait for a while until this entire process completes. So the installation process is complete, and you'll see this confirmation message over here. So you can like just choose to run IntelliJ Community Edition and say finish over here. So you'll see this pop up over here. Now the thing is, I had an version of IntelliJ already installed on my system, and I had uninstalled that version, and I just installed a fresh one to record this video. And that is the reason why you're seeing these sample projects over here, because they were already created early on. So I'm just removing them to show you how you will see when you have a fresh installation. So you will see something like this, which says welcome to IntelliJ IDEA, and you will see like a few links over here. So here you can see a sidebar. Okay, here you can see like you have an option for projects, from where you can create, open, and get from version control system. You have an option to customize IntelliJ. So you can like change the theme to dark, light with header, the theme Darkula. You can play around with whichever option you prefer. So if you prefer a dark mode, you can go ahead with dark or Darkula. You have IntelliJ light theme as well. Okay, so I'll just stick to light, or you can alternatively sync with OS as well. And you can change the font for ID if you wish to. So these are just some settings that you can play around with. You have some plugins which you can install if you want to. So plugins are like extensions that you add to IntelliJ to get some additional functionality over and above what IntelliJ already provides. So if you want to like install anything, you can install from here, and you have a complete marketplace to search for. So you have a plugin for Scala, you have a plugin for different functionality. You can just check them. So AutoDev. So this is a plugin that provides like AI powered coding wizard or something. So you can read more about this plugin. Okay, so and you have a learn tab where you can learn more about IntelliJ. So what we are going to do is we would be creating a new project from here. Okay, and we would be sticking to this particular pane. Hey guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, we are going to understand how Java works. So let's get started. So Java is a high-level programming language wherein the statements in Java are somewhat English-like. This is because so that we as human can read and understand the source code. Whereas on the other hand, computers can only understand and execute low-level programming language. What does a compilation mean? So compilation is nothing but a process of converting source code from higher level form to machine level form, which computers or machine can understand, and it's easy for them to execute. This is where a compiler comes into picture. A compiler is nothing but a intermediator which translates the source code from higher level form to machine level form, which computers or machines can understand. Like you can see in this image, you have actually written a source code, and this source code will be taken as an input by the compiler, and it will be converted into machine readable form, which a computer can understand and execute. Now let's understand how Java works. So when you write a program in Java, you save it as .java file. This program is given as an input to compiler, which takes it and compiles it to low level form or machine level form, which is the Java byte code. Now this byte code is saved as a class file. Once the class file is generated, it is passed on to JVM. So JVM is nothing but a Java virtual machine. So it's a machine which is responsible for executing the Java bytecode. It's actually an interpreter. So Java bytecode serves as an input to JVM. JVM loads the bytecode or .class file and executes it line by line, throwing the output. So that's it, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed. See you guys in the next class. Hello guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, we'll be creating a first Java program that will print hello world on the screen. So let's get started. So here I've started IntelliJ IDEA. Okay. So when you start IntelliJ IDEA on your Mac or on your Windows machine, this is something that you will be seeing. So you have to click on create a new project over here, because to write our first program, we'll first have to create a project, and you'll see next screen will be something like this. So on the left hand side, you have to make sure that Java is selected and project SDK is selected over here. So we won't be using any additional libraries over here. So we'll just click next. Now here it's asking whether I want to create a project from any template, but I don't want to do so. So I'll just leave this unchecked and I'll move to next. Okay. Now here it's asking me like, what's your project name? So we'll name our project as first Java program. Now while naming your project, make sure that you don't add spaces, because it might add some conflicts depending on your file system. So it's always advisable that you have all the file names or the project name without spaces. Now the project location, so it's telling me like this is what the project location is, but I would want to change it. So I'll just go over here. I'll create a new folder over here and call it first Java project, and I'll click on create and I'll click on open. Sorry, I should have named it first Java program. I'll click over here. I'll call it first Java program. I'll click on create and I'll click on open. There you go. Now you can see the more settings also, but we won't be doing anything over here for now. We'll just leave it as it is. You don't need to worry about it. We'll click on finish. So there you go. So IDEA just created our first project. Okay, we'll do it full screen and you'll see like different kinds of folder that automatically got created, folders and files. We don't need to touch any of the default created files. We just need to care about this src folder, wherein like we'll be writing our own source code. So whatever source code we write, we'll be writing under this src folder. So what I'll do is I'll go to this src folder, I'll do a right click, I'll click on new and select Java class. So as of now, you won't be knowing what a Java class is. So don't worry about it. We'll be learning what are classes in later stages of this course. But for now, for the sake of creating the first program and printing hello world, we'll just go ahead and create our first class, which is like first Java class. I'll do OK. And there it created first Java class over here, and this is what the default source code over here is. So to go ahead, we'll click enter and we'll start typing our first line of code, which is like public static void main. Just make sure that when you type public static void main, just make sure that the case is correct, because if you change the case over here like S capital, it will throw out an error saying like it can't resolve. So it's case sensitive. Just make sure you type in the right case. String args, we'll add brace, do something like this. So what we did over here is we just created a Java class and we created a main class as well. I'll explain you guys what this source code means, but we'll first go ahead and write system.out. As you type in, you'll notice like compiler IntelliJ suggests you like what you want to type in. So it asks you, hey, do you want to type in println? I just do enter. It just prints it for me, and your println is nothing but print new line. It stands for print new line. Here we're going to type hello world. Yeah. So there you go. Now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and run this particular program. So we'll right click. We'll do run. It's building the program. As of now, you can see the status over here. There you go. So we successfully executed a first program and printed hello world. Now I'll just take you through like what actually we did over here. So we created a class. Okay, I'll explain what a class is
in the later stages of this course, but we'll talk about what the statement means. So whenever Java executes a program, it needs a starting point in a particular project. So suppose you have a big project which has like thousands of lines of code and thousands of files. So Java needs to know from where it has to start executing the program, or a starting point of the execution of the program. And that is where public static void main comes in. So this particular method, this public static, it's called the main method. It tells Java like this is the starting point of the execution, and this is where you need to start executing this program. So your program actually starts executing from here. Next line, system.out.println. This is a command to tell Java like to print anything on the console. So like we wrote like system.out.println, hello world got printed when we executed the program. So we have successfully created our first Java program here, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. See you guys in the next class.
So I wanted to share this amazing tool that I discovered recently, and this particular tool allows you to make use of AI into your favorite IDE. So it's called Pieces for Developers. If you Google Pieces for Developers, you're going to see this website, and you can see it's available in a lot of places like VS Code, Visual Studio, JetBrains products, and so on. All right, you can even use it in your browser. Now what this do is I'm going to show you some hands-on demo. So if you have this piece of code, right, and let's say you want explanation of this line by line. So you can select this code and you can ask Copilot. So yes, they have a Copilot using which you can get the explanation, and you can do variety of tasks. Let me show this to you. So if you press Shift 2 times in IntelliJ, you have to type in plugins over here, okay? Or you can go to plugin right from the settings over here, okay? So let me show another way of going to plugins over here also. So here you can go in file settings, and on Mac you can click, you can go to preferences, okay? So you can click on the Apple icon over here at the top and go to preferences, and here you will find plugins. Now under plugins in marketplace, be sure that you have marketplace selected. You can search for pieces, right? And over here I'll just say install because this is not yet installed, right? Now this is installed, right? And here you'll see I have this apply button. So just say apply and say okay. Now you might have to like restart your ID, okay, if in case these icons don't show up. So you'll see these couple of icons like on the right and left over here. All right. And let us understand what this does. Okay, so I have pieces added now over here. Okay, so I can select over here this piece of code. Let's say I want some double explanation on this, and I want to ask few questions about this code to AI. Normally what you do is you normally copy this and paste it into tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, or any browser-based tools, and you keep forever switching between browser and your IDE. That's not what you have to do over here. So you have to select this code, you have to say right click, you have to say ask pieces copilot about. You can see there are quite a few options here, but I'll just select this one and I'll say so it will ask you what do you like to ask about this snippet. So I'll say explain line by line, okay, something like this, and I'll say okay, and you'll see it start a new conversation over here, okay, and it will start explaining this to you line by line. So this is AI right into your IDE, right? And you can even have follow-up questions like what is the significance of public keyword in Java classes methods? Can you explain the purpose of static keyword in the main method? Okay, so these are all follow-up questions that you can ask to the Copilot. So you can do things without leaving the IDE. Okay, and you can see it has given you a snippet over here. Okay, and if you want to make use of any code snippet, you can just say insert at cursor, right? Or you can even ask pieces to modify this code. So you can say modify this to print hi world, something like this. Okay, let us see what it gives us. So it will again start typing in, and you can see hi world, and you can say insert at cursor. You can say save to pieces, share, annotate, find similar. So you can even save this to pieces, and you can manage all your pieces code from this icon here. So I'll say insert at cursor, and you can see hi world over here, right?
And over here, if you save this to pieces, and if you click on this icon here, you will see all your code snippets that you have saved over here, right? So I can save this, and then later on I can have that as a reference point. So if I save this over here under Java, it will have over here. You can see this snippet, okay? So it's been added to my pieces account, and you can see over here there are quite a few snippets that I've been managing, okay? And it has also given some context over here. All right, so it's very useful, and this syncs across wherever you go. Okay, so you can switch over to Visual Studio Code and you will find all your snippets over there as well. Okay, so this goes wherever you go, and it's pretty useful. You also have one amazing feature I would want to show you. So let's say here I start a new conversation. Okay, you have this feature of live context, right? So whenever you're programming, you might get any sort of errors, right? And let's say I get an error over here. I miss a semicolon. I'm a beginner. I run the program. The live context is on. I get an error. Okay, what is this error? I don't know, for example. And I need AI to help me. Normally what people do is they copy this and they give it along with the code snippet to tools like ChatGPT and all, and they ask, help me solve the error. This involves a lot of copy pasting. But instead here, what I can do is I can say, what is this error? Okay, so live context is on. It is understanding the context over here as to what is happening with me and what I'm trying to do, and it is going to help me resolve this on the basis of the error that I've got. So I don't have to do any sort of copy pasting over here, as you can see. Okay, so you can see it's suggesting us something. Okay, identifier expected, and it's giving us the correct code over here. You can see this is the correct code. All right. Now, what I can do is I can select this and I can say insert at cursor, and it will update this. And if I run this, it is going to work very easily. Okay, so this way you can use pieces for error solving. All right, do check out the description. All right, in the description, I have a detailed video on this as to how you can make use of this, because these are just a couple of use cases that I've shown over here. But you can use this for interview preparation. You can use this for commenting your code, annotating your code, a lot of stuff. Okay, there are plenty of use cases, and I have given all of that along with the installation, like detailed steps on installation and how you can use it across different IDs and also in the web browser. Be sure to check out the description for the same if you're interested into this, but I just thought of sharing this because this is really useful. And also check out the description for the link to pieces. Also, I would like to mention that this is absolutely free. Okay, so far as I'm recording this video, it's free and it's pretty helpful. They are not charging, and you get different models to work with. Okay, they have quite a few models that you can work with, and all of that I've explained in a very detailed video. But these are just a couple of use cases that I've highlighted, which can be helpful for beginners who are beginning Java programming. All right, so that's about pieces. Feel free to check out this wonderful tool that they have in store for you.
Hey guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, we'll be doing a walkthrough of IntelliJ IDEA. So when you create your first project, this is what you see. So this is a 3-pane interface. Okay, so this is the file structure that you'll be seeing. This is the editor wherein like you edit, you can select whatever file you want and you can actually edit it over here. You will be seeing so after you run the code, you will be seeing all the errors or the output of the program over here. So IntelliJ has a lot of things to offer. Like there are like different options. You can like create a project, new project from existing sources, from version control. If you're using any version control like Git or anything, you can open an existing project. There are a lot of settings over here. You can go to preferences and see even more settings. Like over here, you can see like different types of editor settings, like general appearance settings. You can see here we are seeing like the theme. You can change the theme as well. So if you change it to Dracula, you apply, the editor changes its theme. So these are all like for your convenience. Like you can choose the kind of theme you want, the kind of font you want, the kind of setting you want. You can go through this and explore this in detail. There are tons of things to be explored. You can add your own plugin. You can configure a version control. Like if you're developing this project with a team,
So you will need a version control wherein like all the source code from different systems across your team can be stored at a single place. So there are different kind of settings which you can explore after you install this, and you can run your program from here. You can debug it from here. You can go through different options over here like navigate. If you're on Mac, you can like search for any file by pressing double shift. All right. So it's like first Java class, and you can open it like this. You can search for any other class. Okay, so these are like some of the shortcuts that IntelliJ IDEA has to offer us. And so if you take a look at this file structure, let's go through this file structure. You will see like there are different folders, 3 folders. We see like .idea, .out, and src. So src is the place wherein like we actually wrote the code. Okay, .out is something that's created by the IDE itself. So you'll see like the folder over here, and this is a class file that is created by the compiler. Okay, it's stored over here. So these .idea is some of the files that are XML files that are generated by the IDE itself, which we don't need to worry about. These files store the workspace and the project information over here. So we don't need to worry, and we just need to leave them as it is. So that's it, guys. See you guys in the next class. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, we are going to understand what are Java comments. So comments are nothing but statements that are not executed by Java. Now, why would you need to write something that you don't want Java to execute? So I'll tell you why comments are very useful when it comes to programming. So comments are used for documenting stuff. If you're creating a class, or if you're declaring something in the program, or if you're writing any logic to execute something, you can mention in comments of that particular code that what this particular code is intent to do. Okay, so imagine like if you're working in a very large team wherein like you have colleagues along with you working on the same project. So today the code that you are writing, tomorrow that might be edited or changed by someone else from the team. So imagine you're working in a large team wherein like you create a variable to accept the date of birth of a user. So you can write in comments like why you have created this particular stuff and what is the logic that you are writing. So you can write like birth of user. So this gives more clarity to someone who will later be reading this code and gets to know like why you are doing like particulars, why you have written this particular stuff, or why you have written this logic in a particular way. So comments are of 3 types. So one is a single line comment, which is one which we created or just now created. So single line comment. Okay, so the moment you put in double slash tells the compiler during compilation that this is meant to be ignored. Okay, now there is also something called as multi-line comments. So you just put a slash, a backward slash, and a asterisk, and you write whatever comment you want. So this class is main class and starting this project. Okay, so something like this we have mentioned. So anything mentioned between these will be ignored by the compiler again. Now the third type is the documentation comment. So whenever you write anything starting with backward slash and double asterisk and you press enter, this is what you get, and whatever you write over here is a part of Java documentation that is created by the IDE. So over here you can also use different tags like author, my name or whatever you can mention, the documentation, like or whatever you want, like specific requirements of the project. So you can also use shortcuts to create comment. Like if you see over here, there is a shortcut. So in Mac, it's command and // to write a single line comment, and to write a multi-block comment, it's like shift command and // So I'll give you an example. So this is multi-line comment. Okay, I go ahead, select, and I press command shift and // so there you go. Start writing like my own set. Yeah, I can write. Okay, now you notice if I run this code, like this just acts as a skipped part during the execution of the program. So like you see, we see our output as hello world like in the previous lecture. So this is what is actually only line that is, so these are the only two lines that are getting executed. So here we have created a variable, we can also comment it out. Okay, and after this, like after commenting that, this will be the only line that is getting executed and actually throwing out an output, right? So you can check out the shortcuts over here, which will help you code faster. So on Windows, this might be a little bit different. So that's about comments, guys. See you guys in the next class. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about what are identifiers in Java. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of identifiers in Java, and we will also be taking a look at some of the rules that you should keep in mind while using identifiers in Java. So let's get started. So we have an identifier for everything in the real world around us. If you look around you, you can see your phone, tablet, pen, etc. Everything around us has a name. These names are nothing but identifiers for objects around us. These identifiers help us identify those things and communicate better. Similarly, in Java, we have identifiers that are name given to method name, variable name, and class name. So let's consider this piece of code. There are 5 identifiers in this program. The first identifier is the class name itself, which is ABC. The second identifier would be the method name, which is main. The third identifier would be string. The fourth identifier would be args, which is the parameter, and integer x would be the last identifier. Now there are some set of rules that you should keep in mind while naming identifiers. So the rule number 1 is the only allowed characters in a Java identifiers are A to Z, small a to small z, capital A to capital Z, 0 to 9, dollar, and underscore. So if you try to use any other character, we will get a compile time error. So let me give an example of this to you. So I hopped on to our IDE, okay, and I already have a project over here created, which is nothing but Java identifiers, and within that project I have created a class called first, and here we have an identifier x. Okay, so what I'll do is the rule number 1 says that the only allowed character are small a to small z, capital A to capital Z, 0 to 9, dollar, and underscore. So if we try to use anything apart from this, we will get an error. So let me try using percentage, and you see that it turned to red, and it's throwing an error, like it's saying that it's not a statement. Even if we use dollar sign, we won't get a compiler error because dollar is allowed. Okay, if we use underscore, we won't get a compile time error because underscore is allowed as per the rule. If we use a hyphen, we will get a compile time error. So if you try to use any other character apart from this mentioned on your screen, you will get a compile time error. Rule number 2 says we can't use reserved words as identifiers. So What are reserved words? So till now we haven't covered the concept of reserved words, but just for the sake of this rule, reserved words are words with predefined meaning in Java, and that is why they are called as reserved word. Like they have a reserved meaning, and we can't use reserved words as identifiers. For example, you see here int is a reserved word, public is a reserved word, and all reserved words will turn blue in the IDE. If I try to use int public, so I'm trying to use a reserved word over here. Now if I try to use a reserved word, I'll get an error because public is a reserved word in Java and it has a predefined meaning. So let's hop on to our third rule. Third rule says all predefined Java class names and interface names can be used as identifiers. Now, when you install Java, when you are using Java, you have a set of predefined class names and interfaces which Java provides us. And this predefined class names are used to make our life easy. For example, over here, string is a predefined class name. Okay, so if I try to use string over here, it would be a valid program. Okay, so since since string is a predefined class in Java, we can use string with no problem as a Java identifier. Okay, but even though predefined class names and interfaces are allowed as valid identifiers, it's not a good practice to use them because it reduces the readability and it creates a lot of confusion if someone else is reading your code. So that's not recommended. Rule number 4 says that identifiers cannot start with a digit. So if I try to start my identifier x with a digit like 5x, I'll get an error and it will immediately throw an error saying create local variable x and what all. Like it's not allowing me to compile this program. So this is the rule number 4. Rule number 5 says Java identifiers are case sensitive since Java is a case sensitive programming language, which means if you define 3 variables with the same name but different case, then those are 3 different identifiers. Okay, so for example, we have integer x as we create here test. Okay, and then we create test over here, and then we create test in caps. So the first one is all smalls, the second one is first letter is capital only, the third one is all caps. So basically these three are 3 different identifiers that are defined, and this is perfectly allowed because Java is a case sensitive language, and hence this is where rule number 5 comes into picture. Another rule is there is no length limit for Java identifiers, but it is not recommended to take too lengthy identifiers, which means so here the identifier length is only 4, which we have defined, but we can have unlimited like there is no length limit. So I can have a very long Java identifier, okay, and it's perfectly valid. But it's recommended not to use long identifiers in Java because it reduces the readability. So that is it. So let's summarize this lecture. So in this lecture, we understood what are Java identifiers and what are some of the rules that are associated and you should keep in mind while using Java identifiers. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about reserved words in Java. And by the end of this lecture you will have a better understanding of what are different types of reserved words in Java. So let's get started. So every language in this world has words that has some predefined meaning. Like for example, English has over 1 million words with predefined meaning like running, walking, cat, dog, etc. These words have predefined meanings for English language. Similarly, we have a list of predefined keywords which represent certain meaning or functionality. and these predefined words are known as reserved words in Java. So there are 53 reserved words in Java, and reserved words can be classified into keywords and reserved literals. So if a reserved word is associated with some functionality, then it is called a keyword. And if a reserved word is associated with a value, then it's called a reserved literal. So there are 50 keywords and 3 reserved literals in Java. Keywords can be further classified into use keywords and unused keywords. So use keywords are 48 in number, and there are 2 unused keywords in Java. So let's take a look at use keywords, which are total 48. So the first kind of keywords are keywords that are used for data types, and those are 8 in total. So there is byte, short, int, long, float, double, boolean, and char. Then you have keywords that are used for flow control, which are nothing but 11 keywords. So there is if, else, switch, case, default, while, do, for, break, continue, and return. And then there is keyword that we have for class related thing, and those are 6. So it is a keyword class, interface, extends, implements, import. Then we have keywords for exception handling, which are 6 in numbers. It's try, catch, finally, throw, throws, assert. Then we have object related keyword, which are 4. So new, instance of, super, and this. Then we have one return type keyword, which is void. Then we have 11 keyword for modifiers, which is public, private, protected, static, final, abstract, synchronized, native, strict FOP, transient, volatile. One keyword for group definition, which is enum. Let's take a look at unused keywords in Java. There are 2 unused keywords in Java, which is goto and const. There are 3 reserved literal in Java, which is true, false, and null. So let's hop on to our IDE and let me show you how reserved word are shown in the IDE. So I'll just remove this, delete this piece of code, and one thing to remember over here is if you type any reserved word in IntelliJ IDEA, like int is a reserved word, then automatically IDE will change the color of that particular word into blue, and that gives you an indication that this is a reserved word in Java. Like you can see public, class, static, void, these are all reserved words in Java, and IDE represents it with a changed color, which is blue. But this color change is not reflected for predefined classes. So string over here is a predefined class in Java, and string is not represented by this color change. Also, you don't have to memorize these keywords, but as you practice Java programs and learn more about Java, you will eventually end up remembering these. Like I have been programming for many years now and can spot invalid keywords very easily. So let's take a look at some of the observations that we can derive from all these reserved words. So all reserved words in Java have lowercase letters. So if you take a look at any of the reserved words in Java, you will observe that they all have only lowercase letter, no camel case, no capital case, nothing. So we only have the new keyword and not the delete keyword in Java. So new keyword is used to allocate memory in Java. Following are the keywords that are new and were introduced in their respective versions. So strict FOP was introduced in 1.2 version, assert was introduced in 1.4 version, and enum keyword was introduced in 1.5 version. So let's summarize. In this lecture, we understood what are reserved words in Java. We also took a look at what are different types of reserved words in Java and how many are they. And we also took a look at some of the observations that we can derive from reserved words in Java. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, I'll be teaching you what exactly are Java variables. So Java variables are nothing but a container that holds a value for you in the memory during the course of execution of the program. Now, why are variables important? Let me give you an example. So suppose you are writing a program to calculate, let's say, addition of two numbers. Now over here, to perform the addition of on two numbers, you will have to first accept both the numbers from the user. You will have to store them somewhere and perform the addition, and after doing the addition, you will have to show the value to the user. So that's how the entire process will work. So variables come in handy when you want to store anything, any piece of information in the memory during the course of execution of the program. So variable creation is a two-step process. One, which is called declaration, wherein like you declare the type of variable. Second step is variable initialization, wherein like you initialize the variable with some initial value. So I'll just give you a demo of this. So I'll just create a variable. So we'll start with the first process, like declare the variable. I'll just declare a variable called our first variable, and that is it. Now over here you notice like the declaration has two parts. So one is like the data type, which is nothing but the kind of information that you want to store. Okay, so I'll be covering the different kinds of data types in the later stages in the next lecture. But for now, this is nothing but a type of value that you want to store. Okay, now the second part is nothing but the identifier or the name of that particular variable. And the second step is initialize the variable. Over here we'll be assigning the variable we just created or declared. We'll give the initial value of 10. Now over here, one point to be noted is I'd like to tell you guys is the variable name has to be unique throughout the program. Now if I try to declare another variable with the same name, say integer first variable, it will obviously throw an error. The compiler will throw an error that it is already defined in this particular scope. So variable names have to be unique. So keep that in mind while declaring any variables. But anyways, if you make a mistake of creating another variable with the same name, the compiler will obviously throw an error. Okay. Now what happens exactly is when we run the program, when the compiler when Java executes this line over here, which is highlighted, it actually assigns a place in a memory and calls it first variable. Now when Java executes this piece of line, what happens is 10 is actually stored in the memory block named first variable that we created in the previous step. Okay, so what I'll do over here is I'll just print the value in first variable just to show you guys that what it's stored. So ut, I'll call it first variable over here, and I'll do a concatenation. I'll just call it first variable, and I'll just run. After running the program, you saw that it actually printed 10, which is the value that we assigned, and that is what we printed over here. Now let's go a step further and let's create another variable called second variable. So what I'm going to do over here is there is no mandate that you have to declare a variable first and then assign it in the next step. You can obviously combine these two steps. So I'll be combining the two steps for creation of second variable, and I'll directly assign it over here 20. Now I'll create one more variable called total, which will store the value of addition of both the variables. Now, so this is what it will look like, and I'm actually going to print this total over here. Okay. Now I'll run it. So what happens is variable 10 is stored in first variable, second variable memory block is contains 20. Now when we do first variable plus second variable, actually addition is performed on the values sitting in both the memory blocks and it is passed on to total. So total contains the addition of both the variables, and we are printing first variable over here and we'll print a total over here. Now let's run the program over here and let's see what the output look like. So ideally total should have 30 exactly. See, so what we did over here is we created addition and printed a total. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reassign a value to first variable. So we are printing first variable over here, it prints 10. Now I'm going to assign a value over here, say first variable, let's make it 5. Now I'll run it. So what actually happens is first variable over here contains 10, second variable over here contains 20. During the addition, first variable has 10, second variable has 20. So 30 is actually stored in total. Now over here 10 is overridden by 5. So be careful guys. So over here like you initialize 10, you assign 10 initially to first variable. Now when you reassign anything to any variable, the previous value gets override, whatever it is. So over here we had a previous value of 10. Now over here it is actually overridden by 5, and when we actually print it out, 5 is printed like you see in the output, and after that we are printing the total. So total still has 30 which we are printing over here. So actually 10 plus 20, 30, then we override 5 and 5 is printed over here. So that's how it works. Now if over here, if I move this statement just one line below, and if I copy paste this, if I add one more statement over here which prints first variable again, now what you will see as output is it will first print 10, then 5 is overridden over here, then it will print 5 because then first variable has 5 stored in it, and then it will print 30 which is the total. So I'll just run this program. So the output should be 10, 5 and 30. There you go. So that's it guys. These are variables. In next lecture we'll talk about what are different types of data types in variables. Thank you guys. See you in the next class. Hey guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture we'll be talking about data types in Java. So you guys know from last lecture that variables are nothing but reserved memory locations to stored values. It means that Java allocates memory to every variable we declare and define. But how much memory should be allocated to each and every variable you define is determined by the data type of that particular variable. So Java has predefined primitive data types which is used to store 4 categories of values like integer, floating point numbers, character and Boolean. So to store integer, we have 4 primitive data types which is byte, short, int and long. Now all 4 store integer, but the basic difference between them is the memory allocation and the range of values each one of them can store. To store values with decimal points, we have double and float. Now again, they both store values with decimal points, but the basic difference between them is the memory allocation, the amount of memory they allocate and precision that they can hold. To store character values, we have char. To store Boolean values, we have Boolean data type. So let's now understand this integer data types byte, short, int and long. So to help you understand, I'll be pasting some code over here. Okay. So these are the sample declarations of every data type, integer data type, I mean, and I have also defined over here there are min and max values that they can hold. Okay, so for example, byte can hold up to 8-bit or 1 byte of data. Okay, so minimum value a byte can hold is -128 and maximum value a byte can hold is 127. So if you try to exceed this, it will immediately throw up an error, okay, saying that it's out of its given range. Okay, similarly, short can store up to 16-bit or 2 bytes of data. A minimum value of short can be -32,768. So for readability purpose, I'll just put an underscore over here. So this is a new feature in Java from Java 7, 8 onwards. Okay, wherein like instead of, so you can put commas over here. If you try to put any commas, you'll start getting an error. So instead of that, Java allows us to put underscore. So I'll just do that over here for the sake of readability. And maximum value a short can store is 32,767. So integer can hold up to 32-bit or 4 bytes of information. Okay, and this is the minimum value that an integer can store, and this is the maximum value an integer can store. So it's somewhere around like 2,147,483,647. Okay, and same goes with long. So long can hold up to 64-bit or 8 byte of value, and minimum value a long can hold is this. Okay, so this number is pretty long and I won't be able to read it for you, but this is the minimum range and this is the maximum range of long. Now if you notice something, we have assigned this value along with L at the end. So if we don't put in L, it considers this as integer by default. Now to tell Java that this is a long value, we need to specify a small l or a capital L. So I usually prefer a capital L because it helps you distinguish at the end that there is a character at the end and this is a long value. Okay, so this is about these 4 integer data types: byte, short, int and long. So that's it guys. So we will understand what is double and float in our next lecture. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about when should you use byte, short, int and long. So let's get started. So when is byte the best choice, or when should you use byte? Byte is the best choice if you want to handle data in terms of streams, either from the file or from the network. So if you want to handle data in the form of streams, either in the form of file or network, then you should go for byte. When is short the best choice, or when should you use short? So short is a data type that is best suitable for 16-bit processors like 8085. But these processors are completely outdated and hence the corresponding short type data type is also outdated data type. Integer is the most commonly used data type, and long data type is used to store integer values that are much larger type than that of int. For example, if you are doing some complex calculation whose result will be very large, like for example if you are working on a scientific software and you want to calculate the amount of distance traveled by light in 100 days, you will need a long variable to store the value since integer may not be enough. In that case, you will use long. However, if you are working on a program and need to store a value which is relatively smaller, you can do away with int. So this is how you can use byte, short, int and long. So in this lecture we understood when can byte, short, int and long be the best choice for programmers like you and me. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome to this class. So in last lecture we understood what are integer data types. We took a look at data types like short, byte, int and long. In this lecture we'll be understanding more about floating point data types, which is float and double. So let's get started. So we will be creating a float variable So we'll type in float. My float is equal to, we'll assign a value called 10. Okay. Now float can hold up to 32-bit of data or 4 bytes. In a similar way, double can hold up to 64-bit or 8 byte of data. And the difference between the float and double is also the precision value. So double obviously holds a larger precision than that of float. So here we created double data type, and this is how we declare a double data type. Here I'll also, for a comparison's sake, I'll create a integer value as well. My int is equal to 10. Okay, and we'll print each one of them. So I'll just type in system.out.println my int, and I'll paste the same thing over here, which is, and I'll just change it to double. Over here double, sorry, my double. Okay, there you go, and we'll just run this program. So here is the output. So my int just prints 10, float prints 10.0, 10.0, double prints 10.0. Now we'll go a step further and we'll make this as decimal values. We'll make this as 2.5. Okay, now the moment you do that, you will see an error. Like Java says that it has found double, but a float is required. Now this is because every data type, like every value with a precision, is by default considered as double in Java. So to tell Java that this is not a double and this is a float, we'll have to use F over here. You can use a small or a capital F over here. It's one and the same. Okay, so I'll just use a small one over here. Okay, and in a similar way, we'll add some precision or decimal values over here as well, and we'll make it 10.25, and by default it will consider it as double. If you want to explicitly mention that this is a double value, you can mention it D or a capital D, right? And I'll just run it. So as you can see, we printed the decimal values. Okay, now we'll go a step further and we'll just create a division over here. Like we'll divide this by 2. Okay, we'll divide this as well by 2. Okay, we'll mention 2f, and we'll divide this as well by 2 double, and we'll run this. So here is the output that we got. You notice that both have the decimal values. We'll go one step further and we'll divide this by 3. Okay, we'll make all this as 3, and we'll right click and run. Now after you run this program, you clearly see over here that in case of integer, the decimal values are ignored because integer doesn't support any decimal values. In case of float, decimal values are preserved, but I think up to 7 precision. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So float supports up to 7 precision values. Okay, but in case of double, you have a higher accuracy. I think this is 16. So double allows you to preserve up to 16 precision. We'll go ahead and count this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. There you go. So obviously, it goes without saying you will be using double in a program wherein you want data with a higher precision, and you can use float in a program wherein you don't require to store values with a higher precision. So obviously you will end up saying a lot of memory over there where you use float. So that's it about double and float, guys. We'll talk about next 2 data types, char and Boolean, in our next class. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome to this class. So in this lecture, we'll be talking about the 2 data types, which is char and Boolean. So let's get started. So to start with, I'll just start with declaring the Boolean variable. Okay, so this is how a Boolean variable is declared. Boolean is the keyword, and my Boolean, I'll just put this, and we'll just try to print it. Okay, so my Boolean, so put in my Boolean. Okay, and you'll see an error, like compiler tells us like this variable might not have been initialized, so we'll go ahead and initialize as. So the size of Boolean data type is 1 bit, so it's the smallest. Okay, and it can hold only two values, which is like true or false. So if you're building a program wherein like you want to use certain flags as like true or false, Boolean data types are very handy in such situations. Okay, so I'll just move this onto the right side. Okay, and we'll just go ahead and run to see the output, and there you go. Here's the output. It simply prints true. You can also assign it as false and run it, and the program is running and it will print false. Okay, so that's Boolean. Let's talk about the data type char. So this data type is of 32-bit and 32-bit or 8 bytes. Okay, and this is how you declare it. So char data type is used to hold a single char. Okay, so this is how you assign it a value, which is like a, and I'll just go ahead and print it. My char, I'll just put colon plus my char. Again, I'll just run it. It should ideally print a. Okay, so char data type can also hold something called as Unicode values. So we'll go to a website over here called Unicode table. So I'll just Google it. Okay, and this is the first link. And once you go to this website, Unicode table, here you will see all the Unicode values and their corresponding characters. So if you can pick up a character like let's say I'll pick up C. Okay, and this is the Unicode value of this number C, so I'll just copy it. Okay, and I'll just put it over here. Okay, so to tell Java that this is a Unicode value, you'll have to put a backward slash and U, and this is how Java will get it as a Unicode value. And you see the error going away, and we'll just right click and run, and there you see the output is C, which is over here. We can try picking up any other character, like we'll pick up copyright symbol. We'll just copy this value. Okay, and we'll just put it over here and we'll run it. Okay, ideally this should print the copyright symbol, and there you go. Okay, so that's about char and Boolean. Thanks for watching. See you guys in the next class. Hey guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, we will be understanding what are operators in Java. So let's get started. So till now in this course, we have already used some of the operators. So we'll be seeing what all operators we have used, and I'll be also introducing you guys to some of the new operators, and we'll teach you how to use them. So let's get started. So I've created this new project for this particular class called Java operators. Okay, and I've already created a main method over here, and I'll paste something over here. So Java, there are few types of Java operators. So there is arithmetic operator, relational operators, logical operators, assignment operators, and conditional operators. So let's go to each one of them one by one. So addition, this is addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, the increment. So this double plus is called increment operator, and minus minus is called decrement operator. So let's understand each one of them. Okay, we'll write some code for it, and I'll start by declaring some of the variables. Okay, so I'll declare integer a equal to 10. Oh, sorry, integer b equal to 20, c equal to 15, and t equal to 25. So till now in all our classes we were declaring one variable in a single statement, like it used to be integer variable equal to 9, then integer, second integer, like whatever name, and this way we were declaring every variable on as a different statement and we were assigning the values. But just to let you guys know, we can also declare and assign multiple variables in a single statement. So all these variables were declared in a single statement and assigned a particular value. Okay, now just for the sake of the visibility, I'll be moving this output console onto the right side. So to do that, you can go to the settings over here. You can click on move to and move this to right side, and it moves. So this gives us better visibility of the screen. Okay, so I'll start with arithmetic operators. So arithmetic operators are nothing but mathematical operators that are used to perform mathematical operations on the variables. So I'll start by system.out.println, and we'll use the first operator, which is a plus b. Okay, and I'll perform the operation on a and b. Okay, so a and b over here in this expression are operands, and plus is an operator. So an operator performs an operation on the operands. Okay, so I'll be running this program. I'll be running this program, and this should ideally print the output as the addition of a and b, which is 30. So there you go. So after running the program, we see the output as 30, and that is what this operator does. It forms addition. So I'll just duplicate this line. So a shortcut for me on Mac is Command D. Okay, if you're using some other operating system, you can go to edit and you can see the shortcut over here. So for me, since I'm using Mac, it's Command D. So I just press Command D and duplicated this line instead of retyping it all again. And I'll use the second operator over here, which is the -1. So I'll just perform a subtraction over here, and the result should be -10 over here. There you go. Okay, I will just duplicate this line again, and I'll use a third operator, which is the multiplication one. Okay, now this operator performs a multiplication on both the values or both the operands, you can say, and this should result like 10 into 20, that is 200. And so now I'll just duplicate this line and I'll use a division operator. So we'll be using b divisible a, and here we b divided by a. Now what this operator does, it performs division. Okay, and ideally the output for this should be 20 divided by 10, which is like 2. I'll just run this program. Okay, the program is running, and we'll see our output as 2. There you go. Okay, so what it does is performs simple division on both the operands. Okay, I'll just duplicate this statement again, and now we have modulus operator. So we'll talk about what modulus operator does. Okay, so what modulus operator does is, after performing the division, it prints out the remainder. Okay, so here it's doing b mod a, so 20 mod 10, which means the remainder will be 0. Okay, so the output should be 0 over here. So let's run this program and see. Okay, so the output is 0. Yes. Now let's try out c mod a. So c is 15, so it's 15 mod 10. So here the remainder will be 5. Okay, ideally, so the output should be 5. There you go. Okay. So let's understand how to use increment and decrement operators over here. Okay. So let's write a statement wherein like a is equal to a plus 1. Okay. And I'll simply print this statement. A plus 1 is equal to, so this should ideally print 11. Okay, I'll just run this program, and there you go, you see 11 over here. Okay, now instead of writing this and incrementing the value by 1, this is where increment operators come handy. So instead of writing this entire statement, okay, you can just write a plus plus. Yes, and I'll comment this out. Okay. Okay, now when I run this, the output will be same as 11, because this is actually equivalent to a is equal to a plus 1. There you go, see this. And decrement operator works in a similar way. If I do a minus minus, and I'll print out system.out.println a minus minus is equal to plus a. Okay, and I'll run this code. So this should ideally print in 10, because here we are incrementing the value by 1. Okay, and here we are decrementing. So there you go, you see 10 over here. So here a becomes 11, and here we are doing a subtraction again, which is equivalent to a is equal to a minus 1. Okay, so this is how we use arithmetic operators. Okay, we will understand other operators in the following lectures. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to discuss more about increment and decrement operators in Java. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of what are the types of increment and decrement operators in Java and how we can use them. Also, we'll be understanding the differences between each one of them. So let's get started. So there are two types of increment and decrement operators in Java. Increment operators are of two types, pre-increment and post-increment, and decrement operators are of two types, pre-decrement and post-decrement. So let's talk about increment operators first. Increment operators are of two types. We discussed pre-increment and post-increment. So pre-increment is when the value is incremented first and assigned or used in an expression. And post-increment is when the value is assigned or used in an expression first and then incremented. So let's understand this with the help of an example. So I'll hop on to our IDE, and I already have a project created over here which is increment and decrement operators. Okay, so I will create a class over here. Okay, and I'll call it first main class. Press enter, and I'll start writing a code. So what I'll do is to demonstrate the difference between pre-increment and post-increment operator, I'll write a program which has three variables x, y and z. So x is initialized with a certain value, let's say 100, and y is assigned the value of x by using the post-increment operator, and z is assigned the value of x by using the pre-increment operator. So by this we'll get a understanding of a pre-increment and post-increment operator over here. I'll have integer x is equal to 100. I'll have integer y, and I'll use the post increment operator over here to assign a value to y. Now how is post increment operator used? Okay, so we have to use the post increment operator on the variable x. So to use post increment operator, we will write in the variable x, and we'll use the increment operator post variable x. So this is how you use post increment operator. Now with z, we will assign the value of x but using the pre-increment operator. And to use the pre-increment operator, you have to first write the increment operator and then write the value of x. And now I am going to write system.out.println and value of x. I'm just going to print all these values. So value of x, I'll just copy paste this so that we save time. Value of y and value of z. Here we'll put in value of y and value of z. So this is our sample program wherein we have demonstrated how you can use pre-increment and post-increment operator. So to use the pre-increment operator, you write the operator first, increment operator first, and the variable later. And to write the post-increment operator, you have to write the variable first and then the increment operator. So let's run this code and see what the output looks like. So we see the value of x becomes 102, value of y becomes 100, and the value of z is printed as 102. So let's understand how this operator worked in this program. So by definition, pre-increment means value is incremented first and then assigned or used in an expression. And post-increment means value is assigned or used in an expression first and then incremented. So we assigned 100 to the value of x, okay, and y was assigned the post incremented value of x. Now what this means is, according to the definition of post increment, value is assigned or used in an expression first and then incremented. So here value will be assigned or used in an expression first and then incremented. So since x has the value of 100, the value will be assigned to y first, because this is the post increment operator. So 100 got assigned to y first, and that is why we are seeing 100 over here, and then the value got incremented by 1. So y had 100 and x became 101. Now let's talk about pre-increment. So according to the definition of pre-increment operator, value is incremented first and then assigned or used in an expression. So value got incremented first, so x was 101, so x became 102, and then it was assigned to z, so z also became 102, you can see over here. And then x was already 102 over here because we used increment operator twice over here, like one using post increment and one using pre-increment. And hence when you printed the value of x, y and z, you saw 102, 100 and 102. So this is how pre-increment and post-increment operators work in Java. So in pre-increment, the value of the variable is incremented first and then assigned to the variable on the left hand side. But in case of post-increment, the value is assigned first and then incremented. So pre means first increment and then assign, post means first assign and then increment, because it's post. So that's how you can memorize. So this is the difference between a pre-increment and post-increment operator in Java. Let's talk about the decrement operators now. So there are two types of decrement operators as discussed. One is pre-decrement and post-decrement. So in pre-decrement, value is decremented first and then assigned or used in an expression. And in post-decrement, value is assigned or used in an expression first and then decremented. So let me show this to you with the help of an example. So what I'll do is I'll create another class over here. I'll call it second class, second main class. Here we will be taking a similar code like we wrote in the first main class, wherein we have three variables x, y and z. X has some value defined or assigned to it, and y and z are assigned values using the pre-decrement and the post-decrement operators, and then we print the values to see the operators in action. So I'll just copy paste this code over here so that we save some time typing it, and I'll paste it in second main class, and instead of increment I'll change it to decrement operators. So the value that is assigned to y over here is assigned using the post decrement operator, and the value that is assigned to Z over here is assigned using pre-decrement operator. So do you want to guess the output over here, what it will look like? So let's try guessing it. So I'll write a commented code over here. Okay, I'll put some comments and let's try to guess like what the output will be over here. So here we are saying that value of X is 100. Okay, now when we go to Y, we are using the post decrement operator on X to assign a value to Y. So what it means by definition of post decrement is value is assigned or used in an expression first and then decremented. So 100 itself will be assigned to Y. So Y is 100. So Y is equal to 100, and then the value of X is decremented. So X became 99 and Y is assigned as 100. Now on next line we are assigning a pre-decremented value of X to Z, and by pre-decrement definition, value is decremented first and then assigned or used in an expression, which means the value of X is 99 and it will be decremented to 98 and Z will be assigned as 98. So the output that we are going to get is 98, 100, 98. Let's see whether we are correct. We'll run this code and that's what you see on your screen. So we did a great job of simulating this, and the output that we got is 98, 100 and 98, and which is the output that we had predicted. So decrement operators also work similar to the increment operator that we discussed. So in post decrement operator, the value is decremented later but assigned and used in an expression first, and in pre-decrement operator, the value is assigned or used in an expression first and then decremented. So that's about increment and decrement operator, guys. In this lecture, I would also like to show you how increment and decrement operator works in expressions and along with println statements. So first we will be seeing with expressions. So what I'll do is I'll create a new class called third main class, and I'll write public static void main, and then we will, so now the objective here is to see how increment decrement operators work in expressions. So what I'll do is I'll create three variables n1, n2, n3, and to n2 I'll assign some value, n1 also and assign some value, and n3 I'll assign an addition of n1 and n2, and within that addition we will try using pre and post increment decrement operators. Okay, so let's type some code over here. So I've defined n1 and I'll assign it 100. Keep it simple. Then n2 is equal to plus plus n1. So we are using a pre-increment operator over here, and then to n3 we will use an expression along with increment and decrement operator. So we'll use n1 plus plus and then plus minus minus n2, and then we'll just type in system.out.println. So what we have done is n1 has the value of 100. We created more two variables, n2 and n3. To n2 we assigned a pre-incremented value of n1, and to n3 we assigned a value using expression wherein n1 is post incremented and n2 is pre-decremented. So let's try to guess the output, what it will look like. I'm sure you'll be able to guess it, and let's take a look. So n1 we have assigned a value of 100, so n1 is 100, and in the later stage we assign a pre-incremented value of n1 to n2. So n1 first becomes 101, and then n2 is also assigned 101, because according to the definition of pre-increment operator, the value is incremented first and then assigned or used in an expression. Now let's take a look at n3. So for n3 we have an expression we are using arithmetic operator for this particular expression, and we have two operands. Now the first operand is n1 with a post increment operator. So according to the definition of post increment operator, the value is used in an expression first. So n1 has the value of 101. So 101 will be used over here first, and then it will be incremented. So n1 will be incremented to 102, and then we'll use the arithmetic operator plus, and then we'll go to the second operand, which is n2, and the value of n2 is 101 over here, but we are using a pre-decrement operator, and according to the definition of pre-decrement operator, the value is decremented first and then it is used in an expression. So 101 will become 100 over here, and since we are using it on n2, the value of n2 will also become 100 over here, and this expression will be evaluated then, so it will become 201. So the output that we'll get is 102, 100, 100 and 201. So let's run this code and see whether we are correct. And that's the output that we get. It's 102, 100 and 201. So we did a good job of predicting the output. And we also understood how pre and post increment decrement operators are used in an expression. So the next thing that I wanted to showcase you in this lecture is how these operators work in println statements. So I'll create a third class over here, or I'll create a fourth class. I'm sorry, we already created the third one. So fourth main class, and I will first define a public static void main. I'll first define a main method over here. Now the goal of this particular class is to show you how increment decrement operators work in println statement. So what I'll do is I will create a variable x and I'll assign it a certain value, and I'll try printing the value of x by using pre and post increment decrement operators in different println statements. Okay, I'll type in integer x is equal to 100, and I'll write a system.out.println statement value of x, and I'll use pre-increment operator over here, and I'll assign it plus x. I'll just copy paste this, and I'll make it x minus minus, which is the post decrement operator we are using, and I'll write one more println statement wherein I'll just print the real value of x. So you want to guess what the output of this will look like. So let's try guessing this. So I'll just write some commented code over here. So x is assigned a value of 100. Initial value is 100, and then it's pre-incremented, which means it's printed first. It's incremented first. I'm sorry, and then printed. So which means 101 is printed first. Now the value of x is also 101. Okay, and the next line is post decrement operator. So the value of x is printed first and then it's decremented. So x becomes 100 now because this is post decrement operator, and then the value of x is just printed, so 100 is printed. So the output is 101, 101, 100. Let's see whether we are correct. Let's run this code. Yes, so it's 101, 101, 100. So we are absolutely correct. And this is how increment decrement operators work in println statement. So let's summarize this lecture. So in this lecture, we understood what are the types of increment and decrement operators. So increment operators are of two types: pre-increment, post-increment, and decrement operators are of two types: pre-decrement and post-decrement. And we took a look at some of the examples that helped us understand each of these better. We also understood how a pre and post increment decrement operators work in expressions and with println statements. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about some of the facts about increment and decrement operators that you should know. By the end of this lecture you will be well versed with these facts, and we will also be taking a look at each one of them with the help of an example. So let's get started. So the first fact is we can use increment and decrement operators only with variables but not with constants. This means that the increment and decrement operators works only with variable. So if you have assigned a value of 100 to x, then you can use increment and decrement operator on x, but you cannot use increment and decrement operator directly on 100. So let me show this to you with the help of an example. So I have hopped on to our IDE, and within the same project increment and decrement operators I have created a class called facts, and I will create a variable over here which is assigned a value of 100, and you can see that integer y I'll assign and I'll use a pre-increment operator over here. Okay, so this is perfectly valid code, but if I declare a variable z and I try to do plus plus 100, I'll immediately get a compile time error which says that variable is expected. So you cannot use increment decrement operator on the constant, which is 100 is a constant over here. This is valid even for system.out.println statement, value of z x, and then I'll use 100 minus minus. So again I'll get a compile time error saying variable expected. But if I replace this with x, the code compiles fine. So this is the first fact, that we can use increment decrement operators only with variables but not with constants. The second fact says the nesting of increment and decrement operators is not allowed. So let me show this to you with the help of an example. So I've hopped on to our ID, and let's say I want to assign a value of z, but I want to nest it. So basically nesting is done this way. So you are using a pre-increment operator, but you are using it twice on x. So you first pre-incremented it, and then outside the parenthesis or outside the brackets you are again incremented it. So this is again not valid, guys. The reason is you know how pre-increment operator works. Like, the value is first incremented, so this expression is first evaluated over here, which is selected part only, and this becomes 101, and then this increment operator is applied on 101, and according to the fact number 1, the increment decrement operators don't work on constant. So this is not a valid code. Even if you use any decrement operator, it's not a valid code, because this has to be a variable over here. Like, you can't nest it. It goes for all the combinations. Okay, so nesting of increment decrement operators is not allowed, and you get a compile time error. We can use increment and decrement operators with normal variables but not with final variables. So let me show this to you. So let me tell you what final variables are. So variables in Java can be declared with the final keyword, and the variable that are declared with the final keyword are constants, and the value cannot be reassigned. So let me create a variable over here. So it's integer temp I have created. It's a temporary variable, and I've assigned it 10. Okay. Now to make this variable final, I have to just write final keyword over here. So by writing final keyword, this variable becomes a final variable, and its value can never change. Like, it can be assigned only once, like it cannot be reassigned. So final variables are typically useful in programs wherein you want to declare some constants. Like, for example, if you are building a banking app, the interest rate that is offered by the bank is constant. Also, if you are writing a software program and if you want to define a value of pi, so the value of pi is 3.14, and that is constant, it never changes. So such type of declarations are done using the final keyword. And if you try to reassign temp, like if I try to reassign 11, I'll immediately get an error that you cannot assign a value to final variable temp. So it's a constant. So rule says that we can use increment decrement operators with normal variables but not with final variables. So if I try to use increment decrement operator with temp, I'll immediately get an error, and the error is cannot assign a value to final variable temp. The reason for this is whenever you increment or decrement a value, okay, the value of the variable changes. So here we used plus plus x, which means the value of x became 101. But according to the rule of final variable, you cannot change the value of that particular variable, and hence using increment and decrement operators on final variables is not allowed. So I hope that's clear. The next fact says we can apply increment decrement operators for every primitive type except Boolean. So increment decrement operators won't work for Boolean. Let me show this with an example to you. So I will first create a Boolean variable, Boolean p is equal to true, and I'll just use increment decrement operator on the same, and you'll get an error. It says operator plus plus cannot be applied to Boolean. Same goes for decrement operator. Operator minus minus cannot be applied to Boolean, because increment decrement operators are used to increment and decrement value that is assigned to that particular variable. But over here, only true and false can be assigned to the Boolean variable, and hence it's very illogical to use increment decrement operators with a Boolean type. So these are some of the facts of increment decrement operators. So in this lecture we understood some of the facts that are associated with increment decrement operators, and we also understood them with the help of an example. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back. So let's understand what are relational operators. Okay, so relational operators are used to compare two operands, okay, and return a Boolean value. So the output after using the relational operator is always a Boolean value, because they are more of comparison operators. Okay, so this first one is equal to, this one is not equal to, this is greater than, this is less than, this is greater than equal to, and this is less than equal to. So let's see how to use each one of them. Okay, so I'll just go over here. Okay, I'll type in over here arithmetic. Okay, I'll copy this and I'll paste this over here, and I'll make it relational operators. Okay, so I'll just type in system.out.println and we'll start using our first relational operator. Now over here, a, I'll use this as a equal to p. Okay, and I'll just run this code. Okay, so this should ideally return false. So there you go. So I'll tell you what equal to operator does. Okay, so equal to operator compares both the operands over here on the right hand side and on the left hand side, and it returns true if both the operands are equal to each other. If they are not equal to each other, it will return false. Like in this case, a is not equal to b, since the value of a is 10 and b is 20, hence it returned false. Okay, if a and b are equal, it will return true. Okay, so this is how equal to operator works. Okay, let's talk about not equal to operator. So I'll just press command D and I'll duplicate this. Let's see, not equal to operator in execution. I'll run this code. This will ideally return true. There you go. So what not equal to operator does is it compares both the operands, okay, and returns true if both the operands are not equal to each other. Okay, if they are equal to each other, like if a is equal to 10 and if b is also equal to 10, then this will return a false. Okay, let's understand the next one, which is greater than and less than. So I'll just make a duplicate of this, I'll just write this greater than, I'll duplicate this again, I'll just write this less than, okay. So what greater than operator does is it compares both the operands, okay, and returns true if the value of the operand on the left hand side, this one in our case, is greater than the value of the operand on the right hand side. So in our case, A is actually not greater than B, so it will return false, okay. And less than operator works completely reverse of this, so it will return true in this case if B is greater than A, which is true in our case, right? So I'll just run this example. So the greater than operator should return false and the less than operator should return true over here, and there you go, you see this, okay. Now we'll understand what is greater than equal to and what is less than equal to, okay. So I'll just make a duplicate of this, okay. We are understanding what a greater than equal to, okay, greater than equal to, and I'll run this code, okay. So in our case, A is not greater than equal to B because A is neither greater than B, A is neither equal to B. So this is how greater than equal to operator works. It compares the operand on the left hand side and checks whether the operand on the left hand side is greater than or equal to the operand on the right hand side. If it satisfies the condition, it returns true, else it returns false, which is false in our case. So I'll just duplicate this line again and I'll just do the reverse of this. The reverse of this is less than equal to, which is exactly reverse of greater than equal to, okay, over here. And this should return true in our case because you guessed it right, B is greater than equal to A in our case because B is 20 and 20 is greater than 10, okay. So it turns out to be true, okay. So that's about relational operators, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. So let's now understand what are logical operators. Logical operators are three, okay, which are AND, this is OR, and this is NOT. So I'll tell you how logical operators work. So logical operators work on Boolean operands, okay. So let me demonstrate this with an example, okay. So what I'll do is I'll just write a println statement. I'll just write and, okay, and what we'll do is we'll write true because our operand has to be Boolean, true and false, okay. So for AND operator to return true, both the operands must be true, okay. So I'll run this. So both the operands must be true, but both the operands are not true in our case, so this will ideally return false. I'll just run it to show you guys. So this is executing and there you go, it returned false, okay. So what I'll do is I'll replace this with an expression. So I'll get this expression from here. So this statements are over here, like relational operators return Boolean values, okay, and we can use these expressions as operands with our logical operators, okay. So what I'll do is I'll copy this over here, this one, okay, and I will take this second one over here, which is A not equal to B, okay. So this one returns false, okay, and A not equal to B returns true, okay. So the output of this expression will be false because one of the operand is false. So what happens is when you execute this when Java executes this line of code, it first calculates the value of this, which is false. Then it gets this, which is true, and then it evaluates both the operands, which is false and true, with the AND operator and returns the false. So I'll just run this example to show you guys, and there you go, it's false. Okay, so it will return true if both the operands are true. So we'll take over here A is less than B, okay, over here, so it returns true, and this one is the second operand is also true. So I'll just run this. Now it should return true. The program is running, and there you go, you see true over here. Okay, so this is how AND operator works. Okay, let's talk about OR operator. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this statement. I'll write here OR. Now for OR operator to return true, either of the operands should be true, which is not the case in AND. So in AND, both the operands have to be true for AND operator to return true. But in OR operator, either of the operands have to be true for the output to be true. So in our case, both the operands are true. Okay, so it will definitely return true. I'll just run it and I'll show you guys. Okay, so there you go. Since both the operands are true, it returned true. But I'll reverse this case and it becomes false. I'll just run it. Okay, it will still return true because one of the operands is true over here in our case. Okay, now for OR operator to return false, both the operands have to be false. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this statement and we'll talk about NOT operator. Okay, so over here, NOT operator works on only one operand. Okay, so this is how NOT operator works. Okay, so this expression over here returns false. Now what NOT operator will do is, NOT operator will do reverse of this. So false will become true. Okay, so I'll just run this. Okay, to show you guys. So this is executing, and there you go, you see true. So here A is greater than B is false, and after applying NOT operator, it reverses the Boolean value from false to true. Okay, so that is how this works. Okay, hey guys, welcome back. Let's now talk about assignment operators. Okay, so the first assignment operators is equal to symbol. Okay, which we have used multiple times till now. Okay, so you can see like over here we have used, over here we have used in declaration. Okay, so we have also used in previous programs. Okay, so what equal to operator tells Java is to assign the value mentioned on the right hand side into left hand side. So left hand side we have variable. So ideally what it does is it takes 10 and places it into this variable A. Okay, so that is what the function of equal to operator. So let's talk about how this operator is used. So this operator is used something like A plus equal to B. Now let's understand what is this. Okay, so A plus equal to P. Okay, we'll write in over here and we'll just print the value of A over here. Okay, so what this statement is, this statement is equivalent of or shortcut of A is equal to A plus B. This is what it exactly does. Okay, so 10 plus 20, and which is the result is 30, and 30 will be sitting in A. So when we actually run the program, we will be seeing 30 as the output. There you go. Okay, I didn't leave this equal to sign. I'll run it again. Okay, this looks concatenated. Okay, and there you go. So you see A plus equal to B is equal to 30. Okay, and works the same way for the rest of the operators as well, like minus equal to, multiply equal to, divide equal to, and mod equal to. So if you do over here, let's say multiply equal to, okay, and you write in multiply over here, and I'll just run it. Finally, the value in A will be 200. There you go. So what this actually does is A is equal to A into B over here, and works the same way for minus, multiplication, division, and mod. Okay, so I won't be demonstrating this this one with minus, multiplication, and division and mod. So you guys can try it yourself and let me know how it went. Okay. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about implicit typecasting. By the end of this lecture you will have a better understanding of what is implicit typecasting, how it is performed, and we will also be taking a look at the possible conversions and some of the examples that will help us understand this concept even better. So let's get started. So let's take a look at this example. Do you think this is a valid Java program? In this program, I have created a class ABC, a main method. I have created a byte variable over here, and I have assigned it 100 as a value, and then I am assigning this byte to integer, and I am then printing this integer. So we are assigning byte, which is of the smaller type, to integer, which is a little bit larger than byte. The size of byte is 1 byte and the size of int is 4 byte. So what do you think? This is a valid program? Yes, it is 100% valid. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's try out this program. So what I'll do is I will create a Java class. Okay, so this is the class that we are creating over here, implicit first. I'll immediately define a main method, and then I'll define a byte variable. Byte b is equal to 100 we assign, and integer I is equal to b. Okay, and we'll print in value of b, or value of I, I'm sorry. So you see we are not getting any compile time error. This is a perfect valid program as per the compiler. Let's see the output when I run it. So you see the output here as 100. So this is a perfectly valid program. So let me explain to you what happened internally. So here we assigned a data type of a smaller type to larger type. So b is of a small type and integer is of large type. Byte type of value was automatically promoted to int type since we assigned it to an integer. Byte here has a smaller size than that of int. Byte is of 1 byte and int is of 4 bytes. Since the size of the target data type is large, we did not have any error on assignment. And this is known as implicit typecasting in Java, where the value of the smaller data type is assigned and converted to the value type of the bigger data type. So let's hop on to our PPT and let's see some of the points that we have to remember in case of implicit typecasting. So implicit typecasting is performed when smaller data type is assigned to a variable of a larger data type. Implicit typecasting is performed always by the compiler and not by the JVM. Since the range of the smaller data type is within the range of the larger data type, there is no loss of information in this typecasting. This is also known as widening or upcasting. So these are some of the points that you are supposed to remember in case of implicit typecasting. It is known as implicit typecasting because this promotion of the value from one data type to another, like from byte to int, is done implicitly by the compiler, and there is no explicit intervention required, and hence it is known as implicit typecasting. Here are the possible conversions that can be done with the help of implicit typecasting. So byte can be assigned to short, short can be assigned to int can be assigned to long, long to float, and float to double. You can also skip the queue here from, like, you can assign byte to int, int to float, and so on. And also you can assign char to int, but you can't go reverse here in case of implicit typecasting. So these are the possible conversions that you can keep in mind. So let me show you one more example over here wherein I assign an integer variable to a double type. So int I1 is equal to 100, or I'll make it 200 now, and I'll create a double variable, okay, and I'll assign it I1, and then I'll just print this. So I'll just copy this line and I'll print in I1, and I'll write a value of I1, and I'll just run this code. Let's see what the output looks like. I'm sorry, actually I'm supposed to print in D and not I1. So I'll change this to D and I'll run this again. There you see the output. So you see a decimal there. So this int type is automatically converted to double over here as per the rules. So int is converted to double, and we skip long and float. Let me show you one more example in terms of char, like how assignment with char to int works, the conversion between int to char works. So I'll create a char variable, char c is equal to, I'll just call it a simply, I'll assign a, and then I'll create a integer variable, and I'll make it c1 is equal to c, and I'll then just print the value of c1. So you come over here, you print it c1 and c1, and then you run the code. What do you think will be the output? So there you see the output. You see the output is of a 97, and the reason you get 97 is because internally the value of a is converted when you assign it to the int. It's converted to its ASCII code, which is nothing but 97. So if you want to see all the possible ASCII values of all the characters, you can hop on to this website called ascitable.com, and it has a list of all the values along with the ASCII code. So basically null has the value of 0, SOH has the value of 1, and all so on. Like basically you can see different types, different values. Space has 32, exclamation has 33. So if you see over here, a character a has 97, and that is why you saw 97 getting printed over here. So that's about how implicit typecasting from char to int works. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is implicit typecasting and what are some of the points that you need to keep in mind with respect to implicit typecasting. We also took a look at what are the possible conversions where implicit typecasting is performed. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about explicit typecasting in Java. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of what is explicit typecasting in Java, how it is done, and we will also be taking a look at some of the things that you are supposed to keep in mind while doing explicit typecasting, and what are the possible conversions where explicit typecasting can be performed. So let's get started. So let's take a look at this code. What do you think about this code? Like, is this a valid Java program? So here we have a class ABC, we have a method main, then we have created an int variable, we have assigned it 100, and then we are trying to assign this integer to byte, and then we are printing the value of the byte variable. What do you think? So let's hop on to our IDE and let's try to understand if this is the valid code. So I already have created a project over here called explicit typecasting, and I will create a class over here, explicit typecasting. This is a class that we created, and now I'll define the main method, and I'll type in the exact same program that we just saw on my presentation over here. So it's going to be integer x is equal to 100, and byte b is equal to x, and so you see that I'm getting a compile time error over here, value of b, and we will print b. So this is a code that we were discussing over here, and you see over here that we are seeing a red line. It's because we are trying to assign a value of a larger data type to a variable of a smaller data type. So int over here is of a larger range and has a larger size than that of byte. Implicit typecasting, we were assigning byte to int, but here we are assigning int to byte. So integer has a size of 4 bytes and byte has size of 1 byte. So integer is definitely larger than byte, and so compiler is telling us that this is incompatible types. Now why is it telling you that? So now implicit typecasting is not performed in this case for the same reason, because integer is of larger size than that of byte. Since there is a possibility of loss of information, since larger data type has a larger range than that of the smaller data type, and hence this is also a reason why implicit typecasting is not performed. However, if we as a programmer are sure that there will be no possible loss of information and value always be in the range of target data type, then we can perform explicit typecasting. And to do explicit typecasting, you have to add data type post the assignment operator. So what you have to do is, post the assignment operator, you have to type in the data type of the target type. So target type is byte. I'll type in byte over here, and this is how we do explicit typecasting. So this is not implicitly done because the size of the target variable is smaller than that of the variable that is assigned, and that is why we are getting an error. And hence, to do explicit typecasting, we have to explicitly mention that please convert this data type to byte, and I am sure I'm totally fine with any possible loss of value over here, and I know that I'm assigning a value of a larger data type to that of smaller data type, and the compiler error goes away over here. So let's run this code and let's see the output. So you see the output as 100, but if you try to put in the value which is far more larger than what byte can hold, you will get incorrect value over here, because there will be loss of value, since there will be loss of precision, there will be loss of value, because you are trying to assign a data type of a larger type to that of a smaller one. So let's hop on to our presentation and let's talk about the points that you need to keep in mind while doing explicit typecasting. So explicit typecasting is performed when value of a larger data type is assigned to a variable of a smaller data type. Explicit typecasting is always performed by the programmer. So you see in our example, we had to explicitly mention, so the programmer has to explicitly mention that convert this to the target data type, and this is not automatically done like in implicit typecasting. This is also known as narrowing or downcasting. So this is another term that is being used for explicit typecasting. Now these are the possible conversions that can be done through explicit typecasting. So you can convert double to float, float to long, long to int, short, and then byte, and you can convert int to char. So this is completely possible in case of explicit typecasting. Okay. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is explicit typecasting and how it is done. We also took a look at what are the possible conversions in explicit typecasting, and what are the points that you need to keep in mind while doing explicit typecasting. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about types of assignment statements in Java. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of what are the different types of assignment in Java, and we will also take a look at each one of them with the help of an example, which will help us understand them even better. So let's get started. So there are three types of assignment statements in Java: simple assignment, chained up assignment, and compound assignment. So what is simple assignment? So we have already used a simple assignment multiple times till now. So let me hop on to our IDE. So here I have already created a project called types of assignment, and I already have a main class called main class. So what is simple assignment? So we have already used simple assignment quite a few times till now, and this is what it looks like. So integer x is equal to 10. So this is an example of simple assignment wherein the value on the right is assigned to the variable on the left, integer y, and y is equal to 200. This is also a type of simple assignment. So we can have a value on the right hand side, or you can have a variable. It doesn't matter, but the value of the variable or the constant, it sits in the variable on the left hand side, and that is nothing but simple assignment. Let's talk about the second type, which is chained assignment. So what is chained assignment? So chained assignment is a type of assignment that is done to assign single value to multiple variables at once. So for example, if I delete this and if I create integer a, b, c, d. Now I have created 4 variables a, b, c, d, and I have to assign a single value to all of them. Now one way is to do it separately for all of them, like a is equal to 100, then b is equal to 100, etc., and so on. You can write in, or else you can use this concept of chained assignment, wherein you can write a is equal to b is equal to c is equal to d is equal to 100. Now when you do this, 100 is assigned to all the variables declared over here, which is a, b, c, d, and if you try to print it a, so let me show you what the output looks like. Let me show what a and b, what values do a and b have. So let's run our code. So there you see both are assigned 100. Even if you print c and d, you will get 100 as the output. That's because we have used the concept of chained assignment to initialize all of them at once. When using chain assignment, you have to keep in mind that you cannot use chain assignment during the declaration of the variables. So for example, if you notice over here, I created the variable first, I declared the variable first, and then in the next line I used chain assignment, but I cannot use both of them together. For example, it cannot be integer x is equal to y is equal to z is equal to 400. Like this will give me an error. So this is not a valid statement. So in order to use chained assignment, the variables have to be declared at once, okay, and then we can use chained assignment to perform the initialization. So that's about chained assignment, guys. So let's talk about the third one, which is compound assignment. So whenever we use assignment operator with some other operator to initialize value, it is known as compound assignment. So for example, let me delete this code. So let me create a variable a and let me initialize it with 20. So now if I use assignment operator with any other operator, which is 30, to initialize a, then this is known as compound assignment. So let me print and show you the output. So ideally a should have 50. So a has the value of 50 because we have initialized it with 20, and then we used the addition operator, plus operator, to add 30 to it, and we did it with the help of an, so this assignment is done with the help of an operator, and that is why this is known as compound assignment. So whenever you use any other operator with the assignment operator, it is known as compound assignment. Now there is a point to remember about compound assignment. So whenever you use compound assignment, implicit typecasting is automatically performed. Now let me explain this to you with the help of a scenario. Okay, so what I'll do is I will create a byte variable and then I'll try to increment the value. Okay, p is equal to p plus 1, and you will get an error over here. It will say required byte but found int. So in order for this code to work, you have to perform a typecasting. So if you perform explicit typecasting, this code will definitely work, because the output that you get from this expression p plus 1 is of the integer type and byte is smaller to hold it. But in case of compound assignment, like if you use a compound assignment over here, b plus is equal to 1, then there is no need to do typecasting, because typecasting is automatically done by this particular operator. So this statement that we wrote is equivalent to b is equal to b plus 1. Okay, but in this particular case we had to do typecasting, but if we use compound assignment, there is no need to do typecasting because internal typecasting is automatically done and the value is assigned to the variable on the left hand side. So this is about compound assignment. So let's summarize. So there are three types of assignment statements in Java. One is simple assignment, chained assignment, and compound assignment. And in this lecture, we took a look at each one of them with the help of an example. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about conditional operator or ternary operator in Java. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of what this operator is, how you can use it, and what are the things that you are supposed to keep in mind while using this operator. So let's get started. So there are different types of operators in Java depending on the number of operands. So first one is unary operators. These are operators which take only one operand. So operators like increment operator, decrement operator are unary operators since they operate on one operand only. Then there is binary operator. These are operators which take two operands, and operators like plus, minus, divide are binary operators since they operate on two operands. Then we have ternary operator, and these are operators which take three operands, and there is only one ternary operator in Java, which is also known as conditional operator. So what is ternary operator? So ternary operator is the combination of a question mark and a colon being used, and this is known as a ternary operator in Java. Now this is what the syntax of ternary operator looks like. So we have a Boolean expression here. Along with this Boolean expression, we have a true expression and a false expression. So this Boolean expression is first evaluated, and if this condition is true, then this true expression is evaluated, but if this condition is false, then false expression is evaluated. So this is similar to an if statement. So if else, like if this is true, then evaluate this particular expression. If this is not true, then evaluate this particular expression. So let me show this to you with the help of an example in our IDE. So I have already created a project over here called ternary operator, and I will go ahead and create a class over here. I'll call it main class, and then let's define a public static void main method. Now we'll write a sample program using ternary operator to find the largest of two values. So it will be a simple program which will help us understand the working of this operator. I will create two variables, integer a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20, and I'll create max, integer max is equal to, and now here I'll use the ternary operator. So according to the syntax, it says Boolean expression, then question mark, then true expression, and colon, and then false expression. So we'll write in if a is greater than B, then return A, else return B. So this particular true expression and false expression can be a value itself. Like if you just want to return a value and if you don't want to perform any calculation, you can just mention that particular value itself. So there's no problem in that. So here what we are doing is we are evaluating this condition is if A is greater than B, and if this is true, it will return A, and if this is false, we'll return B. Okay, and we'll do system.out.println and we'll print the value of max over here. So we'll run this particular code. The output should ideally be 20. So that is what you see. The output is 20 and it returned the largest value out of 2. So how it worked is the Boolean expression was evaluated first, like is A greater than B, and obviously A is not greater than B, A is smaller than B. So this expression was evaluated to false, and since this is false, B was returned. We had used this operator such that if this expression is false, then you have to return B, because we were evaluating is A greater than B. Okay, and that's how this works. Now instead of this, you can also have an expression over here, like there's no issue in that, like you can have A plus 0. So this will return I'm just writing A plus 1, let's say, for example, or you can have B plus 1. So it can be either a value or it can be an expression. I'll just run this code. You'll see it incremented by 1. You will see 21 as the output ideally. So there you go. You see the output as 21. So this is how ternary operator is used in Java. The benefit of ternary operator is it simplifies a lot of code. So to find out the largest of two values, you can also use if else statement, like if A is greater than B, then return A, then print A, or else you can print B. So if else can also be used, but you can also use ternary operator and it simplifies the code a lot. Like you can just write the entire code in one statement. Now there are some points that you should keep in mind about ternary operator. So ternary operators can be nested also. So let's say, for example, let me show this to you with the help of an example. Let me write some code over here. So max is equal to, I'll write 10 greater than 20. This is the Boolean expression that we are evaluating, and then if this is greater than 20, then you can return 40, or else we can write one more ternary operator expression, which is if 50 greater than 60, then you throw 90, else throw 100. So you see this statement that we have written. This is one ternary operator over here, okay, and this is one ternary operator over here that we are using. So let's print the output and let's see what it looks like. So max. So ideally the output would be like, so we'll see, like, is 10 greater than 20? No, it's not greater than 20. So we go to this particular expression over here, and then we'll see, like, is 50 greater than 60? No. So 50 is not greater than 60. So 100 is printed as the output. So let's see what the output looks like. So there you see 100 is the output, and that's coming from the second ternary operator. So that's about ternary operator, guys. So let's summarize. So in this lecture we understood what is ternary operator, and we understood this well with the help of an example, and we also took a look at what are different types of operators in Java based on the number of operands it operates with. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back, and in this lecture we are going to talk about how to accept input from the user and make your program interactive. So let's get started, guys. So I have already created a new project called user input, okay, and I have created a main class called user input main, okay, and user input main has a main method. To accept input from the user, Java offers a class called a scanner class, okay, and using that scanner class you can accept integer, float, strings, double, long, etc. So I'll just start by writing the syntax of how to use the scanner class to accept input from the user, okay. So first we'll type in the class name scanner, okay, and we will create the object of the scanner class, new scanner, okay, and we'll put in a semicolon. Now it's throwing a red line over here, okay. So the constructor of the scanner class takes standard input stream as the input over here, okay. Now how do you mention standard input stream over here? So by mentioning system.in over here, okay. So this is how you mention the standard input stream, and I'll also tell you what standard input stream is in a while, okay. I will just create a string over here, okay, string, and I'll just type in like first string, okay, and I'll start by using the scanner object sc dot. Now the moment you put in dot, okay, it shows you the list of methods that the scanner class accepts, okay. So we will be using this next line method over here, okay, and I'll press an enter, okay, and I will do system.out.println you entered, okay, and I'll put in first str, okay, and I will run this program over here. So the program got executed, okay, and it opened the output console over here, okay. Now this console over here is actually standard input stream that we have given as an input to the scanner class, okay, and this input stream went as an input to the scanner class, okay, and when this line of code got executed, like sc dot next line, the program is waiting for us to enter the input over here. So I'll just type in my name over here, okay, Faisal, and I'll just press in enter, okay. Now the moment I press in enter, scanner class dot next line reads the next line, okay, that you entered over here. So the moment you press enter after typing in anything, okay, that particular line gets read over here and it is assigned to first str, which is the variable, string variable that we created over here, okay, and we are simply printing this string variable over here. So this is an example of how you can accept a string input using the scanner class, okay, and print it on the console, okay. I will go ahead and I will start accepting integers as well. So int a is equal to, I will put in sc dot, okay, next int. So it's giving us in the suggestion that type in next int, okay. I'll just press enter and I'll put in semicolon, okay. Now I'll print in the value of integer variable a, okay. So you entered a, okay, and I will just execute this program, okay. So the program got executed, it's waiting for us to put in the input over here, okay. So I will just type in hello Java. Now the moment I press in enter over here, it assigns it to the first str, okay, and now it's again waiting for us to enter an integer. So I will put in 5 and I'll press enter. The moment you press enter, it assigns 5 or whatever integer you entered to the variable a, and as per our program, variable a prints it on the screen, okay. So this is how, guys, you can accept values from the console, okay. And let me also tell you that scanner class has many other methods, okay. It has next, okay, so it accepts decimal, it accepts integer, it accepts boolean, it accepts byte, it accepts double, float, okay. So these are all the values that scanner class can accept over here, okay. And so I'll also write in a demo interactive program, okay, to give you a better understanding of the scanner class. So I will just comment this code over here, okay, and so we'll write a program which asks user its name, okay, and it will ask users its age, okay, and it will greet the users, okay. So I'll start by typing in system.out.println, okay, hello, what's your name, okay, and I will type in string name is equal to sc dot next line. So we haven't created the scanner class, that is the reason why it's throwing the error. So I'll also create a scanner class, scanner sc is equal to new scanner, okay, and I'll give system dot in as the input over here, okay, and now once we have accepted the name of the user, I'll go ahead and greet him hello, okay, and I will type in user's name, so which is name over here, okay, and now next step I will ask him what is his age, okay, so I'll just type in what's, or I'll ask him how old are you, okay. Now whatever user enters, I will accept it in this particular variable integer which is age, and it is sc dot next int, I put in semicolon, and I'll again type in system.out.println you are age plus years old, okay, and I'll go ahead and I will run this particular program, okay. So let's see the output. So there you see the output, it's asking you hello, what's your name, okay, I type in John, okay, the moment I press in enter, it gives this particular value to name, okay, and the system prints in hello John, okay, and that is what you see over here, okay. Also the next line gets printed how old are you, okay, I just put in like 25, okay, and I press enter. The moment you press enter, 25 is assigned to the variable age, and as per our instructions or the program, this particular statement is printed you are 25 years old, okay. So this is how guys you create interactive programs in Java, okay. In programming world you will often encounter scenarios wherein like you have to be interactive and you have to ask values or inputs from the user, and based on the input that the user has given you, you will go ahead and execute the program, okay. Now a real world scenario of this is a ATM machine. So whenever you guys go to an ATM machine, it first asks you, yeah, like what is your PIN, it will ask you the amount you would like to withdraw, and it will ask you different set of questions, and based on the input that you guys have given to that particular machine or to that particular software, it will process the instructions. So this is how interactive programs are built in Java, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this particular lecture. See you guys in the next class. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back, and in this lecture we are going to write a program to swap two variables, okay, using a third variable, okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to accept two variables from the user, okay, and we are going to interchange the values. So we'll have two variables a and b, okay. So if a has 10 and b has 20, we will swap the values, okay, so that a holds 20 and b holds 10, okay, and we will do this with the help of a third variable. So let's get started, guys. So I have already created a sample project over here called swap variables, okay. I will go ahead to the src folder and I'll create a class over here, okay, that says swap main, okay. I'll press in enter. So start by typing in a main method, okay, public static void main, okay. Now so I'll just write in swap two variables using so to start with, I will first declare three variables over here, okay. So integer a, b and integer temp, okay. So we missed a comma over here, okay. So a will be our first variable, b will be our second variable, and temp will be our temporary variable which we will be used to swap the values of A and B. So I'll start by writing it a system.out.println statement. Okay, enter two values to swap. Okay, and I will create a scanner class over here. Okay, sc is equal to new scanner system.in. Okay, I'll press in semicolon. Okay, and I'll assign A the first value that the user enters, sc.nextInt. Okay, and I will assign B the next value that user enters, sc.nextInt. Okay, okay, and so we will begin the swapping process over here. So what I'll do is I'll first take the value of A, assign it to the temp. Okay, so I'll take temp and I'll assign the value of A to the temp. Okay, and I will assign A the value of B. Okay, and I will assign B the value of temp. Okay, so it's pretty simple. What we did over here is we first took the value of A, assigned it to temp, then we took the value of B, we assigned it to A. So the value that we had in A is now overridden by the value that we had in B. Okay, and then once the B value was assigned to A, we assigned the temp value to B. Okay, so this is the logic of swapping two variables, okay, with the help of a third variable. Okay, and then I'll just print in value of first variable is, okay, and I'll print in the value of A. Okay, and then I'll duplicate this line and I'll go and type in second variable is B. We'll go ahead and we'll run this program and we'll see what the output looks like. Okay, I will hide this project explorer over here. Okay, so the program is asking me to enter two values to swap. Okay, so I entered 10 and then I entered 20 and I pressed enter. Okay, so the value of the first variable is 20 now and the value of the second variable is 10. So the value actually got swapped. Okay, so you entered 10, you assigned it to first variable over here. You entered 20, you assigned it to the second variable over here. Okay, and then you actually swapped the values over here using this particular logic. Okay, and then you printed both the variables to see the swapped values. So A actually holds 20 now and B holds 10. Okay, so this is how you swap the values of two variables using a third variable, guys. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed this lecture. If you guys have any questions, please reach out to me. Okay, thanks for watching, guys. See you guys in the next class. Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, we will be understanding what are conditional statements. So when you are programming, you will always encounter situations wherein you want to skip certain part of a code based on certain conditions, or you may want to execute some part of the code based on certain condition. So Java offers something called as conditional statements. One of the conditional statements is if-else statement. So we'll start by writing our first if statement. Okay, so I'll start with if keyword. We'll write a condition over here. Okay, so this is how you write a if statement. It starts with if keyword, and within brackets you mention the condition that you want to evaluate, and based on the result of this particular condition, the code in between these two braces will be executed. We're talking about code over here. Okay, so if this condition holds true, we are telling Java that execute this code. If this condition holds false, Java will automatically skip the code that you have written here. Okay, so let's take an example. Let's assume that you are building a website and you don't want people under 13 years of age to sign up on the website. Okay, so we'll just write a program for same. Okay, so to start with, we'll define our variable called age, wherein like we'll be storing the age of the
user. So over here I'll be taking the age as 18. I'll define it over here, and we'll be checking if age is greater than 13, print welcome to my website. Okay, so what we did over here is we defined a variable called age, wherein we are storing the age of the user, and we are checking with this if statement if this age is greater than 13. If this age is greater than 13, Java will execute the code you wrote over here. Okay, so let's check it out. In this case, age is definitely greater than 13, and ideally Java should print welcome to my website. So we'll just right click, we'll run over here. Let's wait for the output. There you go, welcome to my website. Now if I make this age as 10, and if I run this program, this will automatically skip this particular statement. There you go. Java didn't execute statements mentioned between these two curly braces. Okay, so I'll be writing a statement over here. Let's say a println some feedback. Okay, so we are asking for some feedback over here. Okay, so this statement, which is outside the curly braces, is executed irrespective of this condition, because this is outside the if statement. Let's run this and check. Now I'll run this over here. So even though this condition is not getting satisfied, it's false, Java executed this line irrespective of the condition. Now even if this condition is true, Java will first execute this and it will then execute this. Let's check it out. So I'll run this. There you go. So we just wrote a program wherein, like, if this condition is true, we told Java to execute certain set of commands. Okay, now I want Java to execute certain set of commands if this condition is false, and that is when else statement comes handy. So you write else like this just after the if statement ends, and we'll write over here years of age. Okay, now what this else statement does is, if this condition holds false, code in the else statement gets executed. So this is how if statement, this is how if else works. Okay, we'll try it by running this program. Okay, so over here now the age is 18 and it's greater than 13, hence this condition got true and this statement was executed, and else part was skipped because the condition was true. Okay, and then Java directly printed this, please leave some feedback. Now I'll change and I'll make this condition as false. I'll right click, I'll run this. Okay, so ideally Java should now execute this part and it should print this. There you go. So Java just skipped the if condition, the code written in the if statement. Okay, and it just executed the code written in the else statement because the if condition is false as of now. So that's about if else statement, guys. If else statements are very handy when it comes to programming, because you will definitely encounter a lot of situations wherein, like, you want Java to execute a certain piece of code based on some conditions. So that's it, guys. See you guys in the next class. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about some of the facts about if-else statement in Java. By the end of this lecture you will have a better understanding of those facts, and you will also gain some clarity on if-else statements in Java. So let's get started. So the first fact that I would like to talk about is the condition in the if-else statement is always supposed to be Boolean. Now let's understand how if-else will behave in certain scenarios. So let's take a look at this example. So in this example we are defining x as 0. We are taking the condition as x basically. Okay, and we are printing hello world, and then we are printing hello Java. Let me hop on to our IDE and let's take a look at this example. So I have already created a project over here which has the main method defined and this code already pasted over here. Now if you take a look at this particular code, I am getting an error over here. So the compiler is telling me that it's an incorrect type or an incompatible type over here. This condition is supposed to be Boolean, but I have mentioned integer over here. So you see required Boolean found int, which means that if else statement, the condition in if else statement is always supposed to be Boolean. If you try to use a float or anything else, like if I try to use float over here, I'll again get an error. It will say required. So this is f float. So found float but required Boolean. If I remove f over here, I'll see required Boolean found double. So this is what it says basically. So the condition of if else statement is always supposed to be Boolean. Okay. So let's hop on to our presentation over here. So this is what this example 1 says. Let's take a look at the second example. So here we are not using a comparison operator, but we are using an assignment operator. After assignment, the value of x is 20. And if of 20 is a compile time error since it's not Boolean, and hence we will get a compile time error over here. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's take a look at this example. So here I'll create another class over here to illustrate that example. Example 2 I'll call it. And just to speed up the process, I'll just copy paste this code. And no, sorry, I'll just have that line and I'll do the assignment over here. X is equal to 20. So you see we are getting an error over here. It says required Boolean but found int, and it says this because the value of x becomes 20 after the assignment. So we are using an assignment operator over here and not the comparison operator. Okay, so there is a difference between assignment and comparison operator. Just to reiterate, the comparison operator is double equal to, and the assignment operator is the single equal to sign, wherein the value on the right hand side is assigned to the variable on the left hand side. So here the value of 20 is assigned to the variable x, and then x becomes 20. So if 20, then print hello world. And this is not a valid statement because if else statement always requires Boolean value to execute. So this is what the example 2 says. Let's take a look at the third example, wherein we are assigning 10 to the integer variable over here, and we are using an comparison operator to compare the value of x with 20. So is this a valid Java program? What do you guys think? So let's hop on to our IDE and see if this is a valid Java program. So what I'll do is I'll copy this example 2 file, I'll paste it as example 3, and now over here I'll assign 20 over here to x. I think we are assigning 20. No, we are assigning 10. So I've assigned 10, and here we have a comparison operator. So you can see over here that the error went away and we can actually execute this code. And this is because we are creating a variable, integer variable called x, and we are assigning it with the value of 10, and then we are evaluating x using the comparison operator against 20. So is x equal to 20? And this will be false because 10 is not equal to 20, and we are going to get false over here. Okay, so the statement becomes if false, then execute it. So basically we'll get hello Java as the output. Okay, so this is what the example 3 says. So in example 2 you could not execute the if else statement because you were using the assignment operator, but in example 3 you can execute the if else statement and the compile time error went away because you are using the comparison operator. Let's take a look at the example 4. So example 4 says we are creating a Boolean variable b and we are assigning it with the value true, and then we are taking a if else statement wherein within the if condition we are assigning false to the variable b. So after the assignment, the value over here in the condition is if false, right? Because b becomes false over here, and hence this is a perfectly valid statement. Okay, so whenever you are assigning a value within the condition of if else statement and that a variable is Boolean, then you won't get a compile time error because the end value or the end result is Boolean. So this is let's go 2 slides back, and this is the example 2 that we referred, wherein you were assigning a value to the integer variable, but this didn't compile. Okay, we got a compile time error because after assignment x became 20 and the condition became if 20, and which is not valid. But over here after assignment the value will become false and the statement will become if false, and this is a perfectly valid statement in Java since the condition over here is Boolean. So let's hop on to our IDE and let me show this to you with the help of an example. So I'll just select example 2 file over here, Control C and Control V, and I'll call it example 4. And this example 4 here we have Boolean p and then p is equal to false. So this is the example that we have written. Okay, this is pretty much same and similar. So you see we are not getting a compile time error over here, and the reason is something that I stated earlier, because post assignment the condition over here becomes false because we are assigning false to a Boolean variable, and hence it's not throwing an error because the value over here is false, right? And you can have a Boolean value in the place of the condition. So that's the reason why we are not getting any error. So let's hop on to our presentation and let's see the 5th example. So the 5th example here, we are creating a Boolean variable b and then we are comparing it with false. Okay, we are comparing b and false with the comparison operator. So in the previous example we were using the assignment operator. Here we are using the comparison operator. I'm sorry. So this code is also valid code because the output of this expression is Boolean. So let me hop on to our IDE and let me show this to you with the help of an example. So example 5, and Boolean b is equal to false and p is equal to false. Yes, so this is the example, and this expression over here that I'm selecting is evaluated to false because is evaluated to true, I'm sorry, because b is equal to false. Okay, so if statement will be like if true then execute. So basically you'll see hello world getting printed over here. So these were the various facts about if else statement. So let me summarize this for you. We'll hop on to our IDE. So let me talk about the example 1 over here. So in example 1 we declared a integer variable and we then used integer variable in the place of condition for if else statement, and we got this error, a compile time error. Okay, because this expression is evaluated to 0 and 0 is not a Boolean type. In example 2 we tried assigning 20 to the variable x which is of integer type. Now this expression was evaluated to 20 and the statement become if of 20, which is not the valid if else statement. In example 3 we created the variable x, we assigned it 20 and then we compared it with 20 using the comparison operator and not the assignment operator, and hence this expression was evaluated to Boolean, and because of which we didn't get any compile time error. And then we took a look at example 4, wherein we created a Boolean variable, we assigned true to it, and then we tried assigning the Boolean variable with false, and we didn't get a compile time error because this expression was evaluated to Boolean type. And then we took a look at example 5, wherein we did a comparison of a Boolean variable with a Boolean type, and the result was Boolean, of course, so we didn't get a compile time error. So these are some of the facts that you are supposed to keep in mind during the interviews, and this will help you appear more and more smarter during the interviews when interviewers are asking you questions around if-else statement. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to do a coding challenge to understand or to test our understanding of if-else statement. Okay, so let's get started. So we have to write a Java software for banks which allows users above 21 years of age to sign up and create an account. If the user is below 21 years of age, we don't have to allow them to create an account. So if the user is above 21 years, we have to print eligible. If the user is below 21 years of age, we have to print ineligible. And this is what the sample input and output will look like. So here we have to accept input from the user from the command line. Okay, and if the user types in 18, we say you are ineligible, or we print ineligible. If user gives an input of 33, we print in eligible. So it's simple. Yep. And we'll be using if-else statement for the same. So what you can do is you can pause the video right now, hop on to your IDE and try solving this challenge. And once you are done, you can come back here and take a look at the solution. Okay. So go ahead and pause this video right now. Thank you. So I hope you tried solving this challenge, and now it's time to take a look at the solution. So we will hop on to our IDE. Okay, and I have already created a project over here called coding challenge if else, and within src folder I'll create a main class. Okay, and I'll type in public static void main. Okay, over here now we have to first accept the input from the user. Okay, and then we have to use if else to determine this condition and to print the right output. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll start accepting the input from the user, and to do so we have to make use of the scanner class. Scanner sc is equal to new scanner system dot in. Okay, now I have to take the input from the user and store it in a variable. So I'll create a variable age, and I'll use the scanner object and use the function next int over here. Now I'll go ahead and write in the if statement over here. Okay, so if age is greater than 21, 21, I'll say system.out.println eligible, and if the age is less than 21, I'll print in ineligible. Okay, so that's our code, and I'll run this code over here. We'll try out sample input over here. So the first input is 18. I'll put in 18 and it should print ineligible. Okay, it does that. So our test has succeeded for one input. So what I'll do is I'll try making this code a little interactive. So I'll write in system.out.println, please enter your age. Okay, and I'll run this code again for our second sample input. Okay, So there you see it's asking me to enter the age. I'll put in 33 and it should print eligible. Yeah, so that's correct and we are getting the right output here. So I think we have solved our challenge over here. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, we'll be talking more on if-else statement. So we already understood what is if statement. We already understood what is if-else statement. So let's now talk about what are if-else if statement. So let's say in our example, we are not allowing people who are younger than 13 years of age to sign up on our website. And let's say if we want to start collecting email IDs of people who are now 13 years of age, because they will be able to sign up on this website from next year, that is when they will be 14 according to our condition. So here we want Java to evaluate one more condition wherein, like, if the age is equal to 13, then start collecting the email IDs. So let's see how we can achieve that with if-else if statement. So I'll start writing some code over here. So I'll just press enter. So here we have if statement, and now I'll be adding one more condition by writing else if statement, and I'll write a block. Okay, and our condition was if age is equal to 13, we will collect the email IDs. So this is how if-else if statement is written. Okay, so here, so Java will first check if this condition is true. If this is true, Java will execute this statement and exit this if-else if statement entirely and directly jump over here. If the first condition is false, then Java will check for the second condition to be true. If this holds true, Java will execute the code over here and it will directly exit if-else statement and execute the outer block. But if neither these two conditions are true, then Java will execute else statement and exit the if-else statement and directly execute this. So let's see the output of this program. I'll run this code. Okay, so the output that we got is you must be above 13 years of age, and that is because we have mentioned the age as 10. Now let's make the age as 20. Now once we make the age as 20, ideally this line of code should get executed, this should get printed, and this should get printed. So let's run it and see what happens. You should ideally see welcome to my website and please leave some feedback, and that is what we see. Now let's make this as 13. Now when we make it 13, this condition becomes false and Java skips this, and it will go over here and evaluate this condition, and this will be true, and hence Java will execute this line of code and exit if-else statement and directly execute this line. So we should ideally see, please provide us your email ID and then please leave us some feedback. So let's run and check if we are correct. There you go. So this is how if-else if statement is used. If-else if statement is also called laddered if. So I'll just mention it over here. Laddered if-else. Okay, because so this can continue going, like you can mention like more and more conditions, you can duplicate and add more if-else statement over here, and it can just seem like a ladder of if-else statement, and whichever condition holds true, the code in that if statement is executed. So that is how this works. Now what are nested if statement? So nested if statement are nothing but if statement within if statement. Now what does that mean? So for example, we are allowing people to sign up on our website if they are older than 13 years. Okay, now let's say we want to offer some discount to people who are, let's say, between 20 to 25 years of age. So after they sign up, we have to again check their age and check if they are eligible for this particular discount. So how are we going to do that one? So we'll directly go over here, and after he has signed up, we'll have to again check his age, so that we have to again check his age if he meets
our condition, then we'll offer him a discount. So we'll again put a check over here if age is less than 25 and age is greater than 20. Put any less than equal to, okay, I will put in here. So what we are doing here is, so if the age is greater than 13, we are asking him to sign up on the website. We are allowing him to do so, and after that we are again checking his age to see if he is eligible for our discount. So over here the condition that we have mentioned is if he is between 20 to 25 years of age, we are printing a message, congratulations, you have won a discount. Okay, so we'll just run this code by changing this age. Okay, so we'll just put this as 23 and we'll just right click and we'll run to see what the output looks like. So there you go. So we first saw a welcome message to sign up on the website, that is welcome to my website, and then Java went and checked the age, and the age condition also was true. Hence Java printed this statement, which is congratulations, you have won a discount. There we see. And then Java exited this if else, and after that it executed this. So this is how nested if statements are used. So after evaluating a condition, you do another evaluation to perform some logic. So I hope you guys understood this. If you guys have any more queries, feel free to reach me out anytime or ask any question in Q&A. So thanks for watching. See you guys in the next class.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to do a coding challenge to understand nested and laddered if else in Java. So let's get started. So here we are going to write a Java software for banks which allows users above 21 years of age to sign up and create an account for themselves. If his age is above 55 years, then we have to create a senior citizen account for him. And if his age is between 21 to 55, we have to create a normal savings account for him. Okay, and if the user's age is below 21 years of age, then we don't have to allow them to create an account. So the summary of condition will be if user age is greater than 21 years of age but less than 55, then print savings account. If user's age is greater than 55 years of age, print senior citizens account. And if a user is below 21 years of age, print ineligible. So I hope this is clear. So let's take a look at some sample input and output. So if the sample input is 18, you'll print ineligible. If it's 33 age, if the age is 33, you'll print in savings account. If the age is 59, you'll print in senior citizens account. So what I would request here now is to pause this video right now and hop on to your IDE and try to solve this challenge. Okay, so pause the video right now and hop on to the IDE. I'll see you back soon. Thank you. So I hope you guys tried the solution, and I hope you were able to solve it. Let's try to solve it now and let's take a look at the solution. Okay, so I'll go back to the problem here and I'll hop on to our IDE. So I have already created a project here, coding challenge nested laddered if else. Okay, and I'll create a Java class called main. Okay, I'll type in public static void main, and I'll first try to make it interactive, and then I have to accept the input from the user. So I'll immediately create the object of the scanner class. What I'll do is I'll create a variable age and I'll store the age over here. So you are asking age to the user and you are taking the age from the user. Okay, so this part is done. Now comes the conditions part. So if the user's age is below 21 years of age, don't allow them to create an account. Okay, if it's greater than 21 years of age but less than 55, print saving account. Okay, so what I'll try to do is I'll type in if age is greater than 21. Okay, then we'll write in nested if else statement over here. So if it's greater than 21, go inside and check if it's greater than 55. Okay, so if it's greater than 55, we are going to type in senior citizen account. Okay, and if the age is less than 55, then you're going to type in savings account. I hope this part is clear to you guys. So if age is greater than 21, then you are entering this if condition. Okay, and within if condition you are evaluating if it's greater than 55. If yes, print senior citizen account. If it's less than 55, then print saving account. So this condition of greater than 21 years of age but less than 55 years of age should have savings account is met over here, because you enter this if else only when the age is greater than 21. So if this statement is getting executed, okay, it means that the age is greater than 21 and less than 55, right? Because the age has to be greater than 21 to enter this if statement, and then it has to be lesser than 55 to execute and print this. Okay, now the other part was to print in the ineligibility. So else if age is less than 21, system.out.println print ineligible. Okay, so I think we are done. Let's try out some sample inputs. So the first input is 18. I'll run this code immediately. So it's asking me for my age. I'll put in 18 and I see the output as ineligible. I run the code again, and the next sample input is 33. So I put in 33 here and it says savings account, and the output is also saving account. Sample input is 59 now, so I'll run this code and I'll put in 59 and I get the output as senior citizen account. So we are done with this challenge now, and I hope you guys found this lecture very valuable. In this lecture, we did a coding challenge to understand nested if else and laddered if else statement in Java. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class, and I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, we'll be talking about loop statements in Java, and we'll also be understand the first loop statement, and we'll be running the code for the same. So let's get started. So you will face scenarios in programming world while building software, wherein like you might want your computer to do certain task X number of times or until a condition is met. Let's say for an example, you want to type in I love Java 100 times on a screen. So one way to do that is type system.out.println I love Java 100 times in code and run it, and you will see the output as I love Java 100 times on the screen. But Java offers something called as loop statement, wherein like you can write system.out.println I love Java once and set up a counter 100 times, which will execute that line of code 100 times and in turn give you an output of I love Java on screen 100 times. So loop control statement are of three types. So one is for loop, one is do while loop, and one is while loop.
So obviously we'll be understanding and covering each one of them in this tutorial, but for this lecture we'll only talk about while loop and understand how to use it. So let's get started. So this is how the syntax of while loop looks like. So we start with keyword while, then we have condition in the bracket, okay, and then we use curly brackets to write down the statements, and these statements will be executed until this condition is satisfied. So once this condition is false, the program control will exit this loop and it will come out of this loop. So let's write an example as usual. So we'll write a program which will print I love Java 15 times on the screen, okay. So first we'll create a counter, just like integer counter, and we'll set it to 0. Then we'll start writing a while loop, okay, and we will write the condition as if till counter is less than 15, system.out.println I love Java, and we'll increment the counter by 1. Okay, we'll also write a statement over here out of while loop. Okay, so how this program runs is this variable is created counter and initialized to 0, okay. Then Java starts executing this while loop. So first it comes over here and it checks the condition. If this condition holds true, it will execute this line of code. So here Java checks for the first time if counter is less than 15, and for the first time the value of counter is 0. It will check 0 is less than 15, that's true. It will go in, it will print system.out.println I love Java on the screen, and it will increment the counter by 1. Now the value in counter is 1. It will go up again. It will check if 1 is less than 15, and that is true. It's less than 15, and it will execute this statement again. Now this will continue until and unless the value in counter becomes 15 and this condition becomes false. Now the moment it becomes false, the program control exits this loop and comes over here and will print this statement. So let's run this and see if we are correct. So this program should ideally print I love Java 15 times, and it will print this at the end because the control will exit this while loop. So we'll just run this and we'll see the output. There you go. We see I love Java 15 times, and this keeps executing until and unless this condition is met over here. And once this condition is met, the control comes and executes this line, and hence we see out of while loop at the end. And that's how while loop works. So that's it for this lecture. See you guys in the next class.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about facts about while loop in Java. By the end of this lecture you will have a better understanding of some of the facts that are associated with while loop in Java, and these facts you are supposed to always keep in mind while using while loop. This lecture is also very important from the interview standpoint, and if the interviewer asks any question about the while loop, you would be in a better position to answer them. So let's get started. So let's take a look at the fact number 1. The fact number 1 says condition in while loops should always be Boolean. You will get a compile time error if it's anything other than Boolean. So here I have some sample code written on my screen, and this is a very basic while loop which has no statements in it. It has just empty pair of curly braces, and in the place of condition it has true. Okay, and it is a perfectly valid Java statement. Now on my right hand side of the screen you will see 3 different while loops, okay, which don't have Boolean as the condition. So this first while loop has integer as the condition, in the place of the condition. The second while loop has double value in the place of the condition, and the third while loop has a negative value in the place of the condition. And all these three while loops are invalid as per the rule number 1. So let's hop on to our IDE and let me show this to you with the help of an example. So I have already created a project here, which is facts about while, and under the src folder I'll create a Java class, okay, and I'll call it fact1. I'll just define the public static void main method over here, and now here I'm going to type in the while loop. Okay, I'll keep it very simple just for the sake of understanding these facts. So this is an empty while loop which has no statements, basically empty curly braces, and within this while loop has true as in the place of the condition. Now we are not getting any error over here because we are using Boolean value in place of the condition. Now I'll try to use an integer value as stated on our presentation, okay, and I'll type in 1 over here, and the moment I put in 1 I get a compile time error which says incompatible types, required Boolean, found int. Now so this first statement is validated. Now the second one, it's a double value, it's 1.0, and I get an error again. It says required Boolean and found double. And the third one is a negative value. So I type in -1 and I still get an error because it's an integer value. So this is the fact number 1, wherein whenever you are using a while loop, you should make sure that the condition that you are using over here should always be evaluated to the Boolean value. Okay, and the output should always be a Boolean value, else you will get an error. So that's the fact number 1 for you. Fact number 2 says curly braces for while loops are optional, but if they are not used, then the while loop can have one statement and it should not be a declaration. So what does this mean? So let's take a look at some of the examples to help us understand this even better. So this is a perfectly valid statement. So while loop can have curly braces, okay, with no statements in it, okay, but this is also a perfectly valid statement wherein a while loop does not have a pair of curly braces. And this is also a perfectly valid statement wherein you have a while loop with one declaration in it, and it is only one statement within the while loop, okay, and there is a curly brace, and the declaration statement is defining the x variable and it's assigning 100 to it. Okay, now obviously whenever you are using this type of while loop wherein you have only single statement with a one variable declared, you can't use this particular variable outside this while loop because this variable has a restricted scope within this while loop. Okay, so let me hop on to our IDE and let me show this to you with the help of an example. So I'll create another class for the sake of demonstration and I'll call it fact2. I'll define public static void main quickly, and I'll have while loop, an empty while loop, which is perfectly fine, and I'll also have a while loop ending with semicolon with no statements at all and no curly braces. And you see that compiler is not throwing an error and it's a perfectly valid statement. And the third type that we saw, which is nothing but while loop with only one declaration statement, I'll also try and define that over here. So this is the while loop with a single declaration statement, and you see this is perfectly valid, but the scope of the variable x over here is only restricted to within the while loop. So if I try to print in the value of x over here outside the while loop, we'll get a compile time error which will say that local variable x does not exist basically. So you can create a local variable x and all, but if you try to move the same statement inside the while loop, you won't get an error because x is accessible within this while loop within these pair of curly braces. Okay, the moment you try to access x outside the while loop, you will get an error, cannot resolve symbol x. So this you have to keep in mind. And this is an invalid statement now. So if you try to declare a variable with a while loop, and if you try to skip the curly braces, you will get a compile time error basically. Let's take a look at this example as well. So keep in mind, you can use or you can declare only one statement in the while loop, which is a declaration statement having curly braces. But if you skip the curly braces, you will get an error. So let's see this in action. So what I do over here is I just skip these curly braces and I immediately get an error, and the error says declaration not allowed here. Okay, now this is not a valid statement. This you got to know, but why is this not a valid statement? Okay, so let me give an explanation to this. So while statement without curly braces can have at most one statement, like it cannot have more than one statement. Okay, so let me show that to you. So if I try to use system.out.println hello, okay, and then if I try to print in hi, okay, so this statement is outside the while loop. Okay, and I'm getting an error unreachable statement because compiler will never reach here because this is an infinite loop here now. So I have to declare a x variable x equal to 1 and till x is greater than 0 basically. Okay, so now the error goes away. The statement which prints hi is not the part of while loop, it's outside while loop, and the statement which prints hello is inside the while loop, it's a part of while loop. Okay, this is so whenever you are skipping curly braces, make sure that the next statement you write is part of while loop, and the statement you write afterwards is not the part of while loop. And that's because without curly braces you can define maximum one statement or only one statement within while loop, and if you try to define second statement, it is not considered as a part of while loop. So if I want to make these both the statements a part of while loop, I have to write curly braces basically. Yeah, so that's the thing. Now what happens is when you have curly braces, so I'll go back to this example of the declaration one, integer x is equal to 100. Okay, this was true, and I'll just delete this. So the moment you write this statement, compiler doesn't give an error because curly braces are present, and compiler thinks that since you are using curly braces, there is a possibility that you might declare or you might write on a second line of code, third line of code, and fourth line of code, and so on, and you might actually use this x variable, okay, within the while loop. Okay, so since you have declared it, compiler thinks you will use it, you will write more statements over here and you will use it within the while loop, because this variable is anyways not accessible outside the while loop. But the moment you skip the curly braces, compiler knows that there will be at most one line of code within the while loop now, because the curly braces are skipped, and hence since the scope of this x variable is restricted to while loop, this will never be used because there is only one statement which is nothing but the declaration statement, and the variable is created here and it cannot be accessed outside the while loop. So this variable is of no use basically, and hence compiler says that declaration is not allowed here, you are writing an incorrect code. So that is why this particular piece of code is invalid, and this with the curly braces is valid. So keep this in mind. So this was the second fact of a while loop. So let's now talk about where are while loops used. So while loops are majorly used in scenarios where we don't know the number of iterations upfront. Okay, so if you are, for example, dealing with database operations, and let's say you are working on an Instagram like application, and you want to fetch the total number of users who have liked a particular photo. Now before fetching, you won't have an idea on what is the total count of people who have liked this particular photo. So in this case, you will fetch the result from the database, and you will use while loop to iterate through the result. Are you getting the point? So for example, if you are I'll repeat. So if you are building an application like an Instagram, wherein you want to get the count of users who have liked a particular photo. Now in that particular case, you are going to fetch the results. Okay, you are going to fetch from the database the total number of users who have liked a particular photo, and now you have to traverse through that result set. Okay, you have to fetch the names of the person one by one. Now in that case, you don't know upfront how many people would have liked this photo without fetching and traversing through it. So in that particular case, to traverse through that particular result set, you will use while loop. So that is what this particular thing says over here. This is an example of of the code iterating through the result set. Okay, and it says working with the result set objects while working with databases. So that is when you would use while loop majorly, because you don't know the number of iterations upfront, because you don't know the data upfront. Another place where you would use while loop is with enums. So to know if an enum object has a more number of elements. And another place where you would use while loop is with the iterators. Okay. So let's take a look at some of the examples to understand some facts better. So do you think this piece of code on my screen is a valid code? What would be your guess? So if you're guessing this is valid, I would like to tell you that this is not valid and this is an invalid code. So let's hop on to our IDE and check this ourselves. Okay. So I'll just add a curly brace over here, and I'll add example 1, and I'll type in public static void main and while true. So this is the code that we are referring to here in our slide, and you see that we are getting an error here, if you notice, and this is not a valid code. Now the reason is this while loop that we have defined over here is an infinite loop. So this while loop will keep executing forever unless and until you kill the program, and this is because you have set the condition to be true always, and it goes in an infinite loop and it just keeps printing hello on the screen. Now since this while loop is an infinite loop, this statement is never executed by this Java program, because the only way to stop this program is kill this program, and this program while executing never comes out of this while loop, and hence this is an unreachable statement for Java to execute. And compiler realizes this. It knows that this condition is true, set to true always. Okay, you have just hard coded the value, and hence compiler throws an error that, hey, this is an unreachable statement and it is never executed, so do you want to change it? And that's the reason why you are getting a compiler error here. So this particular piece of code is not a valid code because it has unreachable statement. An unreachable statement is this one, which prints hi. Let's take a look at example 2, which is a similar one. What do you think about this example? So in this example, we are changing this particular value from true to false. What do you think would be the output? So let's hop on to our IDE and let's check this ourselves. So I just created a copy of example 1, and we have to just change this to false. So you see we are still getting an error, but this time error is on a different statement. So in example 1, this loop was an infinite loop, but in example 2, this is not an infinite loop because we are not hard coding true over here, but instead we are hard coding false over here. Now when we say false, it means that the program control never enters this while loop. So this while loop is never executed. Basically it fails at this condition check, and this statement basically is never executed because false is hard coded and the value of false never changes because it's hard coded. So only this program is always executed. Only this line of code is always executed, and that's the reason compiler knows that you have just hard coded false here. So compiler knows that this statement is never executed. So why has the programmer written this statement here? And that's the reason why it raises this error. It says unreachable statement. So please get this rectified. And that's what this example says. So this is an invalid example wherein this hello, the line which prints hello within the while loop, is unreachable. Let's take a look at the example 3. So we saw two examples wherein the condition was true and condition was false, and it was hard coded, and we could see that there was a compile time error because there were some or the other statements in the program that were unreachable. Now over here we have created two variables, a and b. 10 and 20 is the assigned value to both the variables, and here we are doing a condition check. So while a is less than b. Now a is less than b, that's for sure because 10 is less than 20. So this condition is evaluated to true and hello is the output, right? So do you think there will be a compile time error or the output will be hello? Let's hop on to IDE and we'll check this ourselves. So I'll just create a copy of example 2. I'll call it example 3. And I'll just define two variables, integer a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20. And I'll call out a less than b. Now you see we are not getting a compile time error. So if you execute this code, you will see hello and hi as the output. So that's about example 3. Let's take a look at the example 4. In example 4, we just reversed the condition and we checked whether a is greater than b, and this condition is evaluated to false because 10 is not greater than 20, and hence you see the output as high because hello is not printed. So that's we don't get a compile time error here. Okay, this example is pretty straightforward. You can, if you want, you can execute this code yourself. So let's take a look at example 5. So in example 5, we are using final variables. So let's take a look at that. So I'll create example 5 and I'll define public static void main. Okay, and here I'll have two final variables. Final a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20. I forgot the data type, so I'll type in int. So what do you think will be the output? The output over here is the compile time error, and that is what the compiler is saying. It's unreachable statement. So now you'll wonder why we are getting an unreachable statement here, because we are using an expression here, and we just saw an example 3, wherein we were writing this exact same code, but we didn't get a compile time error because we were not using the final keyword. But here you will see we are using a final keyword, and just because of final keyword we are getting an error. So we saw, like, whenever you use a hard-coded value, false, true, compiler knows and it raises the error then and there itself because you have used an hard-coded value. So here in this case, example 2, we used false as the hard-coded value and the statement was never executed basically. So compiler knew this then and there because you are not using an expression, you have hard-coded value, that this statement will never be executed. And in this particular case, example 3, you were not using an hard-coded value. Okay, the variable values were hard-coded obviously, but there was an expression. Okay, and compiler didn't substitute the value of a and b over here basically to evaluate the expression and check the value. So what compiler did is compiler saw, okay, this declaration is correct, and then okay, there is some condition check over here, and then there is a printing statement over here. Okay, so this code looks fine, just compile it successfully. But it didn't substitute the value, so it didn't substitute like as 10 less than b, then this might be an unreachable statement. It didn't say that. Even in the case of example 4, wherein we'll change this condition to a greater than b, wherein this condition evaluates to false, and we know like this statement won't be executed, but compiler doesn't throw an error. Okay, that's because compiler didn't substitute the value here. Okay, now why didn't compiler substitute the value? Because it was not declared as final. So in case of final variable, okay, if you are using final variable, this is a thumb rule that you're supposed to remember about final variable here, that whenever final variables are used, the values are substituted by the compiler. So during compilation, this code becomes 10 is less than 20 because it's a hard coded value. Okay, because it's final, right? And final means constant. So I'll give you some background around final variable, because I think most of you might not be aware about this. Okay, so final variables are nothing but constant variables. So whenever you want to declare any constant in Java, you declare it with the help of the final keyword. So for example, if you are writing a program and you want to declare a variable which stores the speed of light, or which stores the value of pi, for example. So pi's value is 3.14. Now that is never going to change, and you don't want any developers to change that particular value. And in that case, you will declare that particular variable as final. And that is what we are doing over here. So we are declaring two variables that we want in the program, and we are declaring it as final. Now, whenever we are declaring a variable as final, the value to that particular variable can only be assigned once. And if you try to reassign, basically a is equal to 100, you will get a compile time error, of course, because it will say cannot assign value to a final variable a, because the value of this particular variable cannot change. And compiler knows this. So compiler substitute the values over here during the compile time. Okay, and it tries to compile the code, and compiler now here knows that 10 is less than 20 is always true, and this particular piece of code is never going to be executed. Okay, this is as good as executing it as true. Okay, and that's the reason, since it looks like an infinite loop here now. Okay, and that's the reason why compiler throws an error that this is an unreachable statement. So if you go to fact number 1, I'm sorry, not fact number 1, example number 1, wherein we saw that because of hard-coded value of true, this particular statement was throwing the compile time error. And that similar thing is happening over here. Okay, it's just that now instead of hard coding true, we are using final variables, and compiler is substituting those values over here. Okay, so this is about final variables when you try to use final variables in an expression with while loop. Okay, so that's about example 5. You get a compile time error over here because the statement goes unreachable. Let's take a look at statement 6. So in statement 6, we reverse the condition over here. So let me copy paste this example number 6, and we will be reversing this condition. What do you think should be the output? That's right. So the statement within the while loop goes unreachable, and that's because 10 is greater than 20? No, it's not greater, and this condition is then evaluated to false. Okay, so instead of a is greater than b, compiler substitute the value and checks what the output is, and it gets false as a result. Okay, so it substitutes the false and checks the code, and it sees that this particular line of code is unreachable now, and that's how it throws the error. And this is because we are using final variables. So the moment we remove this final keyword over here, the error goes away. Okay, So in case of final variable, just remember this: compiler substitutes the values and evaluates the expression at the time of compilation only. Okay. So this is something that you should keep in mind. So this was example 6. So let's dive a little bit into final variables. Okay. Things to remember about final variables. Okay. Whenever you declare a final variable, every variable will be replaced by the actual value at the time of compilation only. So for example, this in this code, okay, final integer x, integer y is equal to 20, system.println x, and you're printing y. When you compile the code, this is what the system.println statement looks like. Okay, so on compilation, the value of x, which is the final value, final variable value, is substituted here, and the value of y is not substituted because y is not a final variable. So this is how compiler behaves with a final variable. Okay, because compiler knows that the value of this particular variable is not going to change throughout the course of execution of the program, and that's why it doesn't hesitate to substitute the value, because it knows that this value is going to stay forever. So that's the fact about final variables. The another fact over here to remember is, in case of expressions with final variable, expression is evaluated and code is compiled. You see this particular code on my screen here. Okay, this is the code that we have written, for example, and on compilation, this is how the compiled code would look like. So in case of system.println, the value of x is substituted because x is final. Y is not substituted during compilation because y is not final. The value of x plus z is calculated and substituted. 10 plus x plus z, basically this will be 40. I'm sorry, I've written 30 over here. That's my bad. But it will be 40 over here. So 40 is substituted here, okay, because x and z both are final variables. So what compiler does is it substitutes 10 over here, it substitutes 30 over here, and it just puts in the value 40 over here. Oh, just a second, I'll just update this value. So you see the value 40 getting updated here because both x and z are final. Now in case of x plus y, x is final but y is not, and hence the value of x is substituted. Okay, and now this example you can easily relate to our example number 5 and 6 over here. So when we were using expression but still we were getting unreachable statement error, that is because both the variables in the expression were final and the compiler was substituting the value for both over here and calculating and evaluating the expression, I should say. So 10 is less than 20 and the output for this expression was true. So compiler was, during compilation, the code was while true, which is nothing but something like this, and we were getting a similar error over here. So I hope this clears out the confusion. Now let's summarize. So in this lecture we understood some facts that you're supposed to keep in mind about while loops in Java. We took a look at different scenarios, we took a look at different examples, we tried to understand whether the code was valid or not, and we also understood some facts about final variables with while loops. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. In this lecture we are going to do a coding challenge to understand while loop even better. So let's get started. So we will be writing a Java program to accept an integer from the user and print the factorial of the number using while loop. Okay. Now, what is a factorial number? So factorial number is the product of an integer and all the integer below it. So basically, if we are talking about the factorial of 5, okay, so the factorial of 5 will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, which is 120. And in a similar way, the factorial of 10 will be 10 into 9 into 8 and so on till 1. Okay, so basically all the numbers below it and the number itself basically. So that is what a factorial number is, and a factorial number is represented by an exclamation symbol like you can see over here, 5 exclamation, which is 5 factorial. So we will be writing a Java program for the same, and we'll be using while loop for doing this operation. So here is what the output will be expecting. So the sample input will be the number whose factorial you will be calculating, and the output should be the factorial itself. So this is one of the sample input and output, and this is another sample input and output. So what I would recommend right now to you guys is you can pause the video right now here and go to your coding editor and try solving this problem, and come back, play the video and watch the solution. So I hope you finished solving the solution, and let's try solving it right now. So we'll hop on to our ID. Okay, so I have already created a project over here called coding challenge while, and within the src folder I have already created a main class, and this is where we'll be writing our program. So the first step now is we have to first accept the input from the user, and that input has to be the number whose factorial we are supposed to calculate. So we are going to type in a message over here like enter the number whose factorial is to be calculated. Okay, and then we are going to accept the input from the user, and for that we are going to use a scanner class. So this is the object of the scanner class, and what we are going to do is we are going to accept this particular input from the user, and we are going to store it in a variable. So we have accepted the integer value that the user inputs on the console, and we have assigned it to the variable a. Okay, and the variable a is of the integer type. So we have the value now, and our next step is to calculate the factorial. So what we are going to do is to store the factorial number. We are going to create a factorial integer variable, and we'll assign it 1, and we'll need one more variable called I, which will also be equal to 1. I'll tell you the use of this particular variable here. So we'll go to a presentation, and like you can see, to calculate factorial you have to get the sum of all the integer below that particular value. So basically if we are calculating factorial of 5, we have to get the product of 4, 3, 2, 1 and so on, which means we have to traverse from 1 all the way to the number itself, which means if we are calculating factorial of 5, we have to go from 1 to 5. And for this particular thing we need a counter which will keep the tab of where we are right now, and that is what this variable I will do. So let's start writing a while loop. So we'll create a while loop over here. Okay, and while we have to start with I, and we have to go all the way till a. So a is the number whose factorial we are calculating, and I is the counter. So I should go from I itself to a. Okay, what we do is we take factorial is equal to factorial into I, and we have to increment the value of I with every iteration. So let's do a dry run here to understand the logic even better. So factorial is assigned with 1, and I starts with 1 as well. Now in the first iteration I is less than a, okay, because 1 is less than 5. Let's say we enter 5 over here. Okay, so 1 is less than 5 and this condition is true, and program control goes inside and it says factorial is equal to 1 into 1. So the result is 1 itself. Okay, So we increment the value now of I, and it goes again over here and it evaluates. So I is now 2 and A is 5. So this condition is again true because 2 is less than 5. Program control goes inside and it calculates factorial is equal to 1 into 2. I is 2 now. Okay. So now the factorial value will be 2. So 1 into 2 is 2 and hence the factorial value is 2, and it goes to the incremental part and it increments the value of I. Now the value of I is 3, and we evaluate this condition again. Okay, and this condition again holds true because 3 is less than 5, and the program control again comes here. Okay, so the value of factorial was 2, so factorial is equal to 2 into 3, which is 6. The value increments again and it becomes 4. Okay, this condition holds true again, so factorial is equal to 6 into 4 now, which is 24, and factorial value is 24 now, and program control goes over here and it becomes 5. So this condition again holds true because 5 is less than equal to 5. Okay, and program control goes inside and it calculates factorial is equal to 24 into 5. Now what is 24 into 5? It's 120. So the value of factorial is 120 now, and we increment the value of I again, it becomes 6 now. So this condition is now evaluated to false because 5 is not greater than equal to 6, and this condition holds false, and then we exit the while loop. Okay, so the value of factorial now is 120. So I think our logic is correct because the factorial of 5 is 120. So what we'll do now over here outside the while loop, we will print the factorial value over here that we calculated. Factorial for we'll say factorial, and we'll just run this code and we'll see the output. So it says enter a number whose factorial is supposed to be calculated. We'll go to our presentation and we'll take a look at our first sample input. It's 5. The output is 120 and it's correct. And we'll take a look at our second sample input. Second sample input is 10, and what I'll do is I'll run this program again. I'll enter 10 and the output is 3628800, which is absolutely correct. So this is our code for getting the factorial of a number. You can also try this code using do while loop and for loop basically. So the same code can be written with a do while and for loop as well. You can try it yourself. So I think in this lecture we did a coding challenge using while loop to accept a number from the user and print its factorial. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So we already spoke about while loop and how it works. So in while loop, a condition is evaluated at the beginning and the statements within the loop are executed till the condition is satisfied. Now there are chances that the condition might be false at the first place and the statements within the while loop are never executed. In programming world, you might encounter scenarios wherein you want the statements within the loop to be executed at least once. And that is where do while loop comes into picture. So I'll just show you the syntax of do while loop. So here is how you write do while loop. So you start with the keyword do, you have braces, you write statements within the braces, and then you have while keyword at the end along with the condition. Now this is different from while loop wherein like the condition is at the beginning instead of do over here.
So what happens in while loop is the condition is evaluated at the beginning and then the control goes inside the block, like this braces. By block I mean these braces. Now in do while loop, without evaluating the condition, this part is executed first and then the condition is evaluated. So even if the condition is false, these statements within the loop will be executed at least once. So that is the difference between while and do while loop. So let's write an example as usual. So we will be writing a program to print I love Java again 20 times on the screen. So let's start. So to start with, I'll again declare a variable called counter. I'll initialize it to 0. I will write do while loop over here. I will write the while keyword, counter less than, let's make it 15 till 15 times, okay, and system.out.println will print the value of counter, and then we'll write I love Java, and we'll increment the counter over here, counter plus plus, and we'll end this with a semicolon. Okay, now we'll run this code, or we'll also write a statement over here which tells us that we are outside the loop, and we'll run this code. Like you noticed, we have now I love Java 15 times on the screen. Okay, so 0 to 14 times, it means 15 times. Okay, and the control goes outside the loop after this condition is false. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll make sure that this condition is always false. I'll make this condition to counter is less than 0, and I'll make this as 1. So counter never becomes less than 1 over here now, and we'll run this code over here. Now you will see that it will print I love Java once. So there you go, you see the output that I love Java once, and then the condition is never met. We have initialized counter to 1, okay, and this loop is executed first, and then a check is applied over here. This condition is checked, so this condition turns false on the first place itself. Even if it's true, it will go in and it will increment the counter anyways. So it's false at the first place, and it exits the loop and it prints outside the while loop, outside the loop, I'm sorry. So that's how do while loop works, guys. And remember the difference between while and do while loop. So while loop you will use in scenarios where it's not important for statements within the while loop to be executed at least once. But do while loop you will use in such scenarios wherein you will want the statements within the loop to be executed at least once. So that's all for this lecture, guys. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about some of the facts that you are supposed to keep in mind while using do while loop in Java. By the end of this lecture you will have better clarity on these facts, and this will also help you with your interviews. Okay, so if you are being asked many questions around do while loop, then these facts could also help you there. So let's get started. So curly braces are optional, and without curly braces we can only make one statement between do while, which should not be a declarative statement. So it says that curly braces are optional. So let me explain this to you on our IDE. So I have created a sample project over here called facts about do while, and I'm going to create a main class here. Okay, and class, and I'm just going to define a main method here. So it says curly braces are optional. Okay, so let's try and write a do while loop without curly brace. A semicolon. So you can see, I'm sorry, this I'll mention it as true. Okay, not 2 greater than 1, because that is also true always. So while true, okay, you can see here it's with curly brace, but I can skip the curly brace over here, okay, and I can write in one statement here, okay, which can be system.out.println, and I can print in something. So as you can see, I haven't mentioned the curly braces, and the compiler is not giving me any error. Okay, so you can write one statement at most if you are skipping curly braces. Okay, so if you are writing a while loop which has only one statement, then you don't need to write a curly brace. Okay, you can specify curly braces optionally, but that's just optional, and the compiler won't give any error like you are seeing when you are not using curly braces with a statement. Now the moment I try to add one more statement over here, I get an error over here saying see this, I get some error while expected. So the compiler is assuming that I haven't mentioned while, but while is actually there, but it's one statement below. So I'll just delete this line of code and I'll try to execute. So what do you think will be the output over here? So this is an infinite do while loop, okay, because this do while loop never ends since the condition is always true, and it just keeps printing hey hi, hey hi, hey hi on the screen until and unless you force stop the program. So as you can see, it's just executing, executing, and it's never ending basically. So you can see the scroll bar over here. It's just executing, okay. And to stop this program, I have to click on this red button over here, stop main class. The moment I click that, the program stops, and then I can possibly scroll. So there are so many hey hi printed on the screen. So this is nothing but infinite do while loop. And the second part says without curly braces, we can only take one statement. You saw how we were getting an error when we wrote one more statement without curly brace. It also says between you can take one statement between do while loop, which should not be a declarative statement. So let's see what happens if you try to write in declarative statement over here. So if you write in declarative statement, this statement, this is not a valid statement. A compiler will throw an error, and the reason compiler throws an error is because I cannot be accessed from anywhere else, because it's defined within the do while loop. And since we don't have any more statements, because we are not using curly braces, compiler knows that this variable will never be used, and hence this statement doesn't make any sense from compiler's point of view. Obviously from programmer's point of view also it doesn't make any sense, but compiler flags this off and says declaration is not allowed here. So I'll just do control Z over here and we'll get back to the original program. So this is what this rule says. So it says curly braces are optional, and without curly braces we can only take one statement between do and while, which should not be declarative statement. I hope this is clear. Let's hop on to our next slide. Now this is our first example over here. So what do you think will be the output of this program? So to find out, let's hop on to our coding editor. Okay, I will create a program over here calling example1, and I'll just have main method. I'll also type in to while, and I'll just mention true over here. And there is one line which says hello, and outside it says hi. So I'll just print in system.out.println hello and semicolon here, and I'll just mention a hi over here. Now as you can see, we are getting a compile time error over here. Compiler is saying it's unreachable statement. The reason for this is this while loop is a never ending while loop. It's an infinite while loop because the condition is always set to true. Now in this particular scenario, compiler knows that this statement will never be executed. So when you run this program, compiler, the Java will always execute this particular line of code and it will print hello always on the screen till you stop the program. So this line of code is never executed, and this is the reason why we are getting this error which says that this is an unreachable statement. So just keep this thing in mind. Whenever you are using an infinite loop, the statement outside the while loop, do while loop, you will always get an error saying it's unreachable. Let's take a look at the example 2. So example 2 is similar to example 1 over here, but it has two variables, integer a and integer b defined, and we are actually evaluating a condition over here. Okay, so let's hop onto our IDE to see this in action. So what I'll do is I'll create an copy of example 1. Okay, and I'll do control C, control V, and I'll go to example 2 file, and I'll just uncomment this. I'll create two variables, integer a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20, and I'll type in a less than b, right? 10, 20, a less than b. Now over here, if you see, the compile time error went away. Now what do you think would be the reason for this? It's because when you are compiling the program, compiler doesn't know that the statement will always be true. Okay, so here a is always less than b, and the value of a is never changing, and neither of the b is ever changing. So a is always less than b, so it's an infinite loop again, but compiler doesn't know in this particular case, because it's not substituting the values of a and b here. Okay, so it's not doing is a less than b, it's just checking whether we have followed the proper syntax and whether we are declaring statements properly. But in this particular case, we had hard-coded true, and hence compiler knew that this particular line of code is infinite loop and this is an unreachable statement, and that's why we got this error. But in this particular case, we are not getting any error. So when we run this program, we will see hello getting printed continuously, and hi is never executed. So this is another fact that you're supposed to keep in mind. So whenever you are not hard coding any value in the condition of while loop, okay, you don't get any compile time error, even though your program has unreachable statements. So this is what this example 2 says, and it talks about. Let's hop on to example 3. So example 3 is a similar example, okay, but in this particular case we have reversed the condition. So let's type in this program in our IDE. I'll just make a copy of example 2 here, and I'll just reverse the condition here. So as you can see, we are again not getting any error. Okay, here this statement is always false, okay, because 10 is always less than 20, you can see over here. But over here, during compilation, the values of a and b are not getting substituted here, and this condition is not evaluated, and hence compiler only checks for syntax, and it gives you a go ahead, and that's why we are not getting the compile time error. But if you try to run this program, let's see what's the output that we'll get. So as you can see, the output is just hello and hi, and that's because the program control goes inside the do while loop, it prints hello, and it sees that this condition is false, and then it prints hi. So this condition is evaluated as false, and we see hi. If you're using while loop in a similar example, we will only see hi as an output, because the loop is not executed even once by default in while loop. So that's about example 3. Let's hop on to example 4. So here we are using a similar example as our example 2 over here, like 2 slides back. But in this particular case, we have declared a and b as final. So let's hop on to our IDE, and since this example is similar to example 2, I'll just copy and I'll paste this particular file, and I'll name it example 4. And I'll just change the declaration here to final. Now the moment you change this to final, you start getting a compile time error here saying this is an unreachable statement. Now why is this so? Ideally you should have got unreachable statement only when compiler is substituting the values of 10 and 20 over here. So it's doing 10 is less than 20 over here. Ideally, that is when you should have been getting the compile time error. And you will get a compile time error if you just remove final and try to do so, right? But here, even without substituting the value, like just mentioning a is less than b, you're getting a compile time error just by writing the final keyword. And that's because you are declaring these variables a and b as final, which means these variables cannot be reassigned, which means the value of this variable never changes. And since compiler knows that value of this variable never changes, what compiler does is it substitutes the value of a and b over here in the condition during compile time, and it evaluates the condition, and now compiler knows that this particular statement is not reachable, and hence it gives a compile time error here. So in example 2, if we would have replaced this with 10 and 20, we would have immediately got a compile time error. Okay, but since we are using variables and whose values can be changed, compiler is not giving us that error because compiler is not substituting the values here. Okay, but in case of final variables, compiler knows that the values won't change. Okay, here in example 2, compiler thought that since those are normal variables, the values might change. But here compiler knows that values won't change of a and b, and hence it substitutes the value here during compile time and throws the result. Okay, and as a result you see that you're getting a compile time error here. So you're caught basically. So I'll just comment this line of code. So this piece of code gives you a compile time error because you're using final variables and compiler is evaluating this condition by substituting the value. So keep this in mind. So a similar example to example 3, okay, 2 slides back I'll go, okay, and you can see we didn't get any compile time error here, but here we are using the same example with final keyword. What do you think will be the output? Let's hop on to our IDE to find this out. So since this example is similar to example 3, I'll do Control C and Control V and I'll type in example 5. Okay, and I'll just add a final keyword here. So before adding, I'll tell you, if you substitute the value 10, 20, okay, you don't get an error. Okay, because this statement is not this statement is also reachable and this statement is also reachable. Okay, because it's a do while loop. In case of while loop, you would have got a compile time error, but since you are using final keyword here, the program is good to go. It's not throwing a compile time error because it's a do while loop, and this statement within the loop is reachable. Okay, because it's executed at least once. So when you execute this program, you still get the output as hello hi. There you see the output hello hi. So that's the point to remember over here. Let's take a look at example 6. So what do you think would be the output of this particular piece of code? So let's hop on to our IDE to find this out. I'll make the copy of example 5 and I'll put it as example 6. I'll just delete this line of code. I'll just delete this, and I'll just write in true, and I'll just delete this. So this is what the code is, and this is what it says. Ideally, this should be an infinite loop. So I've just executed this program. We'll see the output, and there you see it's an infinite loop. And now to stop the program, you have to press this red button here, stop example 6, and the control stops. Okay. Let's take a look at example 7. So do you think this is a valid Java code? Let's hop on to our IDE to figure this out. So I'll make a copy of example 6 as example 7. And I'll just delete this line. And it's giving an error while expected. And I just put in a semicolon. So this is the exact same code here on the screen. And you can see that this is a valid piece of code. So if you are asked this question in interview, just keep this in mind. Okay. So that's about example 7. Let's take a look at example 8. Do you think this is a valid Java code? Okay. If you are saying it's not, then you are correct. Okay. Let me show this to you with the help of an example again. So we have already seen this example in the main class. Okay. but I'll show this to you again. I'll just make a copy of example 7 file and I'll put it as 8 and delete this. Integer x is equal to 10. Now you're getting an error over here. Okay, we saw this in the first file as well, wherein whenever you're not using a curly brace and if you try to do a declaration there, the compiler will throw an error. And the reason is because the scope of this particular variable is restricted to do while. And since you are not using any curly braces here, the compiler knows that you are not going to use this particular variable that you are declaring, and hence it doesn't make sense to create a variable that you are never going to use, and hence it's throwing an error. So to do away with the error, I'll just comment this piece of code, or I'll have to comment this entire piece of code. So this is about example 8. Let's take a look at example 9. So example 9 is a similar example of example 8 but with curly braces. So what do you think would be the output? Let's take a look. So here I'll just uncomment this code and I'll just add a pair of curly braces, and as you can see, we are not getting an error, a compile time error. The compile time error went away because we have curly braces now here. And compiler thinks that since you have curly braces, you might be defining more line of code here, or you might have more line of code here. So compiler doesn't check that, and you might use this variable x, and hence it's not throwing an error here. So that's about example 9. Let's take a look at example 10. So do you think this is a valid piece of code? The answer is no. So let me show this to you with the help of an example. You will get a compile time error here. So I delete this and there you go. This is the piece of code that you're referring to, and it's saying while expected. Even if I try to run this code, I'll get an error. It says while expected. Okay. So this is not a valid piece of code. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we took a look at some of the facts that you're supposed to keep in mind while using do while loop. These facts are very important also from an interview perspective if your interviewer is asking you many questions about do while loop. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to do a coding challenge to understand do while loop in Java. So let's get started. So this is our challenge. We have to write a do while loop that asks the user to enter two numbers, okay? And these numbers should be added and the sum should be displayed on the screen. And after adding and printing the sum on the screen, the loop should ask the user whether he or she wishes to perform the operation again with some other set of numbers basically. And if the user says yes, then the loop should repeat, or else the program should terminate. So this is what the challenge is, okay? And let's take a look at some of the sample inputs and sample outputs. So basically, if we enter the two numbers as 5 and 10, output should be 15, 10, 20, output should be 30. So what I would recommend now is you should pause this video right now, hop on to your IDE and solve this problem and get back to the video and watch the solution. I think that will make your coding skills better. So I hope you got a chance to try out this solution on your own. Let's hop on to our IDE to solve this ourselves. So here I have already created a project called Coding Challenge Do While, and I already have main class under src folder, and it has a main class in it, okay? So what we are going to do now is, so we have to write a do while loop that asks user to enter two numbers. So basically we are going to type in system.out.println, please enter first number, okay? And we are going to create the object of scanner class, okay? And then after asking the user to enter the first number, we are going to create a variable integer a and assign it the first number that we get from the console. So it will be scanner dot nextInt, and then we are going to repeat the same process for second number, but we are going to say please enter the second number here, integer p here. Okay, done. So we have scanner class in place, and we are printing a message on console, and we are accepting two numbers from the user. Now the next part of the solution says that we have to add and print the sum on the screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to print in system.out.println and sum, basically a plus b, and this will print the addition of two numbers. Alternatively, what you can do is you can create a third variable called total and do a plus b and assign it to total and then print the total here, or you can directly print a plus b. What I have chosen is to print a plus b directly, but either ways it's the correct way. There's nothing wrong in it. And the next step says that it should ask the user whether he or she wishes to perform the operation again, like whether he wishes to continue. And if he wishes to continue, he can enter 1, else he can type in anything else. If he enters 1, then we'll continue the loop, and if he doesn't, then we'll terminate the program. So we are going to say enter 1 to continue, to exit, enter anything else. Okay, and what we are going to do is we are going to store this input in a variable, and we'll have to create a variable here at the top, integer input, and I'll assign it 0 for now. Okay, and I'll accept integer here. So input is equal to scanner dot next int. Okay, and I'll put this entire operation into while loop, because this will repeat till the input is 1 from the user, basically, right? So while input is equal to 1, right? So this is a program. I think it's pretty straightforward. I'll still explain it once. So we have created a variable here, input, to capture the input of user, okay, whether he wishes to continue or exit from the program. Okay, and we have created a scanner class here which takes the input. Okay, so we accept two numbers first from the user, and then we print the sum of two numbers. Okay, and then we ask user whether he wishes to continue. If he prints 1, we evaluate this in while condition, and if it's 1, then we continue the loop and we ask user again to enter two numbers, we print the sum, and we ask whether he wishes to continue. If he types in anything else, like any other character than 1, then we terminate the loop. So that's how it is. Okay, so one thing you'll notice over here that I have defined this variable integer input outside the do while loop. Okay, and the reason for this is because we are using this for the evaluation of our do while condition. So if I move this inside the do while loop, I'll immediately get a compile time error here. It will say that input variable cannot be resolved because this particular input variable is restricted to this do while loop and within the do while loop, basically. So here we are not getting any error, but here we are, and hence it's important to define this variable outside the do while loop. So I hope this clarifies. I'll execute this code and we'll see the output. It is asking me for my first number. I'll go to our presentation and I'll see what's the sample input. It's 5 and 10. So I'll put in 5 and then I'll put in 10. It says 15. 15 is the output. That's good. Our second sample input is 10, 20. So it's asking me whether I wish to continue, and if I enter 1, it will ask me for the second set of numbers, and second set of number is 10, 20. It prints 30, and it's asking me again whether I wish to continue, and I don't want to continue, so I'll put in any random number, 6, and I'll press enter, and the loop terminates, basically. So this is what the challenge is. So in this lecture, we finished a coding challenge using a do while loop. I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome to this class. So in this lecture we are going to talk about another type of looping statement that Java offers, that is for loop. So let's get started. So what is a for loop? So this is how a for loop is written. So I just pasted a syntax of the for loop. It starts with for keyword and within brackets it has initialization, condition and increment section, and after that it has a pair of curly braces within which you will write all the statements that are to be executed repeatedly. So let's understand how a for loop is executed. So when program controls encounters this statement, it first initializes and creates the variable. So here you can either initialize or create a particular variable or a counter. Okay, then the condition is evaluated and then the statements within the curly braces are executed. Now after the statements within the curly braces are executed, the control goes back to this increment counter, it increments the value and then it checks again for the condition. Now if the condition is true again, the control goes back into the curly braces and executes statement once again, and this continues till the condition is met. So let's try out an example as usual. So we'll be writing again a program that prints I love Java 15 times on the screen. So let's get started. So in while and do while loop, I had to declare and initialize the counter out before starting the while loop. But over here, we'll be doing the same within the for loop. So let's see. So we'll start with the keyword for and followed by the pair of brackets. Okay, I'll initialize my counter to 1. Okay, there you go. And I just placed a semicolon and I'll write in the condition as less than equal to 15 because we want to print I love Java 15 times on the screen, and then I'll just increment the counter. Okay, and these are the pair of curly braces. Now since I want to print it 15 times, so I'll just type system.out.println I love Java. Okay, now I'll right click and run. Let's run this program. So there you have the output. Okay, just for the sake of readability purpose, I'll also print the value of I so that we understand like what's happening and what is the value of the counter over here. So I just run it again and there you see I love Java 15 times. So it starts with 1 and it ends at 15. So how Java actually executed this is it started over here. Okay, and over here it created an initialized I. Okay, then it evaluated the condition. So the condition was true. After the condition was true, it went inside the loop and it executed and printed I love Java. Now after this was executed and printed, there were no other statements to be executed. So Java came over here and it incremented the counter by 1 after executing I++. Then it again checked the condition. The condition was true again and it went in again. This continued till the value of I becomes 16 after incrementing. Now after incrementing, after it became 16, the condition became false and the loop was exited. So this is how it works. Now you can also declare multiple variables over here. So I'll just declare j equal to 1 again. So you notice over here I just did another declaration with a comma. Okay, I can also increment the value of j by 1. There are no issues in doing that, but you can't mention one more condition over here. So tell the value of j. Now the moment you mention one more condition, Java throws an error, but you can combine multiple conditions with the help of these operators. Okay, so I just used the AND operator that we learned in previous lectures and I just used it to combine the two conditions. So if I is less than equal to 15 and if j is less than 10, only then the loop control will go inside. So let's execute this and see how it works. So what I'll do over here is I'll print the value of I comma j over here. So I just printed I and at the end I'll print in j. Let's see how this goes. J. Okay, and I just right click, I'll just run the program. Now let's see what the output looks like. So now over here it only executed the program till the value of I reached 9. This is because the condition for j turned false when it became 10, and that is why this whole condition became false and it exited the loop. With for loops, you can also create an infinite loop. So I'll just give you an example of what an infinite loop looks like. So for enter, I'll just put this semicolons and I'll just print enter, and I'll put in system.out.println. Okay, I'll put in yes. I'll just duplicate this and I'll make it no. So what is an infinite loop? The infinite loop is nothing but a loop that executes itself endlessly, like it never ends. So basically this loop over here, there is no initialization, no condition check, and no increment over here. So it just keeps on executing itself. I'll just run it and I'll show you what the output looks like. So it will first execute this and then it will start execute. So there you go. So it's just executing itself, and it's just printing yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Now there is no end to this because there is no condition to be matched. Now in this case, we'll have to stop the program manually, and to do so, we'll press the red button over here, which is stop for loop. So I'll just press it, and you see the output over here. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. It's just printed this endlessly. So these are for loops in Java, guys. If you have any queries or questions, feel free to reach out to me anytime, or you can also post a question in Q&A. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. See you guys in the next class.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about different facts about for loops in Java that you are supposed to keep in mind. This lecture will help you understand for loop even better, and you will have a better clarity about different scenarios that can occur with for loop in Java, which will help you crack your interviews even better. So let's get started. So like other loops, curly braces for loops are also optional. However, without curly brace, you are allowed to have only one statement, which is not a declaration. So this is a similar case with other loops as well, okay, and it applies to all the loops. So let us see some examples that help us validate this rule. So example 1, wherein we have written a for loop, and we have written a println statement within it which prints the word hello 10 times. Let's go to our IDE and see this in action. So I have already created a project called facts about for loop in Java, and I'll create a new class over here saying example 1, and I'll define the public static void main method, and this is a simple for loop which just prints hello. Okay, so I'll just define that integer I is equal to 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus, and there you have system.out.println hello. Now you notice over here curly braces are optional, okay, and here also we haven't written any curly braces, and we don't get any compile time error, and that's because we have created a for loop with just one statement. Now if I try to write multiple statements here, so this statement is not a part of the for loop, out of for loop. So compiler only treats this part as the for loop, okay, and it treats only one statement within the for loop. If you're not writing curly braces, any statement after the for loop statement will be considered as out of the loop. Let me show this to you by running this example. So the output to this program will be hello 10 times and out of for loop 1 time. So there you see the output. Hello is printed 10 times, and then the for loop is exited and out of for loop is printed. So if you want to include out of for loop as well in the for loop, you have to include a curly brace. And after adding curly brace, if I run this particular code, you will see the output as hello and out of for loop 10 times. Okay, there you go. So this is example number 1 for us. Curly braces are optional. Now example number 2, you can also skip the number of statements in the for loop provided you end this for loop with the semicolon. So let's take a look at this example again. So here I'm going to type in another for loop. So I'll just copy this one and I can put a semicolon here. Sorry, I'll just move this curly brace below for. Okay, and now as you can see, you are not getting a compile time error because of this statement here. But this statement is of no use actually. That this statement doesn't do anything. Like there is a loop that iterates 10 times, but it literally does nothing. This is an empty for loop. So let me show this to you by running the code. So you can see over here, hello is printed 10 times, then out of for loop is printed 1 time, and then nothing is being done. So this loop is executed 10 times, but there are no statements. So this is an empty for loop. So this is a perfect valid statement in Java. Now example number 3 has a for loop without any curly braces, but has one statement which is a declaration statement. Now ideally this statement should throw a compile time error as per the rule. Let's hop on to our IDE and check this ourselves. So I'll just replicate this piece of code over here. Okay, and I'll just type in integer x is equal to 10, and there you see we get an error that declaration is not allowed here, and this is the case with all the loops. Okay, so this is the first fact about for loop. Let's hop on to our next section, which talks about facts on initialization section. So this section is executed only once in the life cycle of the for loop. So whenever a for loop is executed, this statement will be executed once. However, the condition statement, the conditional section, and the incremental section is executed and checked on every iteration of for loop. However, the initialization and declaration of the counter is done only once. So this is one fact that you're supposed to keep in mind. Another fact is we are allowed to declare any number of variables in this particular section. However, they should be of the same data type. Now let's take a look at this example here. So I'll write a comment over here. Rule 1. So this rule says that we are allowed to declare any number of variables, but they should be of the same data type. So here we have already declared a variable I. Now I can declare one more variable j and assign it the value of 10. So this is perfectly valid because I and j are of same type. Okay. Now if I try to repeat the data type here, like if I try to write int over here, this is not a valid statement and we immediately start getting errors. So data type declaration should only be once in initialization section. You cannot repeat it, and hence the data type should be of the same type for as many number of variables you are declaring here. So for example, if I have written your integer I and if I try to create a string variable, okay, and assign it something s, then I'll get an error that you cannot declare this particular variable here. Okay, and it's not a valid statement actually, and hence you are getting an error here. And hence whenever you are using for loop and you need to declare multiple variables, you have to make sure that they are of the same data type over here. So your integer I and j are of same data type. Okay, and this code will work perfectly fine. Okay, initialization section can contain any valid Java statement. Okay, so you can have any valid Java statement which is not even a declaration statement in initialization section. So over here I need variables I and j. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove this. I'm going to type in system.out.println hello. Okay, now I'm getting an error here that I is less than 10 and this symbol is not defined now, so I can define I outside the block basically. And this is a perfectly valid for loop statement over here, wherein we are creating the counter I outside the for loop, and the initialization section does not have the declaration but it has a system.out.println statement. So let me execute this code and show the output. So I'm sorry, this code won't execute because we are initializing I as 10 and we have mentioned a condition here as less than 10. So we'll make it 0 and I'll run this code again. Now ideally you should see the output. Okay, so you're seeing over here, you're seeing execution getting printed 10 times. Okay, so this is what point number 3 says about initialization section. So these are some of the facts that you're supposed to keep in mind about initialization section. So this section is executed only once. We are allowed to declare any number of variables, however they should be of the same data type, and initialization section can contain any valid Java statement which is not even a declaration statement. That's perfectly okay. So let's move on to our next section, which is the conditional section. Now this part is optional. If we skip this part, then compiler places true in its place. What does it mean? So let's hop on to our ID to understand this. So I'll create one more class over here. Conditional section, okay, and I'll create a public static void main method over here, and we said conditional section is optional, okay, and I'll just try to skip that. Okay, I plus plus system.println hello. Now this particular for loop doesn't have any condition that needs to be evaluated, and hence this particular for loop is an infinite loop. So if I run this particular code, you'll see that it's printing hello infinite number of times, and you have to press this red button to stop this code. So whenever we write this kind of code wherein conditional statement is missing, compiler places true over here, okay, which just tells Java to execute this particular piece of code infinite number of times. Okay, conditional sections can have expressions, however its output should be Boolean. Okay, so the output of any expressions that you place in conditional sections has to be Boolean. So for example, in our previous lectures we have mentioned I is less than 10 as one of the expressions, and this is an expression which evaluates to Boolean type. But if I try to write in 10 plus 20, output of 10 plus 20 is 30, and it's not of Boolean type, and hence we are getting an error saying incompatible types required Boolean but found int. So this is something that you are supposed to keep in mind. So these are the two facts that you're supposed to keep in mind about conditional section in for loop. Let's hop on to our next section, which is facts about increment or decrement section in for loop. So the first fact says increment decrement section can contain any valid Java statement. So you can write system.out.println as well over there. So I'll just remove this line and I'll create a replica of this code. Okay, and what it says is you can type in system.out.println hello. It's throwing an error because there's a semicolon, but yeah, system.out.println. So compiler is throwing an error that this is an unreachable statement because this is an infinite for loop. So what I'll do is I'll just place a temporary condition over here for a while for the sake of the execution, and you see that this is a perfectly valid piece of code, and if you execute this it prints hello hello 2 times. So if I change this to hi, it will start printing hello hi hello hi hello hi infinite number of times because there is no condition. So I'll put in condition here and we'll run this code. So ideally you should see hello hi hello hi hello hi 10 times. See this. So this is what the output looks like. So this is the fact about increment or decrement section in the for loop. So just to add a couple of points here, I would like to mention over here that all the parts in for loop, like all the sections like initialization, increment, and condition checking, all the sections in the for loop are optional. So basically you can have a for loop like this, which just prints system.out.println, and it just says hello. So this is an infinite for loop here, okay, and this is a perfectly valid piece of code which doesn't have any section basically. So initialization is empty, conditional checking is empty, and increment decrement section is empty. Also, if I change this particular piece of code to like without any statement, basically, if I change this to this, then to this is a perfectly valid code, okay, it won't throw any error. This is a perfectly valid statement in Java, okay. But the point is the statement doesn't do anything. It's just a loop, empty loop basically, you can say, and it's infinite, by the way. So let's summarize. So in this lecture we took a look at some of the facts that are associated with for loop in Java. We also understood different facts that are applicable for each section of for loop, like initialization section, conditional section, and increment decrement section. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about some more facts about for loop in Java. So let's get started. So let's take a look at this example here, okay, and what do you think, like what would be the output of this particular code? Any guesses? To see the output, let's hop on to our IDE. So I already have a project open over here, facts about for loop. I'll create a new class over here and I'll call it facts, and I'll add a public static void main method over here, okay, or I'll call it example1, okay. Now I'll just type in this code over here which you're seeing on the screen. So you can see over here I have written the exact same code on my screen, and we see a compile time error over here and it says unreachable statement, and that's because we have hard coded true over here. This for loop is never exited by the Java, and we always execute this statement, and this is not reachable, and hence a compiler says that this is not a valid code, and this is an unreachable statement, and hence it's throwing a compile time error. So this is the output of this code, okay. Let's hop on to our second example here. Example 2 is a similar one, but we have replaced true with false. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this code and I'll name it example 2. I'll type in false. So we have written this code. I'll just comment this particular example 1. Okay, so now you can see this second line of code is giving an error over here and it says unreachable statement. That's because we have hard coded false over here, and the control of the program never enters this particular loop. And since this is a hard coded value, compiler doesn't allow us to execute this particular code and says it's unreachable statement. So the output of this program will be compile time error, and that's because the statements within for loop are unreachable. Let's take a look at this example, okay, wherein the condition statement is missing. So I'll hop on to our IDE. I'll just comment the code, okay. So this is the example 3 over here, and as you can see we are getting a compile time error over here. This is similar to the example 1, okay, just that in example 1 you had hard coded true, but in example 3 you haven't hard coded anything. So whenever you haven't hard coded anything in the place of the condition, it's always considered to be true, and it's an infinite loop then. So since this is an infinite loop, now this statement is unreachable, and hence we are getting a compile time error over here. Okay, so that's what the output of example number 3, it's compile time error. Let's take a look at example 4. What do you think would be the output? Can you predict the output? What you can do is you can just try out this example on your machine and just check the output. So I hope you guys saw the output. Let's see over here what the outputs look like. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this code over here and I'll comment. Okay, I'll change this to example 4, and over here we have two variables, integer a and integer b. So now over here a is less than b. Okay, a has a value of 10 and b has value of 20. So the condition over here in the for loop is always true. Now this is something that we know, but compiler doesn't, and hence the compiler is not throwing an error, because these variables are normal variables and are not final variables, and hence the value of these particular variables are not substituted over here by the compiler and executed. So hence this will be a valid line of code, okay, and we don't get any compile time error over here. Let's hop on to example number 5. So example number 5 is similar one, just that we changed the sign over here. So I'll just copy this line of code. I'll change this to example 5, okay, and I'll also change this symbol, and I'll just comment this line. As you can see, we are again not getting any compile time error. This is a perfectly valid code, okay. That's because this is not an infinite loop and we haven't hard coded final keyword over here. Let's take a look at example 6. So the example 6 is similar to example 4, just that we have final keyword over here. So what I'll do is I'll just comment this code over here and I'll copy paste example 4, okay. Okay, and I'll just add final keyword. Now the moment you add final keyword, you see a compile time error over here, and it says this is unreachable statement. So when the final keyword was not there, a and b were normal variables, and whenever you are using normal variables in an expression, the expression is not evaluated during compile time. But whenever you add final keyword to the variables and you use those variables in an expression, what compiler does is compiler substitutes the value of the final variable in the expression and evaluates the expression. So here 10 is less than 20 is evaluated here, and the output is true. So this expression is replaced with true during compile time. And whenever you have true over here, like we had over here, we were getting a compile time error on this particular statement saying that it's unreachable, and that's why we are getting the error here as well, because this statement is actually, this expression is actually true, and during compile time this expression is replaced with true, and that's why compiler throws an error. Now the question is, why does compiler evaluate the expression having final variables? The answer to that would be compiler knows that variables are declared as final and they will neither be reassigned and they are constant. And in the previous example, like in example 4, these were not final, and compiler thought that there is a possibility of a programmer changing the value of these variables, and hence it didn't do the replacement and evaluation of the expression. But here, since it's final, compiler went ahead and evaluated the expression and replaced it with the result. And as a result, you see an error over here. A similar example to example 5, okay, just with final keyword. So let's see what the output looks like. So since this example is similar to example 5, I just copy this line of code, I paste it over here, and I add final. The moment you add final, this is evaluated to false by the compiler, and compiler knows that this statement will never be executed, and hence it's throwing an error saying unreachable statement. And we got a similar error here when we used false hard-coded instead of an expression. So we get a compile time error for example 7. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we took a look at some of the facts and some of the examples, I would say, to understand a little more about for loops. And I hope we have a better picture of for loops now, and we'll be able to crack interviews better. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to solve a for loop challenge to help us understand for loops better. So let's get started. So the challenge is we have to write a Java program to accept an integer from the user and print its first 10 multiples using the for loop. So to explain this better, let's say if the user enters 5 as the number, and this is how the output look like. Okay, so it has to be 5 into 1, 5, 5 2s are 10, 5 3s are 15, and so on. So what we are doing is we are printing the first 10 multiples of that particular number. So this is how our sample input will look like. So the first sample input is for 5, and the second sample input will be for 10. So what I would recommend right now to you is you should pause this video right now and go to your IDE and try solving this challenge and try it with sample inputs, and then you can come here, play the video and watch the solution. So see you soon. So I hope you got a chance to solve this challenge here. Now let's hop on to our IDE and try solving it ourselves. Okay. So I already have a project created over here called coding challenge for loop, and within src folder I have a main class with main method in it. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with scanner class. Scanner is equal to new scanner. This is just to accept the input from the user, and I'm going to number is equal to scanner dot next int. Okay, and I'm going to print a message over here on the console saying please enter number. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use for loop to print this entire table. Okay, for integer I is equal to 1 because the table starts with 1. Okay, so I is less than equal to 10. Okay, and then I plus plus, and then I'm going to print in system.println, and we are going to represent this in this format. So to print the output, we have to observe the pattern over here. So you see over here we have number, so the number that user has entered, that is common, and then we have multiplication symbol, and then we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and then equal to symbol, and then the out. Okay, so we have number first, so I'm going to type in number plus, then we have multiplication, and then plus, and then we have counter basically, and then we have equal to symbol, and then we have the product. So it's number into I. Okay, and let's try running this program and see what the output looks like. So it's asking me to enter the number, and the first sample input is 5. So 5, enter, and there you see the output 5 into 1, 5 into 2, 5 into 4 until 50. And I'll try this again with second sample input, which is 10, and we get the right answer. Okay, So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about for each loop or enhanced for loop in Java. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of what is for each loop or enhanced for loop in Java, how to use it, what are the benefits of using it, and in which scenario should you use this kind of loop. We will also be comparing a for each loop with the for loop, and we will also be understanding the limitations of for each loop in comparison to for loop. So let's get started. So for each is a special type of for loop designed to traverse through array objects and collections. So whenever you work with array objects and collections, okay, you have to write a little bit more code in for loop to traverse through them. Okay, so this is the syntax of for each loop, wherein we write for data type, and then we have a variable over here which we are calling it item, and the collections, and then we have a pair of curly braces, and within that we have the statements. Okay, now collection is the collection or the array that you have to go through, and item is a single item from the collections. Let's hop on to our IDE and let me show you this with the help of an example. So I have already created a project over here called for each loops, and I have the src folder. So I'll be creating a new class. I will call it for each. Okay, and I'll be defining a public static void main method over here. Now since for loop works with array objects and collections, I'll define an array over here, integer. So here we have an array over here. Now I'll use for loop to traverse and print the items of the array. So here is the syntax. Okay, so I'll type in for integer x colon a. So x is the variable or the counter. So whenever you write a for loop, you have a variable, right, integer I or the counter, which is used to traverse through the loop. Okay, in this case we have a similar item or counter. We are calling it x, and a is the collection or the array basically. So in our case it's the array. And now over here I'll be writing a println statement. Okay, value. Okay, and I'll be just printing in x. Let's run this code and see the output. Now here in this particular case we should see 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 getting printed. There you see the output. Okay, so this is how you use a for each loop, and as you can see you are comparatively writing lesser code as compared to for loop. Okay, in for loop you have to create a variable integer I, and then you have to get the length of the array and you have to traverse through it. Then you also have to increment the values of the counter. Here all that is done automatically. Okay, so let's compare for loop with for each loop. So on the left hand side you see an example of an array. Okay, this is similar example 10, 20, 30, 40, and we are using a for loop to traverse through it. So for loop integer I is equal to 0, and like I said, a dot length, you have to get the length of the array and do I plus plus, and then you print it using the index. But on the right side you have the example using for each loop, wherein you declare the array and you use x as the counter to traverse through it. That is it. You don't need to create you don't need to increment values and all. So this is the difference between for loop and for each loop. Let's understand how for each loop works. So for each loop iterates through each item in the given collection or arrays. It stores each item in a variable and then it executes the body of the loop. This is how for each loop works. Now let's understand the limitations of for each loop. So for each loop does not keep track of the index. So whenever you are using for each loop, you can't access the index. So like in the case of let's go few slides back, you have the access to the I variable over here, which is nothing but the index. Okay, so you know like 20 is at what position over here. Okay, but in case of for each loop, you don't have access to index over here because there is no index defined. So basically, whenever for each loop is executed, okay, first value is picked up, okay, from the collection and it's assigned to x, and then it's printed over here. Second value is printed and then it's assigned to x, and then it's printed over here. This continues till the array all array elements are over, and hence there is no index. So for each loop does not keep track of index, and this is the first limitation, guys. So whenever you are writing software programs wherein you need access to the index, for each loop is not a good idea. For each loops are not the right choice when you want to modify elements in an array. So on the left hand side you see an example with the for loop. Okay, so let's say you want to increment all the values in an array by 1, and you use a for loop, okay, and then you traverse through the loop and then you start incrementing the values one by one. But in case of this, it won't happen because you are incrementing x over here and not the values in a. Okay, so here, so in for loop you are incrementing the array value like a of I plus 1. Okay, but in case of for each loop you are not incrementing the array values, but instead you are incrementing this variable value. Okay, so that's the limitation number 2, wherein for each loops are not the right choice when you want to modify elements in an array. It's really good and convenient for just printing. Limitation number 3 is for each loops is the best choice to retrieve the elements of arrays and collections, but you cannot write an equivalent for each loop for the below code. So for each loop works best when you want to retrieve elements in the arrays and collections. But if you want to just print hello hi 10 times, or you want to repeat a task or a set of statements for x number of times, you can't write a for each loop for the same. Okay, so for each loop to work, okay, you need to have array or collections. So for each loops are designed for arrays and collections and not for anything else, and hence you can't write an equivalent code for the code you are seeing on my screen. So the next limitation is using for each loop we can print array elements only in original order but not in reverse order. So one benefit of for loop is you can go reverse. Okay, so you can start with the last element and you can come all the way to 0th index, and this code that you are seeing on my screen does exactly the same. But you can't do this like reverse. You can't print items in the reverse order in an array with the help of for each loop, and that's also a limitation of for each loop. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is for each loop or enhanced for loop in Java. We understood its syntax, and we learned how to write for each loop with the help of an example in IntelliJ IDEA. And we understood how for each loop works, and then we took a look at some of the limitations of for each loop. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome to this class. So in this lecture we are going to talk about switch case statement, which is also a type of conditional statement offered by Java. So we already spoke about if-else statement, wherein Java allowed us to execute different kinds of statement based on the condition that hold true. So switch case is a statement wherein Java allows us to execute different statement based on a value in a variable or in an expression. So if you guys haven't understood this, don't worry. This will be pretty much clear when we write an example as usual. So let's take a look at the syntax of the switch statement. So I'll be pasting some code over here. Okay. So This is how a switch statement is written. It starts with a keyword switch, and in the bracket you will write the variable or an expression that is supposed to be checked or evaluated. Then you have a pair of curly braces wherein you will be actually writing the case labels. So these are nothing but the case labels. It starts with a keyword case followed by a value and semicolon, and then we have the statements and a break statement. So this statement will be executed when this value will match this variable or the result of this particular expression. So for example, if we have a variable called counter, and if the value in that variable is 5, and if this is case 5, then there's a match and the statement will be executed. And that is how you can write multiple case statements over here in the similar syntax, and whichever case value matches the variable or the result of the expression, the statements contained over there is executed. Let's write an example to demonstrate the use of the case statement. So I'll start by writing the switch. Okay, I'll write a variable that is supposed to be evaluated, which is month. So let's define the variable as integer month. Okay, and I'll initialize it to 2. Now I'll start the pair of curly braces, and I'll start writing my first case, which is 1 is equal to, and I'll type in January. I'll write in break over here. I'll explain the importance of this break and what it means shortly. Case 2 I'll write in, and system.out.println February. I'll write in break over here. I'll write in case 3. So this is how a switch statement is written. So we started with keyword switch. We wrote the variable that is supposed to be evaluated. Okay, so here the variable is month and it is initialized with the value 2. Okay, then we wrote different types of case. Okay, over here the case 1 has system.out.println and it prints January. Case 2 prints February. Case 3 prints March. We also have println statement outside the switch case, which will print out of switch case. So let's run this and see what the output looks like. So this is what the output looks like. So it printed February and out of switch case. Okay, so I'll just tell you what happened over here. So basically we initialized the variable with 2, hence the second case got executed because this value over here, which is 2, matched exactly the variable value, and that is why it printed February. And after that it encountered break as the next statement, and when it encountered break, it exited the switch case and it printed this statement. Okay, so break statement is used to exit the case statement. Okay, now if I remove this break statement or if I comment it, switch case will automatically jump on to the next case and it will execute it. So I'll just run and show you this example. So we have just commented the break over here. Okay, let's see what the output looks like. So there you go. So it printed February and March. So over here, because we commented break, it went on to the next case and it executed the next case as well. So switch statement allows you to execute different statements based on the value or expression over here. So this can also be an expression over here. So I can also write as let's say 3 minus 1. Okay, and the result is 2. If I run this program, it will still print February and out of switch case. There you go. So this can also be an expression or a variable. So we'll just keep it as variable for the sake of our example. Okay. Now what if none of the case label matches this particular value? So in that case, switch offers something called as a default statement. So let me demonstrate this with an example. So I'll just make this as 10. Now over here 10 doesn't match with any of the case labels over here, and hence it won't execute anything, but it will just print out of switch case. Let's see the output. So there you go. So nothing got executed. So if switch statement doesn't find a match with any of the case statements, it offers something called as default statement, which you can use. Okay. So what I just did over here is I wrote a default statement which prints hey default. I'll just run this. So there you go. So 10 doesn't match with any of the case labels and hence default is printed. Even if I make it 9, it won't match with any of them and it will print hello, hey default and out of switch case. So there you can see. Okay. Let's talk about some of the rules that switch case has. So the rule number 1 switch has is the variables in the switch statement can only be of integer, byte, short, char, string, enum, integer class, byte class, short class or character class. So what this means is over here we can only use any of these data types and not anything apart from this. So if we use anything apart from this, it will throw out an error. Next rule is case label cannot have a variable, it has to be a constant. So let me show you this with an example. So over here I have declared a variable called integer and I have assigned it a value 0. And what if I put I instead of 1? So like you can see, it's throwing me an error. It's saying that constant expression is required. Now what this means is I can either put a constant 1 over here directly, I can write 1, or if I still have to use a variable, I'll have to make this variable as constant. I'll just make it as constant by writing final. So Java allows you to declare constants with the help of final keyword. Like you can see, the moment I wrote final over here, the error went off. Okay, and now if the value of month becomes 0, January will be printed. The next rule says that the case label has to be of the same data type as the variable or expression. So over here we are using the variable month over here, which is of the type integer. So while writing the case labels, the case values has to be of the same data type as the variable that we are evaluating over here. So for example, if I'm for example I'm using month over here, which is an integer, so I have to use over here integer value only. If I try to use a double value, it will start throwing me an error. It's double and it has to be an integer. Let's talk about why would you use a switch statement. Like you have already seen the use of if statement, wherein like you can write condition and you can create laddered if as well. But imagine if you have hundreds of conditions that are to be evaluated. In that case, switch becomes a better option as it offers better readability as compared to the if else statement. And that is the reason why you will use switch over if statement. So that's all from this class, guys. See you guys in the next class. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about some facts about switch statement. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better clarity about some of the facts that you're supposed to keep in mind before using switch statement in Java. This lecture is also helpful and important from the interview point of view. So it will help you crack interviews if your interviewer is keen on asking you questions around switch statement. So let's get started. So the first fact says curly braces are mandatory when you are writing switch statement. So let me show this to you with the help of an example. And to show an example, I'll hop on to our IDE. I have already created a project over here called facts about switch, and I'll create a file or class over here called example1, and I'll define a public static void main method over here. Okay, I'll create a variable a as 10 and I'll define a switch statement with a as the parameter. Okay, so this is what the rule 1 or fact 1 says, that switch statement can have empty body but its mandatory to have curly braces. Okay, so if you try to skip curly braces and just try to put in semicolon, you will get a compile time error. It will say a curly brace is expected. So I'll just delete this code and just keep it over here. Okay, code to execute. Okay, so that's rule number 1 for you, or fact number 1 for you, I should say. Second fact is every case label should be a compile time constant. Okay, so this rule says that case label cannot be non-constant. Okay, so if you are defining a variable like we have done in our case, this variable has to be declared as final. Okay, and final variables are always compile time constant. So you either have values or you have compile time constants. You can't have normal variable as case labels. So let me show this to you with the help of an example again. So for the sake of saving our time, I'll just copy paste this file over here. Okay, example 2. We have example 2 over here, and we already have a switch statement over here. Okay, so I'll type in case 1, code over here, and then we have case A and some code over here. Now the moment I write in case A, I get a compile time error and it says constant expression required, which means that A is not a constant. Okay, it's not a compile time constant. So in order to remove the error, I have to delete this case statement, or I have to write in final over here. The moment I write in final, the error goes away because A is now a compile time constant, and this is what fact 2 says. Okay, I hope it's clear. Fact number 3 says both switch statements and case labels can be expressions, but case label should be constant expression. Okay, so both switch arguments and case labels can be expressions. Okay, but case labels should be constant expressions. Okay, so your 3 into 2 is constant. Okay, its value is never going to change because 3 is also hard coded and 2 is also hard coded, so value is always going to be 6, but this is not constant. Okay, the value of x may change because x is not final. So x plus 1 is 6 today. If x becomes 4 tomorrow, this becomes 5. Okay, so that is what this rule says. Okay, let me show this to you with the help of an example again, and I'll again copy paste this file over here, example 3. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll create a separate variable for the case argument, and I'll call it integer s is equal to 5. Okay, now I'll use s over here. Okay, and I can use s or I can use s plus 1. Okay, it can be a normal variable or an expression over here, it does not matter. And I can have a case label as 1 second, let me show you, case 3 into 2. Okay, this is an expression and I don't get any error. So 3 into 2 is constant and I don't get any error for using expressions. Okay, so this is what fact number 3 says. Fact number 4 says independent statements are not allowed inside switch statements. So this is a switch statement over here, and within switch statement, just above the case 1, I have written an independent statement saying system.out.println hello. Now this is not allowed. Okay, you will get a compile time error if you try to do this. So all these statements should be within case labels. Okay, so let me show this to you with the help of an example. So I'll create a new file, example 4 over here. Okay, and what I'll do is I'll just delete this. I'll make it simple. I have one over here. I'll just delete this as well. Okay, and I'll try to write in system.out.println over here. You see I'm getting a compile time error over here, and it's telling me statement must be prepended with case label. which means that this statement should be a part of case label and not, it shouldn't be put in as an independent statement here. So that is what rule number 4 says. Okay. Fact number 5 says every case label should be in the range of switch argument type. Otherwise, we'll get a compile time error. For example, if we are using byte as the switch argument, so byte b is equal to 5 and we are using b as the switch argument here. Now, obviously, we know the range of byte is restricted, okay, and we are using a case label here of 999. Now, 999 is outside the range of byte, and this case label will never be executed because this is outside the range of byte, and this is not allowed. We'll get a compile time error. Like compiler is going to throw an error saying that this case label is outside the range. So let me show this to you with the help of an example. So what I'll do is I'll create a new file over here, example 5, okay, and I'll define a byte type over here. Byte b is equal to 100, and I'll use that as the switch argument here. Okay, now this is okay, like 3 into 2 is okay, because it's within the range, but 999 is not okay. So I'll put in 999, and the moment I put in 999, I get an error. It says incompatible types, required byte, found int. So compiler thinks that this is an int value that you have put in because it's outside the range of byte, and it's throwing you an error. So this is not allowed. Okay, so I'll just comment this piece of code. So this is what fact number 5 says. Let's take a look at fact number 6. It says duplicate case labels are not allowed in switch case statement. So here the example that you're seeing, wherein we have two labels of the same value, like case 1, case 2, this is not allowed, and you will get a compile time error here because Java won't know which one to execute in case there is a match. So let me show this to you with the help of an example. I'll create a file called example 6, okay, and the example will be same, and I can just add a case label over here 1, and you can see over here we get an error saying duplicate label 1. This is not allowed actually. Yep. So this is about fact number 6. So let's summarize. So in this lecture we saw 6 facts around switch statement, and we saw each one of them with the help of an example. I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome to this class. So in this lecture we are going to talk about break statement in Java. So Java offers a break statement which is used to exit a loop. So whenever a break statement is encountered in a loop, the loop is terminated and the program control is transferred to the statement after the loop. So let's understand this with an example. So suppose if I have a for loop over here, so I'll just write in a for loop I equal to 1. I'll just make it I is less than equal to 10, okay, and I'll do I plus plus, and over here I'll just print in the value of I. Okay, now I'll demonstrate the use of break statement over here. So when I is equal to 5, I'll write break. So how this works is, whenever this statement is executed, break, this loop is exited and the program control returns outside the for loop, which is over here. So I'll just write a statement over here as well, out of for loop, and I'll just run this program to show you the output. So let's see what the output looks like. So there you go. So how it works is, so it started with this for loop, okay, it checked if I is
equal to 5, but in the first iteration the I was 1, and this condition became false and break was not executed, and hence it printed the value of I. Okay, it continued doing so till the value of I was 4. Now when the value of I became false, this condition became true and break statement was executed. And when this statement was executed, the program control directly jumped over here, which is outside the for loop, and executed the statement, and hence out of the loop got printed. So break statement is used to terminate a loop in between. Break statement is also used in switch case statement to exit. So that's about break statement, guys. See you guys in the next lecture. Hey guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture, we are going to talk about continuous statements in Java. So continuous statements are generally used in loop statements to make the program jump to the next iteration of the loop. So let's understand this with an example. So I'll start writing a for loop. So for teacher I equals to 1. I'll take this as just n equal to 10, and I'll make this as I plus plus. Okay, and we'll just do a print statement of I. Okay, now over here what I'll do is I'll write an if condition. If I is equal to 5, I'll just write continue. Now how this will work is, when the continue statement is executed, the program control will directly jump to the next iteration, that is to the update statement. So let's run this program. So this is what the output looks like. If you notice that 5 is not printed over here. Okay, so the reason behind this is, when I was equal to 5, Java encountered the continue statement and it skipped the rest of the loop and it directly jumped to the next iteration of the for loop. So this is how a continue statement is used. So continuous statements can be used with for, while, do while loops, so all kinds of loop structures in Java. Okay, so when it is used with for statement, the continuous statement causes the program to jump to the increment counter, and if it is used with while or do while loop, it causes the statement to jump to the expression evaluation. So that's about continuous statement, guys. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about fall through inside switch statement in Java. Whenever using switch statement, if there is no break in the case statement getting executed, the next statement is executed till a break is encountered or the switch statement is terminated. This is known as fall through inside switch statement. Following are the points that you are supposed to keep in mind with respect to fall through inside switch statement in Java. When a variable being used in switch statement is equal to a case, the statements following that case will execute until a break statement is reached. When a break statement is reached, the switch terminates and the flow of control jumps to the next line following the switch statement. Break is optional and not every case needs to contain a break. But if no break appears, the flow of control will fall through the subsequent cases until a break statement is reached. So let me explain these points with the help of some examples. So to explain better, I'll hop on to our IDE, and I have already created a project over here called fall through inside switch, and I'll be creating a class over here called example1. Okay, we'll be defining the main method over here. Okay, so this is some code that I've written on in this particular file. Okay, so let's see what the output will be when x is equal to 1. And just to explain the code better, there are 3 case statements that I've taken. Okay, 1, 2, 3 don't have anything. Sorry, 1, 2 don't have anything, and third one has one single line of hello along with the break statement. 4, 5 doesn't have anything, and case 6 has high statement along with break. So when this is 1, okay, let's see what the output looks like. Ideally the output should be hello, and that is what the output looks like, hello. Now let us understand why it was hello. So as per the rule, okay, when the variable is being used in switch statement is equal to the case, the statements following that case will execute until a break statement is reached. So this particular variable that is being used as an argument matched this particular case, okay, wherein x was equal to 1. Now all the statements here are executed until a break statement is reached, okay. Rule number 3 also says that break is optional. So over here we have not written break in case 1 and case 2, okay. And if no break appears, the flow of control will fall through to subsequent cases until a break is reached, okay. So here we executed case 1, there's no break, it goes to case 2, there's no break, it goes to case 3, and so on. In case 3 it prints hello, and then break is encountered, okay. Now as soon as break is encountered, switch statement is terminated and control comes outside the switch statement. So I'll type in some code over here, outside switch, and I'll try to execute this again, okay. Because our rule number 2 says whenever break statement is encountered, switch statement is exited and statement outside the loop is executed, and that is what we see over here, okay. After hello, directly outside switch is printed. So this is what the example 1 is. So let's try with a different value of x. So I'll make x as 2 and I'll run this particular code. The output will be hello and outside switch again. If I make it 3, the output will be hello and outside switch again. There won't be any change in output, okay. But if I make it 4, output will be high and outside switch, okay, because fall through occurs over here, okay. So this behavior of switch statement, wherein if a break statement is not encountered, it goes to the next case statement, subsequent cases, this is known as fall through, okay. So here when the value is 4, there is a fall through to 5 and then fall through to 6. After 6 there is break, so the switch statement is exited, okay. So let me show one more example over here, okay. So I'll create another class over here, example2, okay. I'll define a public static void main method over here, okay. Now let me type in some code. Okay, so I've written an example2 over here, okay. And here what we have is we have 3 case statements, case 0, case 1, case 2. Under case 0, we have one statement which is println and there is a break. Case 1 has one println statement but no break, and case 2 has one println statement and a break. So let's try out different values of x and see what the output looks like in each case. So I have made x as 0. I'll try to execute this. So ideally when x is 0, I should see this as the output and then outside switch, and that is what the output looks like. So I see this, and then there is like as per the rule number 2, you see the switch terminates when a break statement is reached and flow control jumps to the next line following the switch statement, and that is what happens over here. Now let's try this out with x is equal to 1. So any guesses on what will be the output here when x is equal to 1? So let me tell you, when x is equal to 1, 1 is printed over here, and since there is no break over here, as per rule number 3, okay, break is optional, okay, and if no break appears, the flow of control will fall to the subsequent cases until a break statement is reached, okay. Now the flow of control will go to case 2 and it will print this, okay. Now this is known as fall through from case 1 to case 2, okay, and then since a break is reached, we will see this getting printed. So the output will be 1, 2 and outside switch. Let's see whether we are correct. And that is what we see as the output, 1, 2 and outside switch. Let's change the value of 1 to 2, okay. Now what will be the output? I think it's pretty easy. The output will be 2, okay. And since we have break, the outside switch statement will get executed, and that is what we see over here. So let's summarize, guys. In this lecture, we understood what is fall through in switch statement and what are some of the facts associated with it. We understood these facts with the help of examples. I hope this is clear now, and I hope you also enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about default case in Java. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of some of the things that you are supposed to keep in mind about default case in switch statements. So let's get started. So here are some of the points that you are supposed to keep in mind. So switch statement can have only one default statement at most. So if you try to write multiple default statements within switch statement, you will get an error. Default case can be anywhere in order with the other case labels, but it's a good practice and always recommended to write it as last statement. If there is no matching case, then only default is executed. So let me show these points to you, and let me explain this in a better way with the help of some code. So I'll hop on to our IDE, okay, and I'll create a file over here. File will is called main, okay, and I'll create a main method here. So here is an example that I have written on my screen, okay. It has 3 labels, okay, 0, 1, 2, okay, and fourth one is default. 0 prints 0 with a break statement, 1 prints 1 without break, and 2 prints 2 with break. Now you can see we have defined default as the last statement here, which is the recommended practice, okay. But you can also move default at the top, like default can be the first one, okay. There's no harm in doing that. So as you can see, we can also write default as the first statement, and in any order, in fact, you can also write default somewhere in middle, okay. There is no restriction on the order, okay. And switch statement can have at most one default statement. So if I try to write one more default statement here, okay, I'll just paste the existing default, and you see we get an error saying duplicate default table, okay. And the third one says if there is no matching case, only then default is executed. So let me show this to you. So I'll delete this first default. I'll keep the last one since that's the recommended practice, and I'll make access 10. Now 10 is not a case label, so ideally default should get executed. Let's run this code and see whether default is printed. And that's the output you see over here, default getting printed. Now default is not executed when there is a matching case, okay. So if I make this as 2 for example, okay, then you will see 2 getting printed, and default is just kept, okay. So there you see the output. So these are some of the points about default case. So in this lecture, we understood some of the points that are associated with default case in switch statement in Java. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to do a coding challenge, which will help us test our understanding of switch and break statement in Java. So let's get started. So the challenge which we are going to do is to write a program to accept the grade of the student from the console and congratulate him. And this is what the congratulation message will look like. So if the grade is A, we'll print in excellent. If it's B, we'll say amazing. If it's C, we'll say well done. If it's D, will say you can do better next time. And if the grade is anything else apart from A, B, C and D, will say invalid grade entered. So this is what the sample input will look like. It's A and it will say excellent, C will say well done, and F will say invalid grade entered. So what I would recommend right now to you is you should pause this video right now, go to your IDE, try solving this challenge yourself, and then come back and play the video to watch the solution and validate it with your solution. So I'll see you soon. Thank you. So I hope you guys got a chance to try the solution yourself. To solve the solution, we'll hop on to our IDE. So here is the IDE, and I have already created a project here called Coding Challenge Switch Break, and under SRC I already have a main class with a main method in it. So I'll immediately start writing the code to accept the grade from the user. Okay, and I'll print in please enter grade, and I'll create the object of scanner class. Scanner is equal to new scanner system dot in, and I'm going to accept character over here, and char c is equal to. So to accept character, you have to write dot next dot character at 0. So this is the code to accept a character using the scanner class from the console. Okay, now we have the character with us in the C variable. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I have to print in different kinds of message on different input. Okay, so we'll write switch case statement here. Okay, switch C, and we'll write our first case label here. If A, then system.println excellent. Okay, and I'll type in break over here. So we are printing excellent. Okay, now we have to do the same code for B, C, D and default. What I'll do is, to make the process faster, I'll just copy this. I'll paste, paste, paste and paste. So this is for B, and we'll print in amazing, and for C it's well done, and for D you can do better. Oh, you can do better next time. And if the grade is anything else apart from the above, we have to print an invalid grade entered. So we have to do this using default, because if the user types in anything else apart from these case labels, we have to type in invalid grade entered, invalid grade entered. Okay, so I hope this is good. Let's try executing this. So we are executing this program, and it's asking for the grade. So let's see our sample input. First sample input is A, so I'll enter A. It says excellent. Okay, I'll run this code again for the next sample input, and next sample input is C. So I'll type in C. It says well done, which is perfectly fine. Okay, well done. The next sample input is F. So I'll run this code again to enter F. We enter F. It says invalid grade entered. So our program works perfectly fine. So in this lecture, we did a coding challenge to help us test our understanding for switch and break statements. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Guys, welcome to this class. So in this lecture, we are going to understand what are methods in Java, and we'll also learn how to use them. So let's get started. So methods are nothing but collection of Java statements that are designed to perform an operation. For example, you can write a method to find the greatest of 3 numbers in Java, or you can write a method to add 2 numbers. We have already seen some of the methods till now, which is like public static void main is also a method in Java. We have seen system.out.println. So println is a method in Java. So when you write println and when you pass a
string to it. Println performs the necessary task to print this string onto the screen, and hence when you write println and pass this string to it, you don't require to write the underlying code to actually print this string on the screen. Let's understand how methods are written. So I just wrote the syntax of method. So this is how a method is written. So we begin with specifying the modifier of this particular method, which determines from where this method will be accessed. Next comes the return type. So in Java, you can write methods that will return some value after performing a particular operation. So you have to define the data type of the returning value over here. Method name is nothing but the name of the method that you will be calling. Okay. And then we have a pair of parentheses, and within the parentheses you can specify the parameter list. Okay. So you can define the list of parameters that this method will be accepting as an input, and it will be using these parameters to process or perform the operation. Then we have a pair of curly braces within which the actual code is written to perform the particular operation for which this method is designed. So let's start by creating a simple method that will display name on the screen. So let's get started. So I'll go over here outside the main method, okay, and I'll start by writing our modifier. So modifier is written by public. So we are creating a public method over here. Main method is also public. It means that it can be called from anywhere. Okay, I'll be writing static over here. So static means we don't need to create an object to call this particular method. Now don't worry if you don't understand this. We'll be covering this keywords in detail in our other lectures. Okay, so I'll be writing void over here as the return type. Okay, since we are just displaying name and we don't need to have any return value to this, so it just displays and it terminates. Okay, we'll call this method as say hello. Okay, I've put parentheses and I've started the curly braces. Okay, now I'll say hello Tom. Okay, and to call this method I'll just go in the main method because main is where our execution will actually happen. Okay, so I'll go in the main method because main is actually where from where a program will be actually executed, and I'll just say hello over here. Okay, so this is how you call a method. Okay, you just write the method name followed by the pair of parentheses. Okay, and then I'll right click and I'll run. There you see hello Tom. So like if you want to perform this operation of saying hello multiple times, you can just duplicate this. Okay, so I duplicated this 4 times. I'll run this again and let's see the output. Ideally it should print hello Tom 4 times. And that is what you see on the screen. Okay, so what happens is our program control starts executing from the main method. Okay, it comes over here. Okay, so it will skip this part because it's comment. It'll come over here, it will call say hello. Okay, and it will look for this method name over here, and since it finds the definition of this particular method, the control shifts over here. Okay, and it starts executing the statements within this particular method. After the method ends, the program turns over here. Okay, and it goes to the next line, and again we have called the method over here. So again it goes to the method, it executes the statement and it comes back again. So this happens 4 times. Okay, and hence it prints hello Tom 4 times. So methods are very useful when it comes to programming. Okay, so you can write some common set of operations that you want to perform again and again in the in your software. Okay, and you can save it and you can call it from different places to perform that particular operation. So let me give you an example. So imagine if you are building a software for a travel company. Now over there you will have a user registration page, user login page and profile updation page. Now on user registration there is a field called email, and the same field is also present in the login page and also in the profile updation page. Okay, now we want to check at all 3 places whether the user has entered a valid email ID. Now to do this check, we'll have to write the code to validate his email ID at all the 3 places. Now instead of writing this code at all the three places, you can create a public method instead which says validate email and it accepts email ID as the parameter. Okay, and you can call this from all the three places. So you have written the code once to validate the email ID and you are calling this same method from three different places and executing it. Hence you are reusing the code and making your program more better. So that's all in this lecture, guys. See you guys in the next class. Thanks a lot.
Hey guys, welcome to this class. So in last lecture we understood what a method is, how to create a method, and how a method is called and used in a program. So in this lecture we'll be understanding how to pass parameters to the methods. So in real world scenarios you might encounter situations wherein like you might want to pass some values to a particular method to perform some operation based on that particular value. So in such case you can pass parameters to the methods. So let's create a sample program and understand how to pass parameters and how to use them within the methods. So we'll be creating a simple program that will accept two parameters. The first one will be name and the second one will be the count. So what this method will do is it will print the name as mentioned in the counter. So let's get started. So I've already created a class called method parameters and here is the syntax of the method that we learned in last lecture. So I'll start by creating the method. Okay, so we'll start by typing the modifier. So it will be public static and return type will be void because we won't be returning anything from the method, and we'll call this method as display name, and this method will have two parameters. One will be string and another one will be the counter. Let's create the method body, and now here we'll be defining the logic which will print this name these many times. Okay, so I'll start by creating a for loop. I'll create a variable over here. I'll define like till I is less than counter value and I plus plus. Okay, I'll just do this and I'll do system dot out dot println. I'll print in the name. I'll okay. So there we have written a method. Now we'll be calling this method over here in our main method. So display name, we'll call it as John. Okay, and we'll mention 5. Okay, over here. And now we'll run this program to see the output. So what this will ideally print is it will print John 5 times. Okay, so what happens over here is when this method is called, John is assigned to this variable name and 5 is assigned to this counter variable. Okay, and inside this method we are creating a for loop which runs as many times as the counter value, and it prints name, which is the string value that we accepted over here, those many times. Okay, now you see over here we have declared a list of parameters and the declaration of this parameters is as same as we declare a variable. So we'll go ahead and we'll run this program and we'll see what the output looks like. So there you go, you saw John getting printed 5 times. Okay, so this value over here can also be a variable over here. So what I can do is I can declare string name 1. Okay, and I can assign this as John. Okay, and I'll just give this as a variable. Okay, name 1, and I'll run this. So this output will be similar. So what happens over here is John is assigned to name 1 and the value in name 1 is assigned to this name over here, and it works in a similar way like we did previously, but the only difference over here is we are using variable instead of directly passing the values. Okay. I can also assign a variable over here instead of this counter. Okay, so I can create a integer counter count and I can assign it as 5 and I can pass this variable over here to see the output. and it will be same as what we saw over here. So here's the output. Okay, I can create multiple instances of the same method, and I can call it with different values, and I'll call it as Steve, and I'll print this as 10. I'll print it 10 times Steve, and I'll run this program again. So it printed John 5 times and Steve 10 times because we called the method 2 times over here. So this is how you accept parameters in a method. So accepting parameters in method are very handy and very important in Java. You will often encounter a scenario in Java wherein like you have to accept parameters in the method and do some processing. So this is how you pass parameters in methods, guys. That's all for this lecture. See you guys in the next class. Hey guys, welcome to this class. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how to return a value from a method. So we have already created methods. We have called them. We have also learned how to pass parameters into the method. So let's get started by creating a method that returns a value. So I'll start by creating a method. So public static. So in all the lectures that I have created, I have mentioned the return type as void. But over here, I'll be mentioning the return type as integer, which is int. And I'll be typing the method name as max value. And we'll be accepting 2 parameters over here. So we are accepting 2 parameters over here, and we are calling the method max value. Okay. So what we are doing is, after accepting the 2 integer values, we'll be calculating the maximum of these 2 integer values, and we'll be returning the maximum value to the main method. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll create another variable as max. Okay. And I'll write a if condition like if number 1 is greater than number 2, max equal to number 1. Okay, else max is equal to number 2. Now at the end of the method, we'll return max over here. So what this method does is it accepts 2 integer variables, okay, which is number 1 and number 2. Okay, it starts with the if condition. Okay, and if number 1 is greater than number 2, then it assigns number 1 to max. So we are using max to store the larger number, okay, the bigger number of these 2. Okay, so if number 1 is greater than number 2, it assigns number 1 to max. If number 1 is not greater than number 2, it means number 2 is greater, then it assigns number 2 to max. Okay, and at the end it returns the maximum max variable. Okay, so we'll be calling this method over here. Okay, so to call this method, we'll be typing in max. We will be typing the 2 numbers at 20, 10 and 20. Now to accept the return value of this particular method, we'll be creating another variable which is integer a, and we'll be assigning this. Okay, and we'll be just printing this value over here. Maximum is a. Okay, and we'll just run this program and we'll see what the output looks like. So ideally this should print 20. So there you go, you see the output as 20. So what actually happened in this program is we created a variable called a to accept the return value of this particular method. Okay, and now when the statement is executed, the program control goes to this particular method. Okay, and whatever values we are passing like 10 and 20, it gets accepted over here as number 1 and number 2. Okay, and then the program control goes inside the method. Okay, it creates a variable called integer max. It calculates the larger of both the number and it assigns it to the max using this if condition. And then later on, using the return statement, we are returning this max integer. Okay, and once we do that, the program control returns over here and it assigns this value which we are returning to this variable over here. Okay, and in the next line we are printing this particular variable. So we are using this method to calculate the maximum value of this two numbers, that is 10 and 20. We can also directly print the output of this particular method as maximum is plus max value 30 comma 40. Okay, so what we are doing over here is we are directly calling this particular method in the println statement. So instead of creating a variable to accept the return value of the method and then printing the value of the variable like we did over here, we are directly passing the values and we are directly calling this particular method in the println statement. Okay, so I'll just run this program. So this should ideally print 20 and this should ideally print 40, and there is the output that we have got. Okay, so we can also pass variables into this particular method. So I'll be declaring two variables, that is temp1, or I'll call it n1 and I'll call it n2. Okay, and I'll assign them both, which is like 100, and I'll assign this as 200, and I'll again call system.out.println maximum is, and I'll pass these values, which is n1 comma n2, and I'll run this program. So this should ideally print 200 over here, maximum is 200. So there you go, you see the output, you see 200 over here. Now let's take a look at this method and let's understand some things over here. So while creating this method, we declared the return type as integer. Now keep in mind, if you are mentioning the data type of the return value as integer, you have to return an integer. You can't pass a float or any other data type, else the compiler will start throwing error if you do so. So if I change the data type of max, because we are returning max over here, this will start throwing an error. So the data type of the value that you are returning over here should match the data type that you have mentioned over here while creating the method. Okay, so I'll just change this back to int. Another thing is, if you are not keeping this as void and if you are mentioning a return type as int, float or double or whatever, your method should have a return statement. If you don't have a return statement for a method that does not have a void return type, your compiler will throw an error. So in this case, we are telling the compiler that we will be returning integer value, but we are not mentioning any return statement. So in that case, compiler will throw an error, and like it's saying over here that we are missing a return statement. Now this error goes away if I change this to void. So this tells the compiler that method is not returning any value, but I'll change this back to int and I'll remove this. Okay, so you can have multiple return statement within your method. So one more thing to note down over here is you can have multiple return statement within a particular method. So for example, what we are doing over here is we are storing the larger value in the variable max. Okay, and we have created a variable max for the same purpose. We have to store the large value, and at the end of the method we are returning the value that is currently sitting in max. So what we can do is we can just remove max variable, and if number 1 is greater than number 2, just return number 1. Okay, and if number 2 is greater than number 1, you just return number 2. Okay, and I'll just skip this return statement over here. So this simplifies the code further with multiple return statement, and this will give the same output like we have got over here. So I'll just run this program and I'll just show you the output. So there you see the same output. Okay, so this is how you return a value from a method. Okay, and returning a value from a method is very useful when it comes to programming. So you will encounter scenarios wherein like you want to pass something to a method to do some processing and to do some logic creation, and after that you will accept the output to do some further processing in the main method. So these are frequent scenarios when you are building softwares. So for example, if you are building a software for a travel company wherein you have login, registration and profile page, and each of these 3 pages has email field in it. Okay, now one of the tasks that you have to do while building this is to validate email. Now in this scenario,
you can create a method that accepts email as an input parameter and returns true or false based on whether it's valid or not. So if the return value is true, it means the email is valid. If it's false, it means email is invalid. So in this way, you can use methods with a return type and parameters to build softwares. Okay, so that's it for this class, guys. See you guys in the next class. Hello guys, welcome to this class. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about classes and objects in Java. So this is a conceptual overview of classes and objects, and hence I will be taking you through some slides to explain the concepts of classes and object. Okay, in next lecture we will be doing some practical wherein we will be actually creating some classes and objects and understand this in more detail. So let's get started. So what are classes and objects in Java? So like you guys know, Java is an object oriented programming, and it means it has to do something with the word object. So what are objects? So objects are nothing that so objects are anything that you see around you. Like for example, every day you might see dog, cat, you will see a house. So object is anything that you can currently see around you. So if you look around in a room that you are sitting or wherever you are, you will see a lot of things. Like for example, I can see a cupboard, I can see a dog, I can see a bottle, I can see my laptop. Okay, so these are all objects in real world. Okay, and every object has a state and a behavior. Now what does a state and behavior mean? So let's say for example, for a dog that I'm seeing right now over here, a state will be something like the number of ears it have, the color it has, the breed it belongs to, the total number of legs it has, and etc. The height of the dog, the weight of the dog, etc. Similarly, behavior for a dog object will be whether a dog similarly behavior for a dog will be walking, barking, sleeping, etc. So these are objects. To so if we talk about the definitions of the objects, objects are nothing but instances of class. So objects are created from class, and so if you look at the definition of objects in Java, objects are nothing but instances of the class. It means objects are created from classes. Okay, and like we discussed, objects have a state and a behavior. Like in terms of talk, and objects have state and behavior. Now what are classes? So classes are nothing but a blueprint or a template using which we can define objects. Okay, so to create an object of a dog, you will have to first define its class, which will act as a template for creating an object. Okay, so what are classes? So classes are nothing but a blueprint which is used to define objects. Okay, so like in our example, we spoke about the object dog. Okay, so to create an object for a dog, you will have to first define its classes. So in our example, to create an object for a dog, you will have to first define its class. Okay, so in class you will define all the different states you want the object to have and all the different behaviors you want the object to have. Like you will okay, classes, but why do we need? So classes are also termed as a user defined data type. Okay, so in Java, we already used certain primitive data type like integer, float, double. We used so in Java we already used some primitive data types. Okay, we learned about them like integer, float, double, etc. So primitive data types have limited functionality. Okay, but if you want to store anything custom, or if you want to build anything custom for yourself, classes is what helps you define a user defined data type in Java. Okay, like for example, user defined data type in Java. Okay, but why do we need these classes and objects? So classes and objects, but why do we need these classes and objects in programming? Okay, so classes and objects makes it very easy to simulate real world scenarios in programming, okay, which are very essential. And classes and objects, trust me guys, are the building blocks for Java. But why do we need these classes and objects in programming? So classes and objects makes it very easy. But why do we need these classes and objects in programming? So classes and objects makes it very easy to simulate real world scenarios in programming, and classes and objects are the building blocks for object oriented programming. Okay, so let's take a look at some real world scenarios as an example. So some real world scenarios that I have put in over here are user orders a food, student does a course, so some real world scenarios that I have mentioned over here are user orders a food, okay, student can enroll in a course, driver can drive a car. Okay, so over here, so now let's see how we can simulate this in programming. So let's see how we can simulate these real world scenarios using classes and objects. Okay, so we'll take the first scenario, which is the user orders the food. Okay, so now over here user can be any user. Let's for an example take a user John. Okay, he can order different kinds of food, which is burger, pizza, or a sandwich. Now over here John is nothing but an object of the class user. Okay, and he can do certain actions which now over here John is nothing but an object which now over here in programming John will be nothing but an object that has certain state and a behavior. Like John will be represented like this in programming. So like you can see, John has certain state like name, gender, and age. Okay, and we have defined over here like name is John, gender is male, and his age is 22. Okay, now John can have certain behavior like he can order food and he can update his profile. Okay, and this behavior we'll be using to perform certain actions. Now this behavior John will be using to perform certain actions. Okay, so we create similar to John we can create multiple objects like William, Stacy, which have their own state and behavior. Okay, so the state will be name, gender, and age. Like you can see in terms of William has a name called William, gender is male, age is 26, and in terms of Stacy, and for Stacy we have defined name, gender, and age. So these are multiple objects created using the template or a blueprint, which is nothing but a class. So you can see at the top the class has we can also create multiple objects similar to John Like in this case, we have created William and Stacy, and each one of them has their separate properties. So over here we are seeing like 3 objects, like John, William and Stacy. Redo. So we can so similar to John, we can create multiple objects like William, Stacy and more, and each object have their own states. Okay, like for example, John has the 3 state. Like for example, you can see William has gender defined, age defined and name defined. Stacy has a name defined, gender defined and age defined. Similarly, you can create as many objects as you want, okay, and assign them different states. Okay, now you will notice that these objects are created using the blueprint at the top, which is nothing but the user class. Okay, now user class has defined the set of states and the set of behavior that the object now the user class, like you can see, has defined name. Now user class that we have defined at the top, now user class that you can see at the top has defined the state and the behavior that the objects should have. Okay, now you can see that the user class has defined the states and the behavior that its object can have. So you can see like user class has the state name, gender and age, and the objects that are created using the user class has these 3 states defined in them. Okay, and the objects of the user class can exhibit 2 behaviors, which is the order food and update profile. Okay, now let's take a look at the user class. Okay, so this is what a user class will look like. Okay, so you can see like the states and the behavior defined. Okay, now the states can be defined using the variables. Okay, so you can use, so every class, so a class uses variables to define the state for an object, and behavior is defined using a method. Okay, and these variables and methods are known as the members of the class. Okay, so a classes can also contain interfaces, member class and constructors as members apart from variables and method. So in total, a class can have variable, methods, interfaces, member classes and constructor. Okay, so that's about this class, guys. See you guys in the next class. In next class we'll be writing some program wherein we'll be actually creating some classes and we'll be actually creating some objects and we'll be understanding more in detail. So thanks a lot, guys. See you in the next class. Hello guys, welcome back. So in last lecture we had a conceptual overview of what are classes and objects in object oriented programming in Java. Okay, so in this lecture we are going to create a class hands on. Okay, and we'll be creating objects to exhibit certain behavior. Okay, so let's start by creating a class. So we'll be creating a class called Char. Okay, and it will have certain variables defined in it, and it will also have certain methods which will define the behavior of the class. Okay, so to create a class, okay, so here I have already created a class called main, which will be my main class from where the program will be executed. To create a class, I'll be going to src folder over here in my project. I'll be right clicking over here, I'll be doing new, and I'll be selecting this option over here which is Java class. Okay, and I'll be naming my class as Char and I'll be pressing OK. Now Java just created a file called Char for me. Okay,
So I'll start defining the variables for this class. Okay, so I'll start by writing the access modifier, which is the public. So we'll be defining the public variables, and it will have a model, a class car. Car will also have color. It will also have seat, the total number of seats that the car has. To define a behavior, I will create a method. Okay, so it's public. I'll just write a method that will display all the values of the variable it has. Okay, so I'll call this method as display. Okay, it won't accept any parameters. I'll define the curly braces. Okay, and I'll just write system.out.println model is, I will define the, will print in model over here. I'll just duplicate this, color, just color, I'll seats, and I'll print in seats. Okay, so we just created a class over here called car. Okay, we defined certain variables that this class can have. Okay, which were, so these all are public variables, and the variable names are model, color, seats. Okay, and it has a corresponding data type. Okay, like you can see over here, and we also defined a method over here that this class has. Okay, and this method will be simply displaying the values of all the variables that it has. Okay, now what we did over here is we just created a blueprint. Okay, which is nothing but a class. Okay, and we'll now be actually creating objects using this blueprint. Okay, so we'll be creating objects like Ferrari, we'll be creating objects like Audi, we'll be creating objects like, we can define say Tesla. Okay, so you can create different kinds of car using this particular blueprint. Okay, and each and every object that you create will have these properties. Okay, and it will also have this behavior. Okay, so let's take a look at it. So for creating objects, I'll go in my main class. Okay, and to create objects, okay, I'll just type the class name, then we have to write the object name. So I'll just write Ferrari. Okay, I'll put a equal to sign, I'll write new class name again along with a set of parentheses. Okay, so this is a syntax, and this is how you create a object in Java. Okay, so you start with class, object name, and you use the new keyword. So new keyword is used to allocate memory to this particular object that you are defining over here. Okay, and you again write the class name and a pair of parentheses. Okay, and along with a semicolon. So this is what you, so you just created a object. Okay, now it's time to assign values to all the variables over here. Okay, so initially all these variables will be null. Okay, they won't have any values because you are not initializing it with a default value. Okay, so to assign them values, what I'll be doing is we'll start assigning from the main class itself. Okay, so just to let you know, all these variables that we created are public variables and it can be accessed from the main class. Okay, so I'll be typing in the object name dot, and you can see the suggestions over here. So this is how you access the variables inside a particular class. Okay, so you type the object name dot, and the IDE will suggest you with seats, color, model. Okay, whatever you have defined over here. Type in enter equal to, and you'll start assigning the value Ferrari F430. So this is a model of this particular car that we are creating. Okay, Ferrari dot seats, it has 4 seats. Okay, Ferrari dot color, so color we can define, let's say red. Okay, and what I'll do is I will simply be invoking that method that we have created over here, which is the display method, okay, that will print all the values. So to call the method, you will simply type in the object name dot display, okay, the ID suggests over here, you type in enter. So what you just did is you created an object Ferrari using the blueprint car, which is the class, okay, and you assigned values to the variables within the class, okay, and you are also calling a method over here, okay. So we'll just run this program and we'll see what the output looks like. So ideally this program should print all the values of this particular object that we have assigned, okay. So we'll just right click and we'll run this and let's wait for the output. And there you go, you see whatever we have assigned over here, okay. Now similarly you can create multiple cars over here. So like car, I can create a Tesla, okay. I'll use a new operator, I'll type in car and I'll just assign some values to it, Tesla. Let's say I'll call the model as model S, okay. I forgot a semicolon, sorry, yeah. I'll just say that seats it has is 4, okay. Tesla dot color, so the color it has is black, okay. I'll again create and I'll again display the values, okay. We'll create one more object over here, okay, car. Let's say Audi, we'll use new operator, car Audi dot model. So let's say Audi, so the model name is SQ5, okay. I'll just create model dot color, I'll assign a value called blue, let's say it's a blue car. Audi dot seats 4, okay, and I'll display whatever we have assigned, okay. Now I'll run this program. So ideally this program should print the values for this Ferrari object, it should print the values for Tesla object, it should also print the values for Audi object. So let's see what the output looks like. So there you go, you are seeing it printed the value for Ferrari object, the Tesla object, and it also printed the value for Audi car, okay. So what we just did is we created a blueprint which is a class, okay. We created some variables, okay, and a method, and we created 3 objects and we actually printed the value, okay. So this is what we just did, okay. We created a car class, okay. It had certain variables defined in it, model, color, seats, and a display behavior which is a method, okay. And then we created 3 objects over here, okay, which is the first car, second car, third car. We assigned some values to all the corresponding variables and we used it in the program, okay. So that's about this class, guys, okay. See you guys in the next class. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in last lecture we understood like how we create classes and how to create objects, and we also created a class car, okay, and we created 3 corresponding objects which is Ferrari, Tesla and Audi. So in this lecture I'll be introducing you to the new keyword and I'll explain you the role of this new keyword in creation of the objects. So let's get started. So before I talk about new keyword, I want you guys to understand how memory allocation works in Java. Okay, so for the sake of explanation, I'll take you through this slide over here. So let's say you create a variable A, okay, and you have declared it as type integer, okay. Now integer has 4 bytes, okay, the size of integer is 4 bytes. Now when you declare this particular variable and assign it a value, what compiler does is it allocates variable A a memory block which is corresponding to 4 bytes, okay, and if you are assigning a value 10 over here, this 10 sits in this particular block, okay. Now one point to be noted over here is every memory location in memory has an address associated with it. So in this particular example, this is the address of this memory location which is allotted to A. So if you have to refer to A, you have to use this address to refer to this particular memory block which is allotted to A, okay. So this is how memory allocation works in Java, okay. So these are some of the things that I want you guys to understand. So whenever you create variables, you allocate memory corresponding to the size of the data type, okay, and every location has an address associated with it, okay. Now let's get back to the object creation, okay. We created objects in our previous lecture wherein like we used the class name, we declared the object reference variable which is nothing but the object name, okay, and after equal to we use new keyword and then we use the class name with 2 parentheses, okay. So I would like to tell you over here that object creation has basically 2 steps. So over here we created objects in one step, okay, in one shot we created an object, okay, but object creation actually has 2 steps, okay, which is like object declaration and object. So object creation has 2 steps, which is object declaration and memory allocation. Now what does object declaration means? Since in last lecture we have declared object and we have also created object in one statement, I will break this statement into 2 parts, okay. So to explain this, I'll create a car test over here, okay, and I'll put a semicolon over here, okay. So this step, like wherein like we just declared the object name, is known as object declaration, okay. So we just did a first step of object creation, okay. Then the another step is object name is equal to new test, okay. So this is the second, okay, no, not test, it's car, okay. So this is the second step wherein the memory is allocated using the new operator. So I'll repeat myself, guys. So object creation has 2 steps. One is the object declaration, okay, and then the memory allocation, okay. So in object declaration, the name of the object is declared, okay. Now in this case, we have declared the object name as test, okay. So we have created the object of class car and we have declared it as test, and this test over here is also known as object reference variable, okay. So this is the first step, okay. So first step done, we just declared the object, okay. Now in second step, the memory allocation for this particular object is done using the new operator. New operator is responsible for allocating the memory and giving it to test reference variable. I would like to also mention one thing over here, that when you just declare an object, there is no memory that is allotted to this particular object because you have just declared. Now in second step, when you actually use new operator, memory is actually allocated and assigned to test. So this means that after declaring the object, if you try to use it, it will throw an error, okay, because there is no memory allocated to this particular object. So you can use the objects only after memory is allocated to them, so which is after the second step, okay. Now let's understand how this memory declaration and memory allocation works in Java. So to explain this, I'll go back to the slide over here, okay, and so this is something that we did in our last lecture, okay, wherein like we created a blueprint class, okay, which is nothing but car, okay. We declared 3 variables inside along with a method display, and we created 3 objects over there, which is nothing but first car, second car and third car. Now when you declare an object, a reference variable is created in a memory. So for example, when you declare a Ferrari object, a Ferrari reference variable will be created in a memory, okay, and after you use new operator, actual memory will be allocated with all the variables inside that particular object. Let's go back and let's break this Ferrari, since we are just talking about Ferrari object, okay. I'll just break this into 2 parts, okay. Ferrari over here, okay, and I'll just put a semicolon over here. So here, so what we just did is we have broken down the single line declaration and memory allocation of the object creation for Ferrari into two parts, okay, into two steps. So first we just declare the Ferrari object. Now when we declared an object of car, okay, which is Ferrari, okay, at this point a reference variable is created in the memory. But a point to be noted over here, after declaration, no memory is yet allotted to this particular object, okay. Only a reference variable is created in the memory with the name Ferrari, okay. Now when we initialize this Ferrari object with the new operator, actual memory is allocated for this particular object. Now like we know, every memory has an address associated with it. So let's say this memory has this particular address associated with it, okay. Now this Ferrari object will have the reference of this particular memory. So what it means is this reference variable over here which we created, Ferrari reference object, this will point to the memory location of the actual object, okay. So this object has memory address of this, okay, and this memory address goes and sits into Ferrari reference variable. So what Ferrari reference variable is doing is it is just pointing to this particular object over here, okay, and that is the reason why this is known as reference variable, because this refers to a memory location of the actual object. Now whenever you assign any data, this data will be sitting in this particular memory blocks, okay, which Ferrari reference variable is pointing to, okay. And in similar way it works for all the other objects. So like in last lecture we created multiple objects of Tesla, Audi, okay, and these reference variables, these reference object variables were pointing to the corresponding memory blocks, okay, and data was stored in those corresponding memory blocks. So this is how object creation in Java works, okay. So now whenever you declare an object, a reference variable is created in a memory, and when you use new operator, memory is actually allocated to that particular object, okay. And how much memory is allocated, that depends on the number of variables that you have declared within that particular class. So like in this class we have 3 variables, so it also depends on the data type, okay. So since we have 3 variables and whatever the data type we have put in, according to that memory blocks are allocated. So this is how object creation works in Java, guys, and this is how new operator works. So new operator over here is responsible for allocating the memory over here and also to pass the address reference of this particular object, which is x0061x9 over here in our case, okay. So this address is passed to Ferrari object, and this is done by new operator. So new operator allocates the memory to the object, and it also returns the reference, memory reference of the memory allocated to the reference variable, so that reference variable can store that with it, okay. So this is how memory allocation works in Java, guys. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me anytime regarding this lecture. So thanks for watching, guys. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome to this class. So in last lecture, we learned how we can initialize class variables or class properties using methods, okay. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about what are constructors in Java, and we will actually be creating or writing a sample program which uses constructors. So constructors are used to construct objects in Java. The main use of constructors in Java is to initialize the variables within the class. So I'll start by writing in a constructor, okay, and let's start. So I'll just delete this method which is initialize over here, okay, and instead of this I'll write in a constructor. So we'll start by writing the public keyword and the class name. So this is how you declare a constructor, okay. So you specify here the access modifier, the class name,
two set of parentheses and curly braces. So we have created a first constructor over here, okay, and I'll write over here system.out.println, okay, constructor. I'll type in first constructor, okay. Now I'll go over here, and since we don't have the initialize method, I'll just delete all of this, okay. So I'll just run this program and we'll see what the output looks like. So the program printed the output as first constructor, which is the statement that we put in over here within our first constructor that we created, okay. So what actually happened is, when we created the object of this particular class car, the constructor was invoked and hence it printed first constructor. So you can define constructors as methods that are used to initialize the variables within the class, okay. So now over here, let's start by initializing the member variables over here. So what I'll do is I'll put in the model as test model, okay, and color as test color, and seats as I'll initialize it as 4, okay. And what we'll do is, now after creating this object, I will actually be displaying the values over here, okay, and I'll actually run this program and let's take a look at the output over here. So there you go. So what happened exactly is, when this particular statement was being called new car, the constructor for this particular class car was called and all the statements within this constructor were executed. And when we called display method actually displayed the value that were initialized within our constructor. So these are constructors in Java. So let's talk about how constructors are different from methods in Java. So I've pasted some differences between the constructors and methods in Java, okay. So the first difference is, constructors have no return type, whereas methods do have a return type. So in our example, we saw that we didn't define the return type for this particular constructor, whereas for every method that we have created till now and every method that we will create going ahead, we will have to specify a return type, okay. So constructors are without return type and methods do have a return type. The next difference is, constructor's name should be same as the class name. However, that's not true in case of methods. So whenever you create a constructor in Java, you have to make sure it matches the name as that of the class. So if we try to make this as public cars, okay, compiler will immediately think that it's a method and not a constructor, and it will immediately throw an error which is like invalid method declaration, return type is required. Hence constructor's name should be same as the class name, okay, but this is not true in case of the methods. So methods, you can create methods having any name you want, okay. The next difference is, Java has a default constructor, but there is no such thing called as default methods. So whenever you create an object in Java, a constructor is always called, okay. But now over here, you will ask me a question that, hey, in previous lectures that you just taught, we created objects, but we never defined a constructor. And I will be saying, yeah, that's correct, we never defined a constructor. But whenever we don't define a constructor, Java provides the program with its own default constructor, which is called during the runtime, okay. And this Java does implicitly, okay. So whenever Java identifies that there is no constructor declared for this particular class, Java implicitly provides the class with its default constructor, which is called when you create those objects, okay. So yes, when in previous lecture, when we created the objects of the classes that we defined, a constructor was being called, but that constructor was not defined by us, but it was provided by the Java compiler. And that is what this statement talks about. Java has a default constructor, but there is no such thing called default methods. Okay, so in case of methods, there is no such thing called default methods, and that's actually the difference between constructors and Java. So these are three differences that you can keep in mind. Okay, so we have created a constructor that initializes the member variables with some default values. But what if you want to assign different values to these variables each time you create an object? So in that case, Java allows you to pass parameters while creating constructors. So let's start by creating a constructor that accepts some parameters. So we will start by writing in public char, and we will put some parameters over here. So the first parameter will be model, second parameter will be color, third parameter will be seats, and a pair of curly braces. Okay, so what we just did is we accepted some parameters in this constructor and we assigned this to the class instance variables. Okay, but we have used something called as this keyword over here, which is the first time we are using it in this tutorial. Okay, so I'll be giving you a gist of what this keyword means is, since the name of the class instance variable and the parameters over here are same, to make sure that Java refers to the class instance variable over here, we have to use the this keyword over here. Okay, so if we don't use the this keyword, okay, Java will think that this model variable over here is the parameter over here. So we are assigning a parameter to a parameter. So model is equal to model. But to tell Java that this model is the class instance variable which is declared over here, we will have to use this dot model. Okay, so that's about this keyword over here. Okay, now we are going back to our main class and we will actually be passing some parameters over here that will go and sit in these variables that we just declared. So the parameters will be Ferrari F430, comma, the color red, comma, the number of seats. Okay, now we will just go ahead and run this program and we'll see what the output looks like. So there you go. Here we see the output, and the output is actually the parameters that we passed over here. So what happened actually over here is, when this object got created, these set of parameters were passed in this particular constructor that we declared over here, and these parameters were accepted by these variables. Okay, and it was assigned to the corresponding class instance variable or class properties that we have declared over here. Okay, and when we called the display method, we actually printed those values. Okay, so hence we created two constructors over here. One is a constructor without any parameters, which assigns the default value to class instance variable, and a parameterized constructor which accepts parameters and assigns the values in those parameters to the class instance variable. So let's talk about some rules for creating constructors. So I'll be pasting some rules over here and we'll go through each one of them. So here are some rules of the constructor. So the first rule says constructor name should be same as the class name. So we already have seen this, and I'm repeating again. So the constructor name cannot be different from that of the class. Okay, constructors do not have a return type. Now over here we don't have a return type for this particular constructor, which we have already seen when we discussed the differences between constructors and methods. Next rule says declaring constructors is not mandatory, which means in previous tutorials we have already created objects and classes without declaring constructor, and in that case during execution Java compiler provided a default constructor for objects to get created. Next rule says there won't be any default constructor created in Java if you have declared a constructor. Okay, so if we have declared any single constructor, Java won't be providing with its default constructor. Okay, next rule says constructor cannot be inherited. Now what does inheritance means? we will be talking about inheritance in the following lectures. So that's about constructors, guys. See you guys in the next class. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome to this class. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about another OOPS concept, which is polymorphism. So let's get started. So polymorphism is a Greek word wherein poly means many and morphism means behavior. So it means many behavior. So what is polymorphism? So polymorphism is nothing but an ability of an object to take more than one forms or behavior. Now what does it mean? So let's take an example of a person, which is me. Okay, so I have different behavior in front of camera, at home, with friends, when I'm watching movies. So I exhibit different behavior at different places based on the conditions. Okay, so this is nothing but me exhibiting polymorphism. So there are two types of polymorphism. One is compile time or static binding or early binding, and another one is runtime polymorphism or dynamic binding or late binding. Okay, so an example of compile time polymorphism is overloading. We'll be discussing more about what is overloading and what are different types of overloading, and we will also be writing some programs to demonstrate overloading in our next lecture. Okay, an example of runtime polymorphism is overriding. So we'll also be discussing overriding, and we'll also be creating some programs, sample programs to exhibit this behavior in our following lecture. So that's about the conceptual overview of polymorphism, guys. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome to this class. In this lecture we are going to talk about inheritance in Java. So what is inheritance? So inheritance is nothing but a process wherein one class acquires the properties of another class. Inheritance is a very important concept in Java and as well as in object oriented programming. With the help of inheritance, you can easily reuse the code that you have written or defined in a particular class. The class whose properties are getting acquired is known as superclass, base class, or a parent class. And the class who is acquiring the property of the parent class is known as child class or a subclass. So let's see how inheritance works in Java, and let's create a sample program for the same. So I've already created a project over here, and I have already defined a main class over here called inheritance main. Okay, and I've already written the main method over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a class. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just go to this project explorer and I'll go to src, I'll do new and a new Java class, and I'll type the name of the Java class as animal and I'll press OK. So here we created a Java class called animal. Now what I'll do is I'll create another class called dog, which will inherit this class animal. So let's go ahead by creating a new class. Click on new Java class and I'll call the class as dog and I'll press OK. Okay. So we can now here inherit the animal class by using the extends keyword. So this is how you inherit a class in Java. You write extends besides the class declaration and you write animal. Now what I'll do is I'll go to this parent class animal. Okay. So I'm creating a method called walk over here and a pair of curly braces, and I'll just do a println statement that walking. So I just created a method called walk in our parent class, and it just prints a line called walking. Okay. Now in the child class, which is the dog, I'll create another method. So public void bark. I'll call this method bark and a pair of curly braces, and I'll just print in
barking. Okay. So now what we have done is we created an animal class with a method called walking. Okay, so animal has a method called walk, a behavior, and dog has a method called bark. Okay, and we have inherited dog class with the animal class. So all the properties of animal class is now inherited by dog class. Okay, so let's go to our main class and see inheritance in action. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create an object of dog class, which is a child class over here. So I'll go and I'll print in dog. I'll put in dog is equal to new dog. Just type in enter and I'll call dog dot. Now you can see compiler is suggesting us both the methods defined in the parent class, which is the animal, and also the method which we defined in the child class, which is the dog. So I'll call both the method. First I'll call walk and then I'll call dog dot bark. I'll go ahead and run this program. Okay, let's see the output. So there we see the output. Okay, so we printed walking and barking. Okay, so what actually happened over here is animal class is the parent class, okay, with a method called walk, and we created a dog class which extended the animal class, which means it inherited the properties of this animal class into it. Okay, and we also defined a new method within dog class which is bark. Okay, now when we create the object of the dog class, we will also be able to access the properties of animal class because we have inherited animal class in dog class, and that is exactly what we did over here. We created a dog class object and we called dog.walk, which is the method defined in the parent class, and we also called bark, okay, which is the method defined in the child class. So this is a simple example of inheritance and how Java facilitates code reusability with the help of inheritance. So believe me guys, inheritance is a very important subject in object-oriented programming and Java. With the help of inheritance, you can create a base class or a parent class. You can write in certain methods which you will be requiring in many other classes, okay, and you can simply inherit that class without writing any extra code. That all those methods defined in those parent class are available to all the child classes that inherit them. So I can create multiple classes that inherit this animal class. So for example, in this tutorial, I inherited this animal class in dog class, but I can also create a cat class and extend animal. I can also create a ant class and extend this animal. I can also create a goat class and extend this animal. So I can create different classes of animals. So I can create different classes and extend this class animal unlimited times. So, and in all the classes that I inherit this animal class, walk method or any other property that we define within this class will be accessible over there. Okay, so that is how it works. Now let's see an example by defining a variable over here. So we just tested this with methods. Okay, now let me define a variable called, I'll define it as integer, and I'll call this as legs, and I'll just initialize it over here with 4. Okay, now I'll go to this dog class and I'll just print this variable over here which we just defined in the parent class, and I'll just put it as legs over here. Okay, now when I run this class, it will actually print the value within this legs variable, okay, which we have initialized as 4. Okay, so since we are inheriting the animal class in dog class, like we can use methods, we can also use variables of the parent class in the child class. Okay, so I'll just show this to you by just running this particular program. Okay, there you go. So we can access the variables and methods which is nothing but the class instance, which is nothing but the class members, in the child class. Okay, so that's all about inheritance, guys. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Thanks a lot, guys. See you guys in the next class.
Hello guys, welcome back, and in this lecture we are going to talk about arrays in Java. So let's get started, guys. So we already know that this is how we declare a variable. Okay, so here I have declared a variable a and I have assigned it a value 10. Okay, and variable a is of integer type. Now when we write this statement in Java, what Java does is it creates a memory block. Okay, it assigns it a name, which is a in our case, and the value that we assign goes and sits in this particular memory block. Okay, and over here a is the variable name, this is the memory block. Okay, and 10 is the data that's sitting in the memory block. But variable is designed to store only one value at any given point of time. So if you assign 20 to a, the value that you have assigned previously, which is 10, will get overridden by 20, and now 20 will sit in this particular place. Okay, now in software development you will often face scenarios wherein you want to store multiple values of the same type. For example, you might want to store roll number of all the students in a school. You might want to store bank account numbers of all the bank account holders with a particular bank. You might want to store the marks that a student has got in his particular semester. Now in these scenarios, if you want to store roll number of 1000 students, one way is to create 1000 variables that will hold 1000 roll numbers of those 1000 students. Okay, but this is not the most effective way to handle this. Okay, and that is when arrays come into picture. So using arrays, you can store multiple values of the same type and reference it using a single name. Okay, so this is how you create a variable that stores an integer value 10. Okay, but if you want to store 4 integer values, you can create arrays that will look something like this. So here this is the series of blocks, okay, to store 4 integer values, and we are referring to this with a single name. So a is the name of this particular array. Okay, and you can store values in this particular block. Okay, and you can define the size of this particular array. So in this example we have defined the size as 4. Okay, we are saying that this is an array that holds 4 integer values, but you can create arrays that will hold 5 integer values, 10 integer values, and 1000 integer values. So it's up to you, and it's up to your requirement on how much data you want to store in a particular array. So this is what array is in Java, guys. So a difference between variables and array is, with variables you can store one value at a time. Okay, but with arrays are designed to store multiple values at a given time of the same type. Okay, so by same type, what I mean is, if we have created an array of integer value, okay, of size 4, okay, you can't store float over here. Okay, like if first value is integer, the second value will also be integer, third value will also be integer, and fourth value will also be integer. So that's about array, guys. See you guys in the next class. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to take a look at the creation process of arrays. So we are going to understand how arrays are created, okay? And by the end of this lecture you will have a better understanding and you will be able to create and use your own arrays, okay? So let's get started, guys. So here I have already created a sample project called arrays example. Okay, I have already created a main class called arrays example, and it has a main method in it. Okay, so let's understand what are the steps involved in array creation process. So creating array is a 3-step process. Okay, the first step is declaring array. The second step is allocate the memory for the declared array.
third step is initialize the array. Okay, so let's take a look at the first step, which is declare the array. So how will you declare the array? So this is the syntax on my screen to declare the array. So it consists of data type. Okay, so there are two ways to declare the array. So first way is data type, array name, and then a pair of square brackets, okay, with a semicolon. And the second way is data type, pair of square brackets, and array name. Okay, so we are just going to create our first array. Okay, so integer a and a pair of curly brackets, and using the second way we are going to create our array called b. Okay, so these are the two arrays that we created. Okay, let's take a look at the second step. So the second step in the creation of array is the allocation of the memory. Okay, and here is the syntax on my screen on how you can allocate memory to the declared array. So it's the syntax is array name is equal to new data type, and in brackets, square brackets, you will specify the size of this particular array. So the memory allocation is done for this array using the new keyword, and the new keyword is responsible for allocating the memory. So let's allocate memory for our array a. Okay, so it will be array name is equal to new a and size of 5. Okay, I'm going to place a semicolon over here. Oh sorry, it will be integer over here. Okay, and a semicolon. So this is how memory is allocated for this particular array. So let's understand what happens in these two steps. Okay, in declaration and allocation of memory. Okay, so I'll take you to my slide for this particular purpose. Okay, so when you declare an array, okay, using this statement integer a, okay, a is created in the memory. Okay, and when you execute the second step, a is equal to new integer of 5. Like when you specify the size as 5, okay, 5 memory blocks are allocated to this particular array. Okay, and a points to this particular memory block. Okay, so variable a is created first initially, which holds nothing, okay, in the first statement, and then when the statement with the new keyword in the second step is executed, a memory block with a memory with 5 blocks is essentially created, okay, to accommodate 5 integers over here. So this each block over here is has enough space to accommodate the integer value. Okay, and then a points to this particular memory block. Okay, so this is what happens in these two steps in the memory. Okay, now let's take a look at the third step. Okay, initializing the array. Okay, so to initialize the array, okay, here is the syntax that I've pasted on my screen. So it starts with array name. In the square brackets you will specify the index. Okay, so don't worry if you don't know what is index. Okay, I'll be covering this shortly. And you will specify the value after the equal to sign, which is the value that is assigned to this particular element. Okay, so now let's take a look at what this means. Okay, so we have allocated memory to our given array. Okay, and we have also declared it, but how do we access each element in this particular array? So this is where the concept of subscript, index, or position comes in. Okay, so you can access the individual elements of the array by using these numbers. Okay, so the first element you can refer to it as a of 0. Okay, which because it is at the 0th position. Okay, also remember the index, position, or subscript of any array starts with 0. Okay, so if your array is of the length 5, okay, the maximum index will be 4. Okay, as you can see over here, because it starts with 0. So you can refer to this as a of 0, a of 1, 2, 3, and 4 respectively, and this has various terms. Okay, so this is referred as index, position, or subscript. Okay, so let me show you an example of how you are going to access the array. Okay, So you're going to refer the first element as a of 0, okay, which is equal to 10, okay. So this means that I have assigned the first element in the array as 10. So I'm going to assign the rest of the element 20, a of 2 is equal to 40. So this is how you access the individual elements within the array, okay. And to represent it in the diagram, okay, so in every block the particular value goes and sits, okay. So at the 0th position you have 10 sitting over here because you have assigned the 0th block as 10, okay. And this is how you can access individual elements, okay. So this is what exactly happens in the memory when you declare and initialize the array, okay. So what we'll do now is we'll go ahead and we'll print the individual elements, okay. We'll have to put it in a for loop, okay, because we have multiple elements over here. So this is how you use for loops with array, okay. So it's integer I is equal to 0, I is less than a dot length, okay. So a length is the property of a array which returns the length of this particular array. So your a dot length will return 5, okay. Now one more point to note over here is we haven't placed the equal to symbol over here. So it's I is less than a dot length, okay. So which means I is less than 5, which means this loop will go only till 4, okay. So we haven't mentioned I is less than equal to a because our array only goes till 4, okay. If you mention is equal to 5, okay, you will get a runtime error, okay. So I'll mention over here I plus plus, okay, and we mentioned system.out.println, okay, value of a plus I. So this is how you print the values in a given array, okay. So we have created a for loop, okay, which iterates through the array, okay, and the maximum value is less than its length, okay, and we are using the length property of the array over here, which returns the length of the array, and we have a system.out.println wherein we are accessing the element and just printing it, okay. So I'll just run this program, okay, and we'll see the output. Ideally this program should just print all the elements within the array, okay. So there you see the output, okay. You see the output as 10, 20, 50, 40 and 80 is what we assigned over here, okay. And so this is how you create and initialize and use the arrays, okay. I hope you have a better understanding of this process now. So what we did over here is we declared, initialized, allocated memory in 3 steps, okay. But there are better ways wherein you can combine these 3 steps into one. You can also combine these first 2 steps into one. So I'll be just showing you that. So I'll first show you how to combine declaration and memory allocation of the array, okay. So I just pasted some code over here, okay. So to combine declaration and memory allocation, this is how you do it. So I've created a third array called C, okay. So this first part is the declaration part, and I have merged the memory allocation part to this particular declaration, okay. So in this one step, this array is created, declared, and the memory is also allocated in this one step. I'll show you a second way wherein you can combine declaration, memory allocation, as well as initialization in one step. So I'll just paste some code over here. So this is how you declare, allocate memory, as well as initialize in a single step. So first part is the declaration, okay. Then this part is the memory allocation, and then this part is the initialization in the curly braces. So notice that we haven't mentioned the size over here, okay, in the square brackets, okay, size of the array. The reason is we are initializing in one statement. Okay, so the compiler knows that this is an array of 5 size because we are passing 5 elements along with it. Okay, just to clarify, I will just run a for loop with this array and I'll show you the output. So d dot value, okay, the value of d, okay, and the value of d, okay, and I'll just print it. I'll just run this program. So you should see the output as 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so there you see the output. So this is how you create and use arrays. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed this lecture. So in this lecture we took a look at the 3-step of the array creation process, okay, which is declare the array, allocate memory, initialize the array. Okay, and then we also saw how you can combine these steps into one statement. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed this lecture. See you guys in the next class. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to understand what are packages in Java. By the end of this lecture we will have a clear understanding of what are packages and why should we use packages, and we will also understand what are the different types of packages in Java. Okay, so let's get started. So before jumping onto packages, I would like to tell you, like in Java, it is not recommended to have multiple classes in a single Java file. So like if you're working on a project and if you have a lot of classes, then it's not recommended to put all those classes in a single Java file, since it would affect the readability and it's not a good programming practice. For example, like if I want to create 500 classes in Java for a project, and if I declare all the classes in the single file, imagine the length of the file and the clutter it will have. It would be very difficult for a programmer to navigate through the file and make appropriate changes. If you are working in a team of programmers where multiple engineers are working on the same project, it would make even difficult to collaborate because the file is so huge that it will take time for every developer to find stuff and update. And also there will be a lot of conflicts since many developers are updating the single file. Hence it is always recommended to have a single class declared in a single source file having the same name as that of the class declared in it. For example, if you're creating a class called Ferrari, then it's recommended in Java that you also name the file as ferrari.java, so that it's easier to find and understand. Okay, this approach makes it easier to find relevant code and helps improve readability and maintainability. Let's talk about what are packages. So package is nothing but a group of related classes, interfaces, and also other packages. Okay, and packages help developers organize classes and interfaces in Java. Okay, so if you are working on a project for a bank, let's say, and it has 500 classes, okay, so you can organize. So first of all you will create 500 files for these 500 classes. Okay, and name every file with the class name. Okay, and then you can organize these 500 files with the help of packages. Okay, so you can create a package called give loan or a package called loan, and you can have all the loan related classes under that particular package. You can create a package called account and you can have all the account related files under that particular package. Okay, so this helps you organize, and it even makes easier for the developers to go and find the relevant code. So tomorrow if I as a developer I'm working on this project and I want to do some updations on the banking related files. Okay, so I can go in the bank package and I can find the relevant file and do the changes. Okay, this is much better and it gives a very organized approach to programming. Okay, so there are two types of packages. Okay, one is user defined packages and another one is system defined packages. So let's talk about user defined packages. So packages which are created and defined by users are nothing but user defined packages. Now for example, if you are working on a software for loan providing company, you can create a package
to group similar classes. Like you can create package for storing home loan classes, a different package for storing car loan classes, etc. Now, what are system defined packages? Okay, obviously these are packages which are predefined by system itself. Okay, and these packages come along with JDK to simplify the task of the programmers. And some of the commonly used built-in packages are java.io, java.lang, java.util, java.applet, etc. For example, now scanner class, which you use to read the user's input from the console, exists in a package. Okay, so all the classes in Java or JDK are predefined in packages. So let's do a quick recap, guys. So in this lecture we understood like what is the best way to organize multiple classes in a Java project, and we also understood how packages help you organize code and files better. We also took a look at the two types of packages in Java, which is nothing but a user defined package and a system defined package. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to create our own package, and we are also going to create some classes within that particular package. So by the end of this lecture you will have a better understanding of how you can create your own package using IntelliJ IDEA. So let's get started. So I've already created a project over here called Java Packages Demo. Okay, so there is a folder called SRC over here, and I haven't really created anything over there. So you can click on the SRC folder to create your first package, and right click over here. Okay, you will see a new option over here, and within that new option you will see an option of package. Okay, so you can click on this. Okay, and what we are going to do is we are going to create our first package, and we are going to call it first package itself. Okay, and I'm just going to press OK. Now you can see over here, like under SRC, the first package is created. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to create our first file within this particular package, and we are going to go to new, and we are going to do Java class. Okay, and we are going to name this first class. Okay, and I'm just going to press enter. Okay, now you see the first line of this particular class says package first package. Okay, so this is nothing but the package declaration, okay, within the class. Okay, and this line tells which package this particular class belongs to. If you omit the package statement, for example, okay, the class names are put into a default package which has no name. Okay, so over here we are getting an error over here because it's saying like missing package statement. Okay, because we have already included this particular class within this particular package. Okay, so what the compiler is saying is either you include this particular class within this particular package by mentioning the package declaration as the first line, or you just move this class out of this particular package. Okay, so if I move this particular class, if I just drag this to the SRC folder, okay, I click on refactor, then this particular error goes away. You can see like there is under SRC folder we have first package, and under SRC folder itself we have first class as well. Okay, so first package is now empty. Okay, and the error is also gone because first class is not residing under any package. Okay, it's under default package. Okay, but now if I move this, I just drag and I just move this to first package. I click on refactor. Okay, then I will, oh, you see that it IntelliJ is smart enough to include package declaration. Okay, but I'll just remove this for a while, and you'll see this error over here, missing package statement. Okay, go away with this error. Like to solve this error, we need to like just remove this commented line, and we need to include the package declaration as the first line in the class. Okay, now so this is how you create a class under a particular package. So this particular line, which is the package declaration, has to be the first line within the particular class. Okay, now if I just cut paste this line, and if I move this as the last line, it will throw an error, okay, and it will still throw an error. It's throwing through 2 errors over here, like class or interface expected, and it's saying missing package statement. Okay, I'll do undo over here. I'll press Control Z. So now let's take a look at how packages are stored on file system. So I have already opened this particular project in the folder, okay, and to do this you can I'm on Mac, okay, so you can go over here, right click on this Java packages, okay, and you can click on reveal in finder. So this is on Mac, okay, but if you're not on Mac, you can just navigate to this particular workplace, okay, and you can just take a look at this project, okay. And so basically I have already opened this over here, okay, and you can see the src folder over here, okay. Now Java internally uses file system to organize packages, okay. So here first class.java is stored as a file, okay. This first class.java is stored as a file on the system, which is in turn stored inside a directory named first package, okay. So whenever you create a package, okay, or what IntelliJ IDEA does is it creates a folder, okay, under src folder, okay. So if you're creating a package called first package, it will create a folder under src folder, okay, and it will display that particular folder here as package first, like, which is nothing but the first package, okay. And when you create a class, okay, it stores that as a file under this particular folder, okay. And this is how Java uses the combination of files and folders to organize packages and classes, okay. So let me show this to you over here. So under src you will have first package, okay, which is nothing but a folder, and under first package you will have a file called first class.java, okay. So using the combination of files and folders, Java organizes, or Java allows us to use packages, okay. Now let me create a second package over here and show you, okay. So I'll go to new package, okay, second package. Oh, no. Now you see second package is created over here, and over here you also see another folder called second package, okay. So if I create 10 packages over here, you will see 10 folders over here, okay, and whatever class you create under whichever package, corresponding files will be created under those particular folders, okay. So this is how Java uses packages or files and folders to organize packages and help us make better use of it. So let's summarize this lecture. So in this lecture we understood how to create a package in Java using IntelliJ IDEA, and how you can create or include a class in a particular package, okay. And we understood like you can do this by using the package declaration statement, which is nothing but the first line of the particular class that you want to include, okay. And we also understood how Java handles packages, okay, on the file system. So it uses a combination of folders and files, okay, to help developers use it. So that's about creating packages, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back, and in this lecture we are going to talk about how you can use a class declared in the package, okay. So I already have a project over here called Java Packages Demo, and I have created first package which has a class called first class, and a second package which has nothing as of now, okay. So what I'll do is I'll create a class under second package over here, okay, and I'll call it second class, okay, and I'll press enter, okay, and you see that the corresponding package declaration generated over here, okay. Now what I'll try to do is I'll try to use the first class, okay, in the second class, okay. So I tried creating an object of first class over here, okay, in the second class over here, okay, and second class resides under second package, okay, which is nothing but a separate package, okay. So as you can see, the compiler is throwing an error and it's not allowing me use first class, which is a class declared in another package. So how are we supposed to use a class that is under another package? Okay, so let's take a look at that. So I'm going to paste some content over here. Okay, so there are two ways over here to use a class that is declared in another package. Okay, so the first way is by using a fully qualified class name along with the package. Okay, now what does a fully qualified class name mean? Like for example, if I have to talk about this class, like where does this class reside? Okay, the first class, I have to mention first package dot first class. Okay, so first package dot first class. Okay, this is nothing but the reference that I'm making to first class over here, okay, which resides under first package. So as you can see, that package name dot class name is nothing but tells the compiler, okay, so this is the class that you are referring to. And this method of representing a class that resides in another package is known as a fully qualified class name. This is nothing but similar to an address. Okay, basically you are telling the compiler, okay, go over here and find this particular class that I'm trying to use over here. Okay, and I can create the object over here. Okay, but again, like if I try to use first class over here, it's going to throw an error. So I have to include first package dot first class. Okay, so this statement works perfectly fine. Okay, and this way of referring to a class that is declared in another package is known as a fully qualified class name. So we just saw how you can use fully qualified class name to refer to a class that resides in another class. Okay, now let's take a look at another way, which is nothing but a better way, I would say, to refer to a class that resides in another package. And that way is using the import statement. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll comment this line. Okay, and I'll write another line of code, okay, wherein I'll try to use first class. Okay, now you see I try to refer again and I get an error over here. Okay, now to solve this error, I need to tell where this particular class resides. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to go over here to use import statement. Okay, just below the package declaration statement, and I need to type in import first package dot first class, and I need to end this with a semicolon. Done. So at the beginning of the Java class or at the beginning of the Java file, I just below the package declaration. Okay, so because the package declaration has to be the first statement in the Java file. Okay, but just below that I can mention the import statement. Okay, this import statement, what it does is it tells the Java compiler that wherever you see first class as a reference, you need to go and find it in the first package. Okay, so it just resolves that confusion, or it tells the compiler that this is where you need to find that particular class. Okay, now there is a benefit of using import statement over fully qualified class name. So if I have to write 1000 line of code using first class, okay, then I need to mention first package dot first class every time whenever I need to refer to this particular class. Okay, but using import statement, you need to just write this once. Okay, and you can use it forever, like new first class. Okay, done. Compiler knows that wherever in this particular Java file you use first class, you are referring to the class that is under first package. Okay, that is about import statement over here. Now as you can see on my screen, there are two variations of import statements. Okay, so one is implicit import. Now let's take a look at what an implicit import is. So if let's say there is another class over here, okay, which is nothing but third class. Okay, and this is under first package. Okay, and I come to this particular class over here. Okay, Now let's say I want to import all the classes that reside in this particular package over here, okay, which is nothing but first package. So instead of specifying the class name after the package name over here, okay, I just put star over here, okay. So what star tells the compiler is within first package, okay, just import all the classes, okay, and whenever you see a class name, okay, and if you can find it over here, okay, this is the class name that we are referring to, okay. So just to give you an example, third class, okay, I can just use it third class without importing third class specifically, okay. But if I change this to first class like it was earlier, third class will throw an error, okay. So this is the benefit of this is nothing but an implicit import, and this is its benefit, wherein by mentioning star, you tell the compiler and you are importing all the classes at once, okay, rather than importing them one at a time, okay. So this is nothing but an implicit import is, okay. Now let's talk about what an explicit import is. So explicit import is nothing but importing a class explicitly, okay, which we did earlier, okay. So this was an explicit import statement wherein we mentioned, like, from this particular package we need only this class to be imported, okay. This is nothing but explicit import, okay. Now it is always recommended. Now there are two types of import statements, so implicit import, explicit import. Now you will be like, okay, so which one is better, or which one should I use? So yeah, explicit import is better. Implicit and import definitely gives you the flexibility of importing all the classes within that particular package, but it also creates a lot of confusion, okay. I would recommend explicit import is always better because it gives readability, okay, and it improves readability of your particular program, and like it tells any other programmer, like who is referring to your code later on, it tells that particular programmer that these are the classes that we have imported from this particular package, and we are using it in this particular program, okay. And IntelliJ generates explicit import statements by default. So now let's say if I have to use third class, okay, I just type third, okay, and it auto suggests me, okay, like, is this the class that you're referring to within first package, okay. The moment I press enter, you see this particular import statement got auto generated, okay. So this is the benefit of using an IDE like IntelliJ IDEA, okay. It just writes a lot of code automatically for you, okay, and it just suggests me, okay. So IntelliJ IDEA generates explicit import statements, okay, and it makes program readable. Now if I want to use a scanner class, okay, I can type in scanner, I can press enter, and it automatically imports this particular class. So one point to remember over here is a Java class file or a Java program can have only one package declaration at the top. Like if you try to do multiple package declaration, okay, you will get an error, okay. And but this is not the case with the import statements. You can have multiple import statement and as many as you like, okay. So if you're using 1000 classes over here, you can have 1000 import statements, okay, that's not a problem. Now this particular line has turned gray, okay, which means so Java is telling us that we are not using scanner class over here because I just deleted that line, okay. So would you want to optimize it? And if you click on optimize, it just removes that particular line of code, okay. So that's IntelliJ IDEA working for you, okay. Import statements and fully qualified class names are only supposed to be used if you are trying to use a class from another package, okay. So if I am trying to use a class from the same package, like if I try to use first class within third class, okay, I don't need to use the import statement. So let me give you an example. So I'm within third class over here, which resides in the same package as first package, and we also have first class under that particular package, and I just type in first class, okay, that is it, and I can create the object, Okay, so you see there is no need to use fully qualified class name. There is no need to use import statement if you are trying to use a class within the same package. Okay, but if you go to another package, you will have to tell the compiler where this particular class resides. Okay, because it's residing in another package. Okay, so that's about using classes in another package. Okay, so let me summarize this lecture for you. So in this lecture we understood how you can use a class that is defined in another package. Okay, and we took a look at two ways of doing so, like one is fully qualified class name and another one is by using import statements, and we saw examples for both. And import statements are of two types. We saw implicit and explicit. So implicit is wherein you mention you import all the classes within that particular package, and explicit import is you mention that which classes you are importing from this particular package. Java IntelliJ idea, the IDE that you are using will always auto generate import statement which are of explicit type. Okay, and it is always recommended to use explicit import statements since it makes your program much more readable to other developers. And we also learned that you can have multiple import statements in a single class file, but you cannot have multiple package statements. Okay, so package statement has to be only one, but import statement can be as many as you like. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about what are subpackages in Java and how you can create a subpackage, and how you can use the classes that are already defined in the subpackages. Okay, so let's get started. So subpackage is nothing but a package that is created within a package. Okay, and this is known as a subpackage in Java. Okay, so let me give you an example and let me show you how to create a subpackage. So you have this package called first package. Okay, and I can create a subpackage by right clicking on it, new, and click on a package. Okay, and I'll call it first subpackage. Okay, and I'll press enter. You can see a package is created under the first package. Now let me create a class under this first subpackage. Okay, so I'll call it first subclass. Okay, I'll press enter. Okay, now notice the package declaration over here. Okay, which is the first line over here. It is nothing but first package dot first subpackage, and the format is package name dot subpackage name. Okay, so this is nothing but the package declaration for a class that resides in subpackage. Okay, and now what I can do, I would like to show you is how you can use this class defined in a subpackage. Okay, so I'll go to the second class which is defined in another package called second package, and I'll try using first subclass over here. Okay, so first subclass, you can see the suggestion over here and it says first package dot first subpackage. Okay, so this class resides over here. I'll just click on it. Okay, now you can see this particular class got imported over here, and just take a look at the import statement over here. So import statement is first package dot first subpackage dot first subclass. Okay, which is nothing but the package name dot subpackage name dot class name. Okay, and I can create the class. I can create an object of this particular class over here. Okay, so this is how you can use a class that is defined under a subpackage. Okay, in a class that is defined in another package. Okay, right. I would also like to show you how you can refer to this particular class using fully qualified class name. Okay, so you can just use first package. Okay, dot first subpackage. Okay, dot first subclass. Okay, and you can use this same declaration over here and the error goes away. Okay, but we'll prefer using the import statements over here. This is just to give you a sense of how you can use fully qualified class names. Okay, so one point I would like to highlight over here is if you use this particular statement over here, first package or star. Okay, this package, this statement will only import, the star over here will only import classes that are under first package. Okay, which means here in our example it will import first class and third class because these two classes are under first package. Okay, but it won't import first subclass because it is under a sub package. Okay, so you can see we are getting an error over here for first subclass. Now if you want to import all the classes that are defined in the sub package, okay, you have to use import first package dot first sub package dot star. Okay, so this will import all the classes under the sub package. Okay, so that's about using import statements, fully qualified class name with sub packages. Okay, so let me summarize this lecture for you. So in this lecture we understood what are sub packages and how you can create sub package in Java. We actually created a first sub package over here and we created a first class under that particular sub package, and we tried to use that particular class in another class which resides in another package. Okay, and we saw like how fully qualified class names, how implicit and explicit import work, and we also saw how package declaration works for the class that is defined under a sub package. So I hope you guys have enough clarity about this, and I hope you guys enjoyed this class. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about the need for collections in Java. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of why collections are needed when you are building softwares using Java. So let's get started. So when you build software, there will always be scenarios where you want to store a group of objects together. It's a very common use case in the programming world. Like for example, if you are building a software for a bank, you might want to get and store a list of customers. Now, if you have such a requirement, the first thing that comes to your mind, hey, I can use arrays to store these things, right? Yes, and I'm going to tell you that you are absolutely correct here. You can use arrays to store these things, but arrays have some limitations and are less flexible. So in terms of flexibility, like arrays lack a lot of things. So let me explain to you with the help of some use cases. So let me talk about the limitations of array. If you are building a software and you're not sure about the number of objects that you would be storing. Now, number of objects are nothing but the number of elements that you are going to need an array for. So let's say you want to fetch a list of customers and you're not sure like how many customers are there, and you need an object or a container to store this list of customers. So now the situation becomes tricky because you don't know how many elements you want to store. And because you are not sure about the number of elements, as a result, you won't be sure about the size that you want to declare array with. Situation becomes even worse if the number of objects or elements changes on the fly during the runtime while execution of the program. So there are high chances in this particular case that your array might overflow and might result in an exception. Now, in such scenarios, you need something which can grow on the fly and it can work as per your requirement. So this is the limitation number one of the array, that arrays are of fixed size and arrays are best choice if you know the number of elements that you're going to store upfront. Let's talk about the second limitation. So the second limitation would be that the arrays store the element of the same type. So if you want to retrieve and store objects of different types, then arrays again won't work for you, since with arrays you can store objects of similar data type. For example, an array defined for customers object will only store customer object and won't store a staff object. So staff is a different class and customer is a different class. And you have these two classes in your software. One is customer and another one is staff. So if you are creating an array
with custom object. So it will only store the custom object and not the staff object. So that's the limitation number 2. Another limitation is if you want to perform some standard operations like sorting, searching, like these are some general operations that you would often perform on a group of objects. So if you have a group of customers, you might want to sort them on the basis of their name in the alphabetical order. This is just an example, but this is one of the standard operations that developers usually perform. So in this particular scenario, you will have to write a logic for the same because arrays don't provide these standard operations inbuilt. So you have to write some additional code, and this adds complexity and makes developer write code for every small operation that they might want to perform. So these are the limitations of the array, and this is exactly where there is a room for something like collection to exist. And let's talk about how collection helps you overcome these benefits. So let's talk about how collection can help you overcome these limitations of array with the help of its benefits. So let's talk about the benefits of collections. So the first benefit would be that collections are dynamic and growable in nature, which means they can increase their size or decrease on demand. So if we talk about the example that we just spoke about, wherein you wanted to store a list of customer objects in an array and you didn't know the number of elements that you are going to store upfront. Now in this particular case, collections become helpful because you are not aware of the size upfront. So you can declare a collection and it can grow on demand. So this is one of the benefits of collection, which make them more powerful as compared to arrays. Now the benefit number 2 would be that collections can store heterogeneous object. Now what is heterogeneous object? So heterogeneous object just means objects of different type. If you want to store an object of customer type and also an object of staff type in a single collection, so you can do that because collections allow that. The third benefit is collection also have ready-made method for a common set of operations like sorting, searching, etc. So if you're using collections to store your objects, and if you have some requirement like sorting all the customer names alphabetically, you can do that by using the inbuilt operation, and this makes developers' life very easy and the code becomes much more cleaner because you are just reusing existing function that exists or it's already provided by the collections, and you're just reusing them in your program. So these are some of the benefits of collections. So let's summarize, guys. In this lecture, we spoke about some of the limitations that array has and how those limitations can affect developers when they are building the softwares. And we also spoke about how collections can help you overcome those limitations of arrays with the help of their benefits. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about collection versus collection framework, and we will be understanding the differences between both of them. So let's get started. So what is a collection? So a collection is nothing but an object that groups multiple elements into a single unit. So collection typically consists of objects that form groups. So basically you can say a pack of card or a folder of files. So these are some of the objects that form a group naturally. Like pack of card is a group of card, right? So that is nothing but a collection. So if you want to represent a pack of card in Java, you can use Java collection, and every card is nothing but an element within a collection, and together it's known as a collection of cards. Now what is a collection framework? So collections framework is a unified architecture for representing and manipulating collection. Now what does that mean? So collection framework has a set of classes and interfaces in Java which provides us an architecture to manipulate, perform operations, and to store a group of objects. So basically
if you want to perform operations, if you want to do any changes, manipulation within the collection, all those operations are performed with the help of the classes and interfaces that are provided by collection framework. So you can think of a collection as a group of multiple objects into a single unit, and collection framework as a framework which helps you to do more things with the collection you create. I hope that's clear. So like collection framework has a classes. So one example that I can tell you is within collection framework, we have a class called collections, and this particular class collections has methods defined in it for performing operations like searching, sorting, adding multiple elements, copying collection objects, etc. So this particular class acts like a helping hand to the developer, and because of this particular class, developers don't need to write extra bit of code or extra bit of logic for doing operations like searching, sorting and all. So they can just use this readily available classes, and basically this reduces the complexity, and this also gives developers a chance to focus more on the business logic rather than focusing on these routine tasks. So developers can then focus on business logic, they can optimize code there, they can make sure that the code runs well. So this is what collection framework does. So collection and collection frameworks are not same, but they are two different concepts. So collection is nothing but an object that groups multiple elements into a single unit, and collection framework is nothing but it's a framework that helps you do manipulation and perform operations on collections. All the classes and interfaces of collection framework are present in java.util package. So this is a package that is readily available in Java, JDK you can say, and all these classes are present in the java.util package, and you can access it from there. So let's summarize, guys. So in this lecture, we understood the difference between collection and collection framework. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about an overview of collection framework. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of what are the different classes and interfaces that are present in collection framework. We will also get to know the hierarchy or the relationship between each one of them. And by the end of this lecture, we will be talking about the benefits of collection framework. So let's get started. So collections is a framework with a set of classes and interfaces which provides us with an architecture to manipulate, perform operations and store a group of objects. So this is nothing but what collection does. Now let's talk about what are the core interfaces within collection framework. So this is nothing but these are all the core interfaces within collection framework. So we have collection at the top, collection interface. Then we have set, list, queue, dequeue and sorted set. And then we have maps and sorted maps. So maps is also part of collection framework. It's considered to be part of collection framework, but it does not extend collection interface. So these are the core interfaces. Now let's take a look at the hierarchy of collection. So at the top, we have iterable interface. Then we have the collection interface. And then this particular interface collection is extended by list, queue and set. And within list, then we have 4 classes, which is ArrayList, LinkList and vector. Then we have stack2, which extends vector. Then under queue, we have dequeue, priority queue and array queue. Array queue and priority queue are both classes, and dequeue is an interface. And array dequeue extends linked list and dequeue. Then within set, we have hash set and link hash set as classes, and we have sorted set as interface. So tree set implements sorted set. So these are the different classes and interfaces within collection hierarchy. So each and every interface over here, like list, queue, set, they all have different features which Java developers can use, and they all are unique in themselves. So we'll talk about each one of them separately. Then we have a map hierarchy too. So like I said, map does not directly inherit collection interface, but it's considered as a part of collection framework. So we have map, sorted map, linked hash map, and tree map here under map hierarchy. Then we have the set hierarchy, wherein we have iterable collection set. So this is nothing but the same hierarchy that we saw as the part of the main hierarchy. So set hierarchy, like if you see over here, this is a set hierarchy here, hash set, link hash set, sorted set, and tree set. So I have just zoomed into set hierarchy, and we have tree set over here, linked hash set class, and hash set class. Then under list, we have ArrayList, linked list, vector, and then we have stack also. So these are nothing but the hierarchies within collection framework, and we'll be talking about each one of them. Let's talk about the importance of collection framework. So first of all, let's discuss why we require collection. The following points will describe the interface. So first of all, let's discuss why we require collection, and the following points will describe the importance of collection for Java developers. So the first point is it saves time. It saves a lot of time because there are a lot of predefined methods associated with each type of collection, so that developers can just call them and use them as per their convenience. For example, within collections class, we have sort method, and if you pass any collection object to this sort method, it will sort it in an ascending order basically, and it's predefined. So if a developer needs to perform any sorting operation, he or she does not have to write code for it. It's readily available. Collections also bring in reusability. So since we don't need to write code for data structures and algorithm by own, collections provide you with different kinds of data structure and algorithm associated with its functionality. Like for example, sets already maintain data in the sorted format. Basically, if you have a requirement wherein you need to maintain data in the sorted format always, you can use sets. This is one of the properties of sets. So similarly, there are other data structures also which help you store data in a particular way, and you can use them based on your requirement. Another benefit or the importance would be optimized code. So code becomes much more optimized because we have fewer lines, since we don't need to write all the implementation and they are just readily available. Hence, it also becomes cleaner. Next benefit would be we have improved program speed and quality. So since developers are focusing on business logic rather than focusing on these day-to-day operations that they perform, and hence this results in increased performance and quality of the code. So in this lecture, we took a look at the overview of the collection framework, and we understood the different classes and interfaces that are available within this framework. We also took a look at the importance of collections. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about list interface. By the end of this lecture, you will have a understanding of what are the classes that we have in the list interface. And we will also be taking a look at what all list interface extends and how it's declared in Java JDK. And we'll be also talk about the benefits or when you should use list interface. So let's get started. So as we know, like this is the collection hierarchy. We have set, list, and queue, and in this lecture we will be talking about list. So there are some of the points that you are supposed to keep in mind before using list interface. So what are those? So the first point is list is a linear data structure. What I mean is whenever you add elements in the list, it is going to be added one after the other in a linearly fashion, and that is what linear data structure means. Elements are not stored in the contiguous memory location. So as you keep adding elements to the list, the elements are not added in a continuous memory location. So in array, if you create an array of 10 elements, so you will find like first element, second element, third element, they all are residing in continuous or contiguous memory location. But with list, that is not the case. So you might have first element residing at the first block of the memory, and then you have the second element residing at the 10th block of the memory, and so on. So that is a point to remember about list interface. So list will preserve the insertion order of the elements. So if you add 10 first and then 20, so if you take a look at that data structure, 10 will be residing first and 20 will be residing second. So basically elements are preserved in the insertion order of elements. Duplicate elements are allowed. So if you want to add 10 two times, then you can add it because that is the property of list. So there are some data structures in collections which do not allow duplicate elements, and this acts as one of the differentiators with those. So here is how list interface is declared in Java JDK. So we have public interface list, and E is any data type. Basically it can be string, it can be integer or an object, and it extends collection, and here we have again the data type, and collection is again an interface. This is the complete list hierarchy. We have iterable, then we have collection, and then we have list. They all are interfaces. Then within list we have ArrayList, linked list, vector, and then we have stack class that extends vector. So this is nothing but the list hierarchy within Java. So let's summarize, guys. So in this lecture we spoke about list interface in collections, and we understood some of the properties of list and how is list declared in JDK. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to talk about the concept and design of ArrayList. And by the end of this lecture, we would have discussed about what is ArrayList, what are some of the properties of ArrayList, and we will also be taking a look at the structure of the ArrayList, its syntax, and we will also be understanding some of the operations that ArrayList can perform for us. So let's get started, guys. So this is nothing but the list hierarchy, and we have the list interface, which is implemented by the ArrayList class, and there are other classes also in the list interface like linked list, vector, and stack. But in this particular lecture we are going to focus on ArrayList, and ArrayList implements list interface, and list interface, which in turns is the child of collection and iterable. So this is nothing but the list hierarchy. So let's take a look at some of the properties of ArrayList so that we can understand when and how to use ArrayList. So the first property is ArrayList has no fixed size, and it is something like a dynamic array. Now what does a dynamic array mean? It means it can grow on demand. That is what ArrayList is. And it allows duplicates, and it also maintains the order of the elements. So let's say if you add two objects or two elements within ArrayList with the same value, it's nothing but a duplicate. So ArrayList will maintain those values. It won't discard. So duplicates are allowed, and the order in which the insertion is done, it is maintained. So let's say if 1 is entered before 2, so if you print the ArrayList, you will get first 1 and then you will get 2. So that's what it means. So like array, in ArrayList also elements are accessed using index. So we know that in arrays you can access all the elements using index 0, 1, 2 till the size of the array. And in ArrayList it's a similar concept wherein the index starts from 0 and you can access it using the index. Another property of ArrayList is you can access the elements randomly. So you can access the first element, then you can directly access the 100th element, and then you can access the third element. So that's perfectly allowed. And this is possible because of the usage of index. So ArrayList allows you to store heterogeneous objects. Now what does heterogeneous objects mean? So heterogeneous objects means that you can store different objects in a single array list. So if you have created an array list, you can store the first element as the object of student, then second element you can store the object of employee, then third element you can store the object of teacher. However, in arrays you have to store the
same type of data with which you have declared the array with. So if you have created an array of integers, you have to only store integers in it, and you're not allowed to store float value. And this is where ArrayList also differs from arrays. In ArrayList, you can store null values. So null values are perfectly allowed. So these are some of the properties that you are supposed to keep in mind, because this will tell you and it will help you gauge the situations better. So if let's say you are building software and there is a requirement of having a dynamic array, or let's say you don't know like the number of elements that you are going to store. So in that particular case, arrays might not be the best choice, but ArrayList would be the best choice. And if there is a requirement that you want to store null values also, so ArrayList can work well for you. Now this is what ArrayList looks like. So this is the ArrayList that is created. It's of 10 values and it's of size 10, what I mean to say. And you have 10 elements here, and every element can be accessed using this index. So the first element is at the 0th index, then the second element is at the first index, and so on till the 10th element, which can be accessed using the 9th index. And these are all the indexes using which you can access any element within ArrayList. And this ArrayList will have a name with which you will declare this. So this is nothing but how ArrayList can be visualized, okay? And ArrayList are basically the best choice. Usually they are preferred whenever you are creating softwares, when you want to maintain some records in specific order such that we can easily retrieve it and we can use it as and when required in a program. So let's say if you want to fetch the list of students who have not paid their fees. So you don't know like what will be the count of the students who have not paid their fees. So you don't know that upfront, right? So now you need a data structure which grows dynamically. So you'll use an ArrayList in that particular case, and you'll query the database, you will get the results, and you will store it in this ArrayList, and then you can get the length and see how many records are there. So this is one of the use cases wherein ArrayLists are useful as compared to array. This is the syntax of creating ArrayList, and we create ArrayList using the ArrayList keyword. And this is nothing but the data type that you want to store. Then you have the object name basically, and then you use the new keyword, then ArrayList keyword again, then data type, and open parenthesis and close parenthesis, and then you have a semicolon. So this is nothing but a syntax using which you can create your own ArrayList in Java. Now here, if you want to store the heterogeneous objects in this particular ArrayList, so you have to skip this data type here. So you are seeing that I am mentioning string here. So this ArrayList will allow us to store only string values. But let's say if you want to store heterogeneous data type, like first element should be of the employee type, the second element should be of the student type. So in that particular case, you can skip this particular data type, and it's perfectly valid declaration, and you are allowed to skip the data type here. So that's one of the alternative declaration of ArrayList. Now let's talk about some of the operations that we have with ArrayList. So the first operation I would like to talk about is add. Now add operation takes object as the parameter, and the keyword is add, as you can see on my screen, and this particular method will just add this particular object into the end of the ArrayList. And there might be requirements then wherein you want to add an object at a particular index. So in that particular case, you will use the second method here, which accepts two parameter. It's a variation of the first method here. And this particular method takes two parameters. One is the index and other one is the object. Now index is nothing but the index on where you want to add this particular object. And object is nothing but the object that you want to add into the ArrayList. The third method would be clear method. Now clear is a predefined keyword in Java. It takes no argument and it will remove all the elements in the list. So let's say if you want to clear all the elements in the given ArrayList, by clearing I mean that you want to delete them. So you can use clear keyword. The next method that I'll be talking about is empty method. Now this particular operation checks if the list is empty. So there might be scenarios wherein you want to perform some action if the result set is empty. Let me give you an example. So if you want to check whether how many students have not paid their fees for this particular month. And if the student is 0, then you might want to do certain action. Now in that particular case, you can query the database, you can get the results in the array list, and you can check if the array list is empty. If it's empty, it means all the students have paid the fees. And then you can go ahead and perform your operation based on a simple if condition. So this particular method will return a Boolean value, which can be very easily used in the if condition. So that's about isEmpty method. The next method is the remove method, which takes object as the parameter. And what it does is it removes the first occurrence of this particular object. So let's say if there are 10 elements in an array list and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you have 2 occurring at 2 places. One is the index 1 and the other one is the index 8. And if you call remove 2, then it will remove the first occurrence of 2 and not the second one. So second one will still stay there, and the first occurrence, which is nothing but the element 2 residing at the index 2 or the index 1, the first one, will be removed. The next operation is index of object. Now this returns the first occurrence of object. Now if you want to find particular object, basically, so what you can do is you can use this index of operation, and it will find the first occurrence of the object and return its index. So if I call index of, and in bracket I pass in 2, and basically I just want to check where this element 2 resides, so it will give the index of 2. That's what this function does. The next operation is set index object. So set is a keyword which takes 2 arguments, and first is index, and this particular index is the index that you want to set the element, and the second argument takes object which gets to be set at the index position. So this particular object is then set at the index position. Then you have the size method, and this method takes no argument but returns the size of the list. So let's say if you want to check the size of the list, you can use this particular method. So these are some of the operations that you can perform with the array list. I hope you have a fair understanding of the capabilities of array list now. So let's summarize, guys. So in this lecture, we spoke about array list. We understood a lot of things about array list. What is an array list? How does it fit in the collection hierarchy? We also understood the structure of the array list and some of the major operations that you can perform with the help of array list. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how can you create and start using ArrayList. By the end of this lecture, you will have a better understanding of how can you create ArrayList, what are different ways to do so, and we'll be understanding this by taking a look at the possible constructors that you can use to create ArrayList, and then we'll be using a hands-on example to understand the creation of ArrayList. So let's get started. So let's start by talking about some of the constructors that ArrayList class has to offer us. Now the first constructor would be the one that you're seeing on my screen, and it is one of the basic ways to create ArrayList. ArrayList is equal to new ArrayList, and ArrayList is the object type. So this is the object name over here, and this particular line creates an empty ArrayList with default capacity of 10. Now, what does a capacity mean? So whenever you create a array list, it has a capacity of 10, and capacity is nothing but the number of elements that you can store in the array list, and size is nothing but the total number of elements that are present in the given array list. So default capacity is 10. Now whenever you reach the maximum capacity, so let's say you have hit the maximum capacity, the capacity of the array list is increased by this particular formula. So let's say you filled in 10 elements in this particular array list that we created, and now if you add 11th element, the new capacity will be the current capacity plus the current capacity by 2. So this is the formula that is used by JDK internally. Let's take a look at the other constructor. So there might be scenarios wherein you might want to create an array list with a specific capacity. And in that particular scenario, you can use this particular constructor here, wherein you can pass the capacity as the parameter. So this particular declaration creates an array list with default capacity of the capacity passed in the constructor. Let's talk about the third constructor, which is nothing but the constructor which accepts the collection object. So now in certain scenarios, you might have the list of objects in the form of collection and you might want to convert them to array list. So you can do so by using this particular collection, this particular constructor I mean. And this particular declaration creates an array list with objects that are mentioned in the collection here. So these are some of the ways in which you can create an object of array list. And let's do a quick recap here. So we saw the first constructor here, which did not accept any parameter, and it creates an array list with the default capacity of 10. Then we have an constructor which accepts the initial capacity. And then we have the third constructor which accepts the collection object. So now let's hop on to our IDE and let's create our first array list. So here I am on IntelliJ and I have already created a sample project here called create array list. And within SRC folder, I have a class created ArrayList demo, and it has a main method wherein we'll be writing the code. So let's start by creating our first array list over here. So I'll create array list, and array list is equal to new array list. So a simple array list with the default capacity of 10. It does not have any element. Now I can also specify the data type that I want to accept or add in this particular array list. So this is a generic array list which is being created. But if I want to specify any specific data type, I'm allowed to add string over here. So let's say if I want to create an array list to store string objects. So in that particular case, I can add string over here. If I have any other class in the project and if I want to store the objects of those type, let's say student if I have, so I can add student over here. So it's giving me an error right now because we don't have a student class here. But if I have a student class, I can simply create an array list to store the objects of student type. For now, I'll convert this to string. Now we saw that array list comes with different types of method inbuilt for us to perform various operations on it. And one such method was add, like adding elements into the array list. So let's say now we want to add some elements into array list. So we are going to do array list dot add, and then I'm going to add, let's say A. So this particular code will add A to the array list, and I'll add some more elements dot add C. I'll add C over here. This will create an array list and it will add 2 elements. So let's try printing the elements here. So what I'll do is I'll create a for each loop over here. So this is the for each loop that we have created here, and for every object in the array list we are assigning it to the string object, and basically it will print the output over here. So let's try and run this code over here. So I'll just run this. It should simply print A and C. There you go. You see A and C getting printed. Now let's say if I want to add another element B and I have to add it at the index 1. So what I can do is I can do array list dot add, and you can see there is a version of add that IntelliJ is suggesting me. So as soon as I type add, it's telling me which add do you want to use. Is it add with a single string parameter which we have already used, or add with an index and a string element? So I'll select the second one and I'll say B, and I'll pass the index also. So index is the first parameter, so I'll add 1 comma B. And now let's run and see what the output looks like. So ideally the output should be A, B, C, and that's what we see over here. Now
let's say I want to get the index at which this element A is residing. So what I'll do is, let me go over here. I'll create a variable to store the index, and I'll get ArrayList dot index of A, and I'll just print index. So X basically, and I'll run this code. So the index of A is 0, and that's what you see over here. So this particular method returns the index of a particular object within an array list. Now let's say I want to remove A, and I'll try doing this by system.out.println remove A. I'll print the output over here. So I'll do ArrayList dot remove, and I'll pass in A over here. Oh, this particular method call returns Boolean. So if you hover on this, so I'm on Mac and I've pressed command and I'm just hovering on this. So you will see that it's showing the return type as Boolean. On Windows, you can try this particular feature by clicking Control, and it should show you the return type over here. And basically it returns Boolean, and it confirms, it's a Boolean confirmation whether this particular method call was successful. So ideally, if A is removed, true should get printed. So let me run this over here, and let me run this so that we can see the output later on. So you see true getting printed, and then A was removed. Okay, and then index became -1 because A was removed. So there is no A, and hence it returns -1. So that's how it works. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do ArrayList dot clear. So this is going to clear our array list, and I'm going to print in ArrayList dot is empty. So I'm checking if ArrayList is empty, and I'll put in ArrayList is empty, and I'll run this code. So this has given me the output, ArrayList is empty. So this is how you create an array list, and these are some of the methods or the operations, you can say, that we are allowed to perform on array list, or these methods are inbuilt in ArrayList class, and as a developer you are free to use them when you are building softwares consisting of ArrayList. So this is about ArrayList and how it can be created and used. So let's talk about when should you use ArrayList. So ArrayList allows you to randomly access any element in it at a constant time. Now, by constant time, I mean that if you have an array list, it will take the same amount of time for you to fetch the first element and 1 millionth element. So if you have an array list with 2 million elements in it, so it will take the same amount for you to access the first element and the 1 millionth element. Absolutely no difference in terms of time when you try to access it. And this is one of the best features of ArrayList. This is possible because ArrayList implements random access interface, which provides it this capability to ArrayList. Okay. So let me hop on to the IDE and let me show the declaration of ArrayList. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the ArrayList class. So you can see here, this is the ArrayList class within the JDK. And you can see that it implements random access over here, which means that you are allowed to randomly access any element within ArrayList. And because of this, it allows you to randomly access any element in constant time. So this is one of the features of ArrayList, and this will help you decide, like, if you want to have a greater accessibility or if you want to access elements frequently, then you should use ArrayList. The other point that I would want to talk about is the second point that I've mentioned over here. It's insertion and deletion is resource intensive with ArrayList. So if you want to insert an element in ArrayList, there is a shifting of elements that happens, which is resource intensive operation. So let me give you an example. So I'll hop on to the IDE. I'll just close this.
So let's say you have an array list of 7 size over here, okay, and let's say you have on 0th position you have 1, and then at first position in the array list you have 3. Now let's say you want to add one more element at the 0th position. So now to add one more element at 0th position, you will add 6 over here. Now to add 6 over here, you have to shift 1 and 3 to the right side. So first you will be shifting 1 and then you will be shifting 3, right? Now to do this, like just inserting elements into an array list, the compiler or the Java, not the compiler, the Java has to shift elements, all the elements one by one. So here we have taken a small example which comprises only of, let's say, 2 elements, and you try to add third element. But in real world scenario, if you have 1 million elements in an array list, and let's say you want to add an element in the beginning of the list, so Java has to shift every element by one position to make space for that one element that you are trying to add in the beginning. So this is very resource intensive operation, and this consumes a lot of resources, and that is why insertion and deletion is resource intensive. So the same thing happens for deletion also, because if you delete an element, there is a shifting that happens because that space is empty then, and Java has to then shift every element one by one. So that is why insertion and deletion is resource intensive when it comes to ArrayList. So the question is now, when should you use ArrayList? So ArrayList are the best choice if accessing element is the frequent operation that you are going to perform. Okay, but if insertion and removal is frequent operation that you are going to perform, then you should not choose ArrayList. So keep this thing in mind. It's also a very popular interview question. So when should you use ArrayList? So ArrayList should be used only if accessing elements is a frequent operation that you're going to perform in your software. If insertion and deletion is a frequent operation that you're going to perform over search, then in that particular case, you should not use ArrayList. So this is some of the highlights on when and why should you use ArrayList, and I have also explained the underlying reason behind this. Okay, I hope this is clear. So let's summarize, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can you create and use ArrayList. We also took a look at all the constructors that you can use to create ArrayList, and we also did some hands-on creation of ArrayList, wherein we created an ArrayList and we also saw some of the methods on how they work with ArrayList. Then in the end, we also spoke about the scenarios in which you should use ArrayList. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to use the concept of ArrayList to implement a school. So we are going to assume that we are opening a school, and this school will be granting admissions to the students, and we need a way to store the list of students who have enrolled in our school. And for this particular purpose, we are going to use an ArrayList, and this particular example will help us understand and take a stronger grasp on this concept of ArrayList. And while creating and performing operations on the school, we will also be using some of the inbuilt methods of the ArrayList class. So let's get started. So in order to start a school, we will first need to create a student, and we will be doing that by creating a student class. So I have already created a project here called ArrayList School Example. Now here I'll be creating a student class. Okay, student class is created, and student will have two properties here in our example. So the first property will be string name. So it's the name of the student that we are going to store. Another property will be its roll number. Now roll number is nothing but a unique identifier or a number that is assigned to every student who enrolls in the school. Now we'll need a constructor to initialize these two elements, and we'll also need the getters for these two elements. So what we'll do is I'll go to generate, I'll right click, generate, I'll click on constructor, I'll select both, or I'll select the entire class, and then I do OK. I think I should have selected both. So let's do it again. I'll go to generate. I'll select constructor. I'll select both. And I'll press OK. So that's the right constructor we need. I'll just delete this one. So we have initialized both the elements within this particular class by using this constructor. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a couple of getters to get the name and the roll number of the student. So I'll go to generate. I'll click on getter. I'll select both and I'll press OK. So we are done with the student class. Student class has two properties, name, roll number, a constructor to initialize these two properties, and couple of getters. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll create a school class, school, and this will be our main class. It will have the main method, or I'm going to create students from here. So what I'm going to do is I'm first going to create an object over here called school, which is going to store the list of all the students within it. So ArrayList, and here in the type I'll just mention student over here. So remember, like while creating ArrayList, I can also create an ArrayList without the type declaration, or alternatively, if I want to add an object of specific class, so I can also mention it over here. So this particular ArrayList will have the objects of the student type, and then I'll just mention students ArrayList is equal to new ArrayList student and then comma over here. So this is nothing but the ArrayList of the students who are enrolling into our school. Now I'll create 3 students over here and I'll add them to the ArrayList. So let's create student 1, student. I'll create S1 is equal to new student, and I'll name the student as Ram hypothetically, and I'll assign the roll number 21 to him, and then I'm going to add him to the ArrayList dot add. So I'll add S1. Okay, so now we have Ram enrolled into our school. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of more enrollments, and I'll just copy paste this code so that we'll save our time. So I'll make this S2, I'll make this S3, Ram, I'll call Ravi, and then third one I'll call Sheila. So I have 23 and 20 over here. So we have our array list, and in our school we have 3 enrollments for now. So now let's say as an example we want to rusticate Ram. So Ram is one of the students in our school and we want to rusticate him. So what I'm going to do is I am going to just call in student array list dot remove, and I'm going to put in S1. So we are removing Ram from our school, and I want to print a confirmation message once this operation is completed. So the return type of remove function is Boolean here. So it returns true or false whether the object removal was successful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in if statement, and if it's true then it will print in Ram has been removed. And let's see the output after running this. So Ram has been removed. I can alternatively print the list of all the students in the class or in the school. So for each I will do student S, and our array list name is students array list, and I'm going to print in S dot get name and S dot get roll number. So this is what we are printing here, and we'll run this code again and we'll see the output. Oh, so we see Ram getting added twice. Oh, that's because we made a mistake here. So we have added S1 here and we have created S2, but we never added S2. We are adding S1 only. So we should add S2 here and we should add S3 over here. Now this is because we copy pasted the code and we missed changing S2 and S3. So I'll run this code again there you see the output. So you see that Ram has been removed and we have Ravi and Sheila now, okay, in the school. Now let's say, for example, we removed Ram but we want to replace Ravi with Ram. So what we can do is we can go over here, if can do student.ArrayList dot replace, sorry, not replace, we'll be using set method over here. So set, so if you recall this set index and object, it sets the object at the specified index. So we want to bring back Ram and we want to replace Ravi with Ram. So what I'll do is since Ravi is at index 0, so 0 comma s1, and particular operation will result, it returns student type, so we can't technically put in the if loop. So what we are going to do, we are just going to call this function, we don't need the output, and what I'm going to do is we'll print this, so we'll see the output whether this replacement was actually successful. So you see it's successful. Earlier we had Ravi over here, now we have Ram over here. Now let's say we want to shut our school. So in this particular case you can call student array list and dot clear, and this method does not return anything, it just clears the given linked list, given array list. Now if student array list is empty, we are going to print school has shut down. So we'll run this code and we should see the output. Yep. So this is a sample example that we tried hands-on to demonstrate or to experience the use of ArrayList. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture we are going to do a challenge on ArrayList, and here's the question that you can see on my screen. So in this challenge you are given two array lists. One list consists the name of students who like maths, and the second list contains the name of students who like science. So you as a developer have to figure out the names of students who like both maths and science programmatically. And this is the list that you are seeing over here. So students who like math and students who like science. So what I would recommend is you can pause this video right now and attempt the challenge yourself and come back, and then we'll be solving the solution together, and you can then see whether your solution is the correct one. Okay. Hello students, I hope you got a chance to try out this challenge. So we'll go ahead and we'll try solving this particular challenge. So I've already created a project here with a main class called challenge main. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a array list of students that have math over here. So array list, and basically since we are storing string objects only, I'm going to declare it as string. Array list maths is equal to new array list, and I'm going to put in string, and then I'll add these elements over here, maths dot add all, and I'll copy this, and what I'll do is I'll add these as string, and I'll add over here and put a semicolon here, and it's giving me an error. It says you need to wrap the parameter by using arrays.asList. So I'll do that, and I'll do the same process for science students also. So I'll copy and I'll call it science, and I'll science over here. I'll copy this list over here. I'll paste it over here. Okay. So here's how you have created two lists over here, one with math students and one with science students. Now what we are going to do is we are going to run two for loops, and one will be the outer for loop that will run through the maths array list, and the inner for loop will run through the science array list. And within both for loops we'll compare if both the elements match, and if they match we'll print them. So let's try that. For integer I is equal to 0 and I is less than maths dot size, and I do I++. I create a similar for loop inside, this, the integer j is equal to 0 and j is less than science dot size and j plus plus. And then now I compare over here if maths dot get I is equal to science dot get of j. So do this comparison, and then we are going to print in system.out.println. If there is a match, we are going to print in maths dot get I. So we are just printing the name of students who like math and science both. And I'll run this code. We'll see the output. So ideally the output should be Ram is not common, Tom is not common, Ravi is common. So it should be Ravi and Vikas. So there are two students who like maths and science both. It's Ravi and Vikas. So that should be the answer here. So there you see the output. It's Ravi and Vikas. So a code works perfectly fine. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about Java IO and streams. And by the end of this lecture, you will have a complete clarity on what is Java IO and what does a stream mean in Java. So you will be 100% clear on these two concepts by the end of this lecture. So let's get started. So what is Java IO? So Java IO stands for input and output. And Java has a package called Java IO, and this package has all the necessary classes which are used to enhance the IO operations within Java. Now by IO operations, what I mean here is input and output operations, because if you are writing a program, you are going to take an input and you are going to give out an output. So that is what Java IO essentially means. Also, Java IO package helps with the file handling. So there might be scenarios wherein you are building a software and you might want to deal with files. And by file, I mean any normal system file that exists on a desktop or your system or a computer. So Java.io package also helps with the file handling. So if as a programmer, if you want to do some file handling tasks, you want to, let's say, rename a file or do certain operations with file, then this package is really helpful and provides all the tools for the developers to work with. Let's talk about what is a stream. So stream is nothing but a sequence of data, and you can imagine a stream of water where water continues to flow. So stream is nothing but continuous, never-ending flow of data. Stream usually can be considered as so large that we don't even have any idea or when it will end. So this is what is nothing but a stream in Java. So stream is nothing but a sequence of data. Now Java has by default 3 streams created and attached to the console. So the first stream is system.out. Now this is a standard output stream that we have in Java. Then we have system.in, which is nothing but the standard input stream that we have in Java. Then we have system.err, which is nothing but the standard error stream in Java. So these are the 3 default input streams that Java provides us with. Now let's take a look at this example over here that I have written on my screen. So here in system is the class. So this class system is a class in Java, and in as is a type of input stream and out is a type of output stream. So you have system classes being used in these 2 lines of code, and you have 2 input streams being used. Now we are also using 2 methods here. So system.in.read is used to accept an input from the console from the user, and system.out.println is used to print an output to the console. So read methods works to bring the input, and println works to throw out the output on the console. So this is nothing but an example of how input and output streams are used in Java.
We also have system.err stream to print errors on the console, and it has methods like print and println as well. So you can print errors on the console using that particular stream. So let's summarize, guys. So in this lecture, we understood what are input and output streams in Java, and we also understood what are streams in Java. So I hope you guys have a fair understanding of this, and I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about the different types of stream in IO. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on the different types that exist. So let's get started. Now, streams can be categorized into multiple types depending on the use cases. So what are the different use cases? So the use cases can be, what is the type of operation? What is the type of the file that you are working with? And what are the capabilities of the classes? So these are the three different use cases depending on which the streams can be categorized. So let's take a look at each one of them. So first we'll talk about the categorization depending on the type of the operation. So here the two categorization are input stream classes and the output stream classes. And input stream classes are the classes which are used to read data from the input source like console, file, etc. And output stream classes are the classes which are used to write data to the output devices like console, monitor, etc. And the example of input stream classes would be file input stream, buffered input stream, we have byte array input stream and filtered input stream, etc. So these are some of the example of the classes that exist which are input stream classes. Then we have the output stream classes, and as an example we have file output stream, buffered output stream, byte array output stream and filtered output stream, etc. So these are all classes around output streams. Okay, so input stream classes are the classes which are used to read data from the input sources, and output stream classes are the classes which are used to write data to the output devices, right? And output devices can be anything like monitor or console, etc. So this is the categorization depending on the type of operation that we are trying to do. Now the next categorization is depending on the type of the file that we are willing to work with. So the categorization can be byte stream classes and character stream classes. Now, what are byte stream classes? So byte stream classes are the streams that are used to read and write data in the byte format. And character streams are used to read and write data in the character format. And that is why they are called character stream classes. Okay. So as an example, if you are talking about byte streams, the example can be file output stream, buffered output stream, byte array output stream, filtered output stream, file output stream, etc. And the names of these classes end with input stream or output stream. Okay. So they are termed as byte stream classes. Then we have character stream classes, and under character stream classes, we will have some examples like BufferedReader, FileReader, FileWriter, PrintWriter, etc. The names of these classes end with a reader or a writer. Okay. So these are the different categorizations depending on the type of the file that we are working with. Now let's talk about the categorization depending on the capabilities of the classes. Okay. So depending on the capabilities of the classes, these classes can be divided into two parts like low-level stream classes and high-level stream classes. Now, low-level stream classes connect directly to the data source and read data one by one. And source for data can be anything like a file, console, etc. And high-level streams are built on top of another streams that are wrapped around low-level streams. So that is what high-level streams are. Now, As an example of low level stream, we have file input stream, file output stream, since they read data one by one and they are slow in nature. And for high level streams, we have this particular class over here, buffered input stream, and you can see the example here. So buffered input stream is a kind of high level stream. Okay, so high level stream always use low level stream and they're wrapped around the low level streams. And file input stream is a low level stream, whereas buffered input stream is a high level stream. And high level streams are faster and better in performance as compared to the low level streams. So if you are looking for the better performance, you should go for high level stream classes. So this is a categorization depending on the capabilities of the classes that they exhibit. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what are the different types of streams in IO, and we understood the categorization depending on the type of operations, the file type that you're working on, and the capabilities of the classes. So I hope you guys have a fair clarity now on this particular concept, and I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how can you start creating files using Java. So by the end of this lecture, you will have a complete clarity on how can you use a file class in your Java programs, and we will also be understanding some of the capabilities of this particular class. So let's get started. So file class exists in Java IO package. So I have a Java file created over here called createFile.java, and I have a main method defined over here. So if I have to create a file, I have to use the file class. So I have to type in file over here, and you will see the auto suggestion, and you can see that it exists in java.io package. So file class is used to represent a file or a directory, okay, in your Java program. So it is just used to represent a file or a directory, and it won't perform any operations on the file. It will just create the object that represents that particular file on the system. Okay, what I can do is I can use this file object, so it gets auto imported, and I'll say text file is equal to new file. So you can see that file object has multiple constructors. You can see this in the auto suggest, and we'll be using the first constructor over here, which accepts the URI as the parameter. Alright, not the first constructor, but we will be using the second one, which accepts the path name as the parameter, and the path name is nothing but the path of the file. Now path of the file can be passed to this particular object in two ways, in an absolute path or a relative path. Now what is absolute path? So absolute path is the complete path of the file, okay, and the relative path is nothing but the path of the file relative to its current directory. So if I am giving the path of the file from the root of the system, then that is known as an absolute path, because that will be a complete path. Okay, so for example, like if you are on Windows machine, if you have a file in D drive ABC folder, so the absolute path for this will be d/abc/ the file name. So that's the absolute. But if you are talking with respect to the current directory, like, so if you are saying that I am in this current directory and the file that I am wanting to work with is also in the current directory, so you are not giving an absolute path in that case. So that is nothing but an relative path. So I'll just create this file object here, okay, and here in path name I will say abc.text, and I'll end this with semicolon. Alright, so this is how you can create a file object, and this is representing a file in our Java program. Alright, now we have just created this file, but we don't know whether this file exists on the system or not, right? So we can check if this particular file exists on the system in the working directory or not. So we are in the project directory. Okay, so if I have to expand this, we are right now in this project directory over here on my system. So if you have created a Java project, even you will be in some directory on your system. And if you have created a file object here, so we have to check if this file exists on the system or not. So we know it does not exist as of now. Okay, but let's say if you want to check this. So how are you going to check? So in order to check, you are going to say system.out.println. Okay, and you are going to say text file dot exists. Okay, and you are going to run this. So let's run this and let's see the output. So exist is a method that is within the file class. Okay, and it checks if a particular file exists or not. So you can see we got false as the output, and that's because this particular file does not exist in the current working directory. So this is how you can check if a particular file exists or not on the file system in the current working directory. Now this is one thing. Then you also have a way wherein you can get the current working directory. Okay, so how do you do that? So in order to do that, what we will do is we'll create a string. Okay, or we'll use a method over here. So the method is system.getProperty. Okay, and first we will have to get the property from user.dir. Okay, and the output of this is a string. Okay, so this is the method that we are using from the system class, and this is the property that we are getting. So user.dir is one of the properties whose value we are trying to fetch. Okay, and I'll assign this to a string. So I'll say string current working directory. Okay, and you can say over here the current working directory is. So this code will give us the current working directory. Okay, and I can run this. So let me run this and let me show you the output. So you can see we are in this directory right now, and this is the current working directory as of now for my project and for my program. So you will see something else being printed here depending on where you are working in your system, but this is how you get the current working directory. Now here we checked if a particular file exists or not, and we got false as the output, and we are in this particular directory. So we were doing a check in our current directory to check if abc.txt exists. So it clearly does not exist, and that's the reason why we got false. So let's check a file that already exists and let's see if we can get true. So src is a folder that exists over here. So what we can do is let me create a new file object. So what I will do is I'll go over here and I'll create a new file object. I'll call it src. Okay, and I'll say src folder. Okay, now we can check if this particular folder exists or not. So I'll say src folder dot exists. Okay, and I'll run this, and you can see we are getting true as the output. Now the reason we are getting true is because src exists. Okay, now one more thing that I would like to mention over here is this file object can also represent files and also directory. Okay, so this particular class can be used to represent a file and a directory. So you can see if you hover on this, you can see the definition. Okay, it's an abstract representation of file and directory path names. Okay, so here we try to represent a file, and here we are representing a directory, and we can see the output over here. All right, so that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture we understood what are file objects, how can you create a file object in Java, how can you check if a file exists in the working directory, how can you get the current working directory, and how can file object work with directories in Java. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this class valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how can you use file object in your Java programs, and we are going to also take a look at some of the methods that file object provides. So
By the end of this lecture, you will have a complete clarity on these methods and the usage of file objects. So this will also give you some clarity on the capabilities of file object. So let's get started. So file object has several methods using which you can perform operations on the file object. These are some of the methods that we have along with file object. So we have this method called create new file, which creates a new file if the file with existing name does not exist on the given path. So whenever you create a file object, you have to pass the path name. So that is one of the constructors of the file object, wherein you can pass the path name of the file, and path name can be absolute path or a relative path. So once you have created that particular file object, you can create a new file if the file with the existing name does not exist yet on the given path. Okay, this method is used for that. It will create a new file on the file system. Can write is another method which checks if the application can write the file. So if you have the write access to that particular file, you can check that using this particular method. Then you have can read, which checks if the application has the reading ability on the file. So can write, can read helps you know what are the capabilities and what are the operations that you can perform with the given file. Then you have is directory, which checks if the file is a directory or not. So a directory means nothing but a folder. So there are two types of files usually that exist. One is the actual file, which can be JPEG, text, .java, or you can have different extensions. Or there can be a folder, which is nothing but a directory. So if you want to check if a file that exists is a directory or not, you can do that using this particular method, and the output is Boolean for this. Then you have getName method, which returns the name of the given file. You have last modified method, which returns the last modified time, and the output for this is in milliseconds. So if you want in some other format, you can do the conversion yourself. Then you have mkdir method, which creates a directory with given name. So if you have a file object created with a certain name, you can create a directory with the given name. Then you have delete, which deletes the file or the directory specified. So if you have created a file object, you can delete the file or the directory that is specified. And then you have list method, which returns the list of files or directories that are present. So these are some of the methods in the file class that can be used, and these are the capabilities that file object has. So you can read, write, you can check permissions, what permissions you have, you can check if it's a directory, get name, you can check the last modified date and time, and make directories. You can create a new file, you can even delete, and you can list. So these are some of the capabilities. Now I also wanted to tell you that what is the difference between a file object versus the actual file on the system. So file object in your program just represents the file in the application that you are building. Okay, so it's just a representation of the file that might exist. Okay, now if you have not operated on the file object, it is not connected to the file system. So it just exists in your program. You have just created a file object. If you haven't operated on that particular file object, it is not connected to the system. It is just existing in your program. Okay. Now you can modify the file with the help of the operations and methods that are present in the file class. So using these methods, you can perform operations on the file class, on the file object. And if the file exists, you are able to do operations you wish, or else you will get an exception. So if you're trying to, let's say, get the name of a given file, and if that file does not exist, or if you're trying to do some operation and if that file does not exist on the system, you will get an exception. And of course you should get an exception because that file does not exist in real, right? It just exists in your program. So this is about the difference between the file object in application or the program and on the system. All right. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what are the capabilities of the file object. We went through different methods of the file class, And we also understood what is the difference between the file object versus the file on the system. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this class valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about different stream classes that exist in Java. And we are also going to discuss the capabilities of each and every stream class. So by the end of this lecture, you will have a complete clarity on the different types of classes that are available along with their capabilities. So let's get started. So Java IO package has 4 abstract classes which form the base of the entire Java IO hierarchy. Okay, and what are those 4 base classes? So the number 1 class is input stream, and this is a class for all input byte stream. The second class is output stream, which is a class for all output byte stream. Then we have the reader class, which is the class for all input character stream. And then we have writer class, which is the class for all output character stream. So we have 2 input output for byte stream and 2 input output for character stream. And these 4 abstract classes form the base of the entire hierarchy. Now let's take a look at some of the classes that exist in Java IO package, which you can use to perform read and write operations. So I'll switch over. So these are the classes. So the number 1 class is file input stream, and this is a class that reads data from the file as the stream of bytes, and it has a corresponding output stream as well, which writes to the file as the stream of bytes. So file input stream reads the data from the file as the stream of bytes, and output stream writes to the file as the stream of bytes. So they operate with the stream of bytes, and it's an input output class. Then we have FileReader, and this class reads the file as the stream of characters. And we have FileWriter, it writes to the file as the stream of characters. Okay, so FileReader reads from the stream of character, and FileWriter writes to the file as the stream of characters. Alright, so this is about reader and writer. So there are 2 combinations, one to read and one to write. Then we have buffered input stream, and this reads data as bytes from the existing stream to improve its performance. Alright, and then we have buffered output stream, which writes data as bytes to the existing stream to improve its performance. So we have buffered input and output stream. Alright, and then we have buffered reader, which reads data as characters from the existing stream to improve its performance. And then we have BufferedWriter, which writes data as characters to the existing stream to improve its performance. So we have BufferedReader and BufferedWriter, okay, which works in the character form. Okay, so the data that they work in is in character form, and they work with existing stream to improve its performance. So these are the 2 classes. And then we have object in stream, which deserializes the Java objects from an input stream. And then we have object output stream, it serializes the Java objects into output stream. Alright, so these are some of the classes that exist in Java IO package. Okay, and you can use them to perform read and write operations. Now I would like to talk about decoding and remembering functionalities of these classes in Java IO package. So like you can see, there are many classes, and how would you remember them? So one point that I would like to highlight is all input classes have a corresponding output class. So if you have an input class called file input stream, you will have a corresponding file output stream. Alright, so there is an input output combination that is already and always in works. And so this is point number 1. The point number 2 is classes that have input stream and output stream in their name work with the streams in byte data format. Okay, so if you have input stream over here and output stream, here also you have input stream and output stream. Okay, so if you have input and output stream in your name, it means that you're working with the streams in the byte data format. Alright,
Then the next point is if the classes have reader and writer respectively in read and write data streams, then they work in the character format. So if you have reader and writer, you can see your reader, writer, and they work in the character form. Alright. And classes that have buffered in its name are high level streams. So you have 4 classes here that have buffered in its name, and these are high level streams that take the corresponding low level stream object and improve its performance. So they work with the low level streams and they maximize the performance of those low level streams. So that is about high level streams. And how do you identify high level streams? So if there is buffered in their name, it's a part of high level streams. So this is how you can decode and remember the functionalities of classes in Java IO package. So just to repeat, all input output classes have the corresponding output stream as well. So all input have corresponding output stream. Then classes having input output stream work in byte data format. Classes having reader writer in their name work in the character format, and classes that have buffered in their name are high level stream classes. This is how you can remember the class names and the capabilities. So let's summarize. So in this lecture we understood what are the different classes that exist in Java IO package, and we also took a look on how you can decode and remember the functionalities of different classes. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this class valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how can you use FileWriter class in your Java programs. And by the end of this lecture, you will have a complete clarity on the different constructors of this particular class and how can you use FileWriter in your actual Java program. So we would be doing a demo actually. So let's get started. So to start with, we will start discussing the constructors of FileWriter class, and you will have an overview on what are the different ways in which you can create an object of this particular class. So the first constructor that we have is FileWriter, and it accepts the file name in the string format. Alright, and wherever the file name exists, you can just put in the file name and it will create the FileWriter object. The second type of constructor that we have over here is it accepts the file object. So you can create a file object first and then pass that particular file object to the FileWriter class. The next constructor that we have is a version of the first constructor along with one additional parameter, which is nothing but append. So you can create a constructor specifying, you can create an object by specifying the file name and a append value. So append is nothing but a Boolean value. Okay, and whenever you create a new file without append parameters, the file is overridden. However, append parameters allow you to specify if you want to append the contents or override. So if you are creating file by using this method, the file is overridden. But if you are creating a file using this method, the Boolean parameter allows you to specify if you want to override or if you want to just append the contents. So appending is possible over here. Alright. So this is one variation of FileWriter. And you have one more constructor which accepts file name. This is a version of this third constructor. So it has the file name and Boolean append. So instead of string file name, we are taking file name. Okay. And the last constructor that we have, which we are going to discuss, is the file name and the character set. So this particular constructor allows you to accept the file name and the character set. So there might be different character encoding that you might be having with different files. So there are different encodings, file encoding, like UTF-8 is one of the encodings. So if there is a specific encoding that you're working with, you can specify that as the parameter over here. So these are the 5 constructors using which you can create FileWriter objects. Now let's hop on to our IDE and let's see how can we use FileWriter in our Java programs. So here I am on the ID, and here I'm going to start writing the program. So I've already created this class FileWriter demo in my Java project, and I have also written a main method here. Now I'm going to start creating a FileWriter object. So FileWriter, you will get the FileWriter class here like this in the auto suggestion, and the package name is java.io. So I'll just hit enter here, or I'll just click, and you will see this is being imported here. Alright, and then you will specify the object name is equal to new FileWriter, and you can see different constructors that we just spoke about. Alright, you can see like we have character set here mentioned, append, character set. Okay, so there are different types of constructors that we also spoke about few. So we'll be using this first constructor over here, FileWriter, and we'll specify the file name as abc.text. So we'll create a simple text file. Okay, and I'll put this semicolon, I'll end this with semicolon. Now after writing this statement, you will see a red line appear over here, and if you hover on this, you will see like IntelliJ is telling you unhandled exception, java.io exception. So if you are using a file object, or if you're creating a FileWriter object, there is a possibility that you might get an IO exception. Okay, like there could be a possibility like the file does not exist, or cannot be created, or cannot be opened for any reason. So in that particular case, an exception is thrown, and it's important that you handle this exception upfront. There is one option here, you can see add exception to method signature, or if you don't want to go by this approach, you can click on more actions, and you can see add exception to method signature, or you can surround this with try catch. So I'll say add exception to method signature because this will be better for us. And now I'll use this object to write data. So I'll say FileWriter dot write, and you can pass in some characters if you want. So I'll say ABC. So I'm writing ABC over here. Alright. So now after I've written ABC, what I need to do is, after I'm done with the operation, I also need to use two methods over here. So two methods is, the first method is flush and the other method is close. So let me show that to you. So FileWriter dot flush and FileWriter dot close. Alright, and this you have to do after you're done with the operations, or like operations I mean reading, writing, whatever. There is a reason why flush is used. So when working with output streams, data is stored in a cache. Okay, so there is a cache that is maintained, and there is no guarantee that that data which is maintained in the cache would be written to the file that you wish to write. So for example, if I want to write ABC in the file, or I want to write a long text, whatever it can be. Now this data is written in the cache. Okay, it's stored in the cache, and there is no guarantee that it would be written to that particular file. Now there is a possibility of data loss that might occur if the cache is cleared, if some other application terminates it, or something happens like which you are not aware of. Then in that case there is a data loss. Okay, so we use flush to ensure that the data is flushed from the cache and it's written to the file. So we have to call this manually. Okay, and this makes sure that there is no data loss that has occurred. So that is why you call this. If you don't use this, then there might be scenarios wherein you might see data written to the file, or you might not see data coming into the file. So flush is important. Then you have close. So close is nothing but it's if you are using resources such as file to read and write data. Okay, it's important to close the stream once you are done with all the processing. And this is to ensure that all the resources are released and they can be used by other processes. So if you're using a file, you're opening a file, you're reading data from it, you're using it, and there is a lock that might be implemented on that particular file, like other applications might not be able to use that file because you are actually accessing and modifying the file. So in that case, it's important to close the stream and release the resources. So that it's a good practice to have. So that's what we have done, and what I'll do is, so let's see. So this file does not exist right now in my project. Now I'll run this. So the moment I run this, you saw that the file is created. I'll open this file, double click, and you can see the data coming in over there. Okay, so the data that we had written, ABC, is coming in over there. Now, let's use one more variation of FileWriter, okay, which we saw over here. So one more variation is you can also use the character array. So character array is not mentioned over here, but let me show you an example of this. So you can also use a character array. So if I want to, instead of string, I can use character array with write method. I'm sorry. So these were the options of constructors and not methods, but this is the method that we are talking. All right. So I can say FileWriter dot write, and you can see I can pass a character array over here. All right. What I will do is I will just create a character array. Character ch is equal to new character. Okay. And then you can have like character stream like A. You can have, or I'll say not A, I'll say X, Y, and Z. Alright, because ABC we have written. So I'll say X, Y, and I'll say Z. Alright. So this is done, and you can pass in the character over here. And I'll run this. So let me run this and let me show you the output. So it's done. And you can see XYZ has come in over here. Alright. And let's say I want XYZ on the next line. So what I can do is here, just above this, I can say FileWriter dot write, and here I can say /n. Alright, so /n is the character that we are going to use to print a new line. And the moment I run this, and if I go to the file, you can see both of them are coming on the new line. So this is how you can use different variations of write. We also have one more variation wherein you can write a single character. So I can say FileWriter dot write, and I can write the single character as P, for example. And I'll run this. Alright, and let's see the file over here. So you can see P appearing over here. So this is how you can add data into a file. Now, this file already exists, right? It's already created and it already exists. Now, whenever I'm running the program, the data is overridden. Alright, so if I run the program, the data is overridden. It's not appended. So in case if I want to append the data, what I can say is, I can say over here, true. So if you remember, like we had a variation here wherein we have append as the parameter along with the file name. So we are trying to use this over here. So you can say true over here and you can run this code. And let's wait for the output. So the program ran and you can see the data was appended. Now if you run this 10 times, it will be appended 10 times. So that's the magic. If I remove true or if I convert this to false, alright, and if I run this, you'll see the data being overridden. So you can see data got overridden. So this is how you can use append functionality. Alright, so that's about this class, guys. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood how you can use FileWriter in your Java programs. We understood this with the help of example, and we understood the different constructors, the capabilities, and how can you use this append functionality wherein you can append the data into a file instead of overriding. We also understood the importance of flush and close. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this class valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about the FileReader class, and we are going to understand how can we use the FileReader class to read a file that exists. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on this particular class that Java IO package provides developers. So let's get started. So whenever you are using a FileReader class, there are different constructors that you should be aware of. So the first constructor is this constructor which takes a string as the input, and string is nothing but the file name that you want to create an object for. Okay, and this file name is the file that you want to read. So this is one constructor that we have.
Then we have another constructor which accepts the file object. So what you can do is you can either pass the file name in the string format along with the path, or you can create a file object and pass in that particular file object here. The third constructor accepts the file object and the object of the charset class. Now charset allows you to specify the type of the character encoding, whether it's UTF-8 or UTF-16 or any other encoding in the file as well. And this was introduced from Java 11 onwards. So it gave developers the flexibility to specify the character encoding of the files. So these are the three constructors that we should be aware of. Now there are some important methods in the FileReader class that we should be aware of. So the number one method is the read method, which reads a single character from the reader. So if you have created an object of the file and if you want to read characters, you can read a single character from this particular method. Another method is the read method, which accepts character array. Okay, and this particular method reads the characters from the reader and stores in the specified array. So if you have a file along with some characters, what it will do is it will store all that information in this array, and then you can use this in your program. And then you have the third variation of read, and this particular method reads the number of characters that is equal to from the length of the reader and stores it in the specified array starting from the position offset. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's see how you can use these methods actually in your program. So here I am in my IDE and I have already created a Java file called FileReader demo, and here I'm going to first create a public static void main method. Alright, and here I'm going to start by creating a FileReader object. So you can see we have FileReader here in Java IO package. I pressed enter. FileReader is equal to new FileReader, and here I can specify the file name. So I'll specify the file name in the string format for now. Okay, so if you see the suggestion over here, you can see that there are multiple variations of this particular constructor. So you can pass in the file object, you can pass in the string file name, you can pass in the character set, etc. So we'll go ahead with this second one, wherein we are passing the string format, and I'll say abc.text. So let's see whether abc.text exists in our project or not. Okay, all right, there's some error I feel. Okay, so whenever you create a object of FileReader, you might see this error in your IDE, and this is because it's asking you to add an exception to the method signature. Like whenever you are creating files, there is a possibility that file might not be found or there might be some exception. So in order to handle that, you have to just click here, add exception to method signature, and the error goes away. And now we'll check if the file exists. So the file exists in the root folder and it already has some content here. Okay, let's read the contents of the file using the read method. So you can see different versions of read. Okay, and what I'm going to do is, so I'm getting an error here, so I'll just see what the error is. Okay, so it says unhandled exception, Java IO exception. So you will have to add this exception also into the method signature. All right, and that's because while reading the file, there is a possibility that an IO exception might occur, and that's why you need to be prepared for it. So we have added this, and now what I will do is I'll start a while loop and I'll say I not equal to -1. So this condition is -1 because this loop will continue till the end of the file, and end of the file is nothing but -1. So this is how the end of the file is specified. Now over here I'm going to say print character. Okay, and I'm going to say I, and I'm going to cast this to character because we are reading in integer format. Okay, and we need to cast it to character in order to appear it well on the console, right? And I will also say I is equal to FileReader dot read. So here we read the first character, okay. Then we started a while loop and we kept checking if I is not equal to -1, and we printed the character, and then we are reading again. So we are reading character by character until I is not equal to -1. Once I is equal to -1, we come here and we close the FileReader object. So this is the program, and this is how you can read the file character by character and use it in your program. So here what we are doing is we are just printing it on the console. So we are reading the character one by one and we are printing it on the console. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to run this particular program. So I'll just hit run from here, and we should see the output being printed onto the console. So you can see we have A, B, C. So if you see the contents, A, B, C, all right, and then we have X, Y, Z, P. So this is perfectly being printed and this code is working. The problem over here is we are reading the file one by one, like character by character. And there might be scenarios wherein I might want to read the file entirely at once. And this is where the second method of the read comes into picture. So the second variation I meant. So here you can read the characters from the reader and store it in a specified array. So let's see how you can use this. So what I'm going to do is I will just comment this, right? And here I'll start using the new read method, or a variation of read I should say. And over here I'm going to just create a character, char c, and this has to be of array type. Okay, so I'll say new integer char, and I'll just give it the length of 100. Okay, and I'll say FileReader dot read, and I'll say C. Okay, and here I'll say system.out.println C. So we are done. Now let me run this code. So let's see what the output looks like. So you can see the output is in a single line. Now instead of reading the file character by character, we are just reading the entire file in the form of array. Alright, so this is one way of reading the file. I'll just comment this again, and we will try to use the third variation of the read method. So we'll see what that means. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another character array over here. So I'll just copy this for now, and now I'll say FileReader dot read, and I'll say C, comma 3, comma 3. All right. So as you can see, so the second parameter is nothing but the offset. The offset tells it is stored in the specified array starting from this offset. So if you are saying 3 over here, it will be stored in the array starting from the position 3. And length means this is the number of characters equal to the length of the reader. So let me run this and let me show, and that is only when you will have a better clarity. So I'll say C over here and I'll run, and let's see what the output looks like. So you can see we are seeing ABC over here. Alright, and this is because we have specified 3 over here and we are only reading the 3 characters, and when we are storing this in the array, it is being stored from the third offset. So that is what these two parameters mean. Okay, I can also make this 2 and I can run this, and let's see the output. So 2 means this is being stored from the second offset in the array. Alright, if I want to reduce the number of characters or increase the number of characters, I can say 5. So you will see 5 characters being printed. So you can see A, B, C, a new line character, and an X. So these are 5 characters that it's reading. So this is what it is. Now in order to see the output of the array, I'll just show you the output also of the array. So I'll say for, and I'll just comment this line. So say char L, char I in C, right, and I'll say system.out.println, say char, and I'll also print the value here. Value means the I,
and I'll run this. So let's see the output. And now you can see here, okay, we are printing everything. So since we have specified the second offset, we have specified 2. So you can see the starting position from where the data is stored is 2. And since we have specified 5, it is only reading the 5 characters from the reader and storing it in the array. Okay. If I change this to 1 and if I change this to 2, okay, so what will happen is it will start storing the output or the read data from the first position, and it will only read 2 characters. So let me run this, and you can see the output. It's storing from the first position and it's only reading 2 characters over here. So we are seeing A, B only. So this is how this particular variation of read method works. So read character offset is nothing but the starting position that you can specify in the array, and length is nothing but the number of characters that you want to read, which means the length of the reader that you want to pick up. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood how can you use a FileReader class and what are different constructors, how can you use different methods and different variations of read in this particular class. So I hope you guys have a fair clarity of this class now, and I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this class valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about the BufferedReader class. And by the end of this lecture, we are going to have a complete clarity on what this class is and how can you use this class in your Java program for reading files. So let's get started. So what is BufferedReader class? So BufferedReader is a high level stream and has a better performance as compared to the FileReader. And it works by reading a chunk of character from the disk and stores it in the internal buffer that it maintains. This reduces the communication by a lot that this class has to do with the disk where the file is stored. And this is why reading characters is faster with BufferedReader, because that to and fro communication between the disk and the class is minimized because it maintains a buffer. So this is an overview of what is BufferedReader. BufferedReader has some methods in it, and the number one method is the read method that reads a single character from the internal buffer of the reader. Then we have read method. This is a variation of the read method and it accepts the character array. Now, this method reads the character from the internal buffer and stores it in the specified array. Okay. And then there is a third variation which reads the character from the internal buffer as per the length specified. So if you have specified the length, those many of the characters will be read and stored in the specified string array starting from the offset. Okay, so whatever offset you have mentioned here, that will be used in the array and that will be used as the starting point for storing the data that you have read. So this is one variation. Okay, so let's hop on to our IDE and let's see this particular class in action. So here I am on IntelliJ IDEA and I have this class already created, BufferedReader demo, and it has a main method here. So what I'm going to do is I am going to start creating the object of BufferedReader. But like I mentioned, BufferedReader is a high level class, and how BufferedReader works is it wraps itself around the low level class. So here we have to first create an object of the low level class, which is nothing but the FileReader, and I have to say FileReader abc.text. Okay, and then I have to create BufferedReader. BufferedReader is equal to new BufferedReader, and I have to say FileReader over here. So it wraps itself around the low level class, and I'll add an exception. Okay, so the error goes away.
So we have created the object of the BufferedReader class. Now let's see how you can read character by character. So I'll say read character by character. Alright, and what I'm going to do is here I'm going to start by creating a int, and I'll read this. So it's throwing an warning that there might be an IO exception. So we need to add this particular IO exception signature in the method signature. Okay, so we added this. Alright. And what we are doing using this method is we are reading a single character from this particular file and storing it in the integer I. Now I'll write a while method. So I'll say, sorry, not while method, but a while loop. So I'll start the while loop by checking if while goes till the end of the file. Okay, and -1 is nothing but the end of the file over here. Right. Now here you'll say character and I'll print this. So we have to cast I to character before printing because we are printing it onto a console. Alright, this we have done, and now here I'll have to read the next character. Alright, so how this works is you read a single character and then in the while loop you check if I is not equal to -1. So if I is equal to -1, you exit this loop, and -1 specifies the end of the file always, and you are just printing this character by character. Alright, and you are reading the next character then. Alright, and once I'm done with this, I'll have to use BufferedReader dot close, and I'll run this class. Let's see what the output looks like. Alright, so you can see the output over here. The output is being printed on the console and you are reading character by character and you are printing it over there. So this is how you can make use of BufferedReader to read a single character at a time. Now what I will do is I will just comment this. Alright, let's comment this for now. Okay, and we will try to use another method over here. Alright, and what I will do over here is, so I'm going to create a string here first. String s is equal to BufferedReader dot, and you have this method read line. So in the previous example we read character by character with the read method. Here you can read line by line. So you have this read line method which returns string, and I'll select this. Okay, and here then I will say while, and I'll say s not equal to null. So if you read all the lines, then this method returns null. So if this is not equal to null, I'll say system.out.println s, and then I'll again read the line. Okay, so we have this in the loop, and I'll run this code. Alright, before running, we'll also have to close the BufferedReader. So I'll close the BufferedReader and I'll run this. So let's run and let's see what the output looks like. So here, instead of reading character by character, we are reading line by line and printing it onto the console. So this is how you can read line by line using BufferedReader and read line method. I'll just comment this. Next example we'll see is how can you read with the help of an array. So we'll just write over here, reading with the help of array, and I'll just minimize this. So here what we are going to do now is we are going to create a character array C, and this character array will be of the length 100 like this. Alright, and I'm going to say BufferedReader dot read, and I'll pass this array as the parameter. So the entire file is then stored in the array. Alright, so if you hop onto a presentation, you will see reads the character from internal buffer and stores in the specified array. So this array has the content of file now, and then we'll simply print it. We'll say print C, and I'll say BufferedReader dot close. Now let's run this and let's see the output. So you can see we're seeing the same output here we have done with the help of an array. Now we'll try another variation, this last variation of the read method here. Alright, so I'll just comment this for now. So Now we will take a look at the third variation of the read method, wherein we are passing the character array, offset and the length. So let's see this with the help of an example. So what I'm going to do is, first I'll create a character. Character array is equal to new character, right? And I'll have the length of 100 over here. And here, then I'm going to say BufferedReader dot read, and I'm going to pass in 3 parameters over here. So one is the character, other one is the offset, and one is the length. So I'll specify the offset as 4 and the length as 5. Alright, and I'll say system.out.println print C, and I'll say BufferedReader.close. Now let's run this code and let's see what the output looks like. So you will see that we are seeing only 5 characters being printed. So along with new line character here, it's 5 characters. So this one reads 5 characters and stores in the array starting from the offset of 4. So offset means it stores in the array starting from the 4th position. So this is how you can use this particular method here. Okay. This is the variation of a read method over here. You specify 2 parameters, offset and length. So now let's talk about the points to remember. So following are the points that you should keep in mind about BufferedReader class. So the number 1 point is BufferedReader class is one of the most enhanced way of reading data, since it's faster and much more efficient than low-level ways, or low-level classes I should say. Point number 2, BufferedReader accepts a low-level stream object as an input. Alright, this is something we saw already in the demo, wherein the BufferedReader object accepted the FileReader object as its parameter. When closing the stream, you only need to close the BufferedReader stream and not the underlying low-level stream. Stream object passed as the parameter is automatically closed and it's managed. So over here, we just close BufferedReader always, and we never closed FileReader. Okay. So BufferedReader was always closed by us and not the FileReader. So this is something that you should make a note of. FileReader object is managed by BufferedReader if it's passed as the parameter. Okay. The next point is you have an option to read data line by line or by character by character. So we saw both the examples wherein you could read data by character, or you could read data with the help of readLine method, wherein you read line by line. So that's about this class, guys. Let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is BufferedReader class and how can you use BufferedReader class to read single character, line, and we also saw different variations of read method. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about the BufferedWriter class. And by the end of this lecture, you will have a complete clarity on what is BufferedWriter and how can you use it in your Java programs. So let's get started. So what is BufferedWriter class? So BufferedWriter is a high level stream and it has a better performance as compared to the FileWriter. It works by writing characters to internal buffer that it maintains. And once the buffer is full or the close method is called, all the characters in the buffer are written to the disk. This reduces the communication this class does with the disk. And this is why writing characters with BufferedWriter is faster as compared to the low level streams. So this is about an overview of BufferedWriter class, and there are some important methods that you should be aware before using BufferedWriter. So the first method is write method, and it writes a single character to the internal buffer of the writer. Then we have a variation of the write method, and it writes the array of characters to the internal buffer of the writer. And then we have another variation of write which accepts the string object and it writes the specified string to the writer. So these are 3 important methods that we have or I should rather say this is one method which is overloaded with multiple types of parameters that it accepts. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's see this class in action. So here I am on IntelliJ and I have already created a class called BufferedWriter demo, and I'll start creating the object of the BufferedWriter. So I'll say BufferedWriter is equal to new BufferedWriter. Now, since BufferedWriter is a high level stream, it will need an object of the low level stream. So I'm going to create an object of FileWriter. FileWriter is equal to new FileWriter. Alright. And the file that we'll be using is abc.txt. And I'll pass this to the constructor of the BufferedWriter. Now, once we hover on this, we are seeing an error. And this is because the exception is not added in the method signature, which we got added. Alright. Now let's see how you can write a string onto the file. So what I will do is I'll say BufferedWriter.write, and I'll pass in a string ABC. Alright. And I'll say BufferedWriter.close. Now let's run this and let's see what the output looks like. So you can see the code got executed successfully, and I'll open this file and you can see ABC is now written in this particular file, and that's because we have written ABC. Now if I write ABCD and if I run this, you should see this changing to ABCD. Alright. So this is how you can write a string to BufferedWriter. So I'll just write over here. This is how you can write a string, right? And we'll see different ways in which you can write. So you can also add a new line to the file that we have created. All right. So let's see how you can do that. So we can say BufferedWriter dot new line. So you have this method which comes up in the auto suggest, and this method is responsible for adding a new line onto your file. So let me run this. And we are not okay. So there is a new line. So it's 2 lines now. You can see this new line created here. Okay. Earlier this was not there. So this is because we have added a new line into our file with the help of new line function. All right. And let's see how you can write an array of characters into your BufferedWriter or a file object. So what I will do is I'll say character ch is equal to new character. All right. And I'll say the length is 100. Or instead of saying 100, what I will do is I'll just define the array here itself. So I'll say A, then B, then C. Right. And I'll say BufferedWriter dot write, and I'll say ch over here. Right. And I'll run this. So you should be seeing this being added to the file now, and you can see it's been added to the file now. All right. So this is how you can add an array to the file using a BufferedWriter. You can also write a single character into the file, and let's see an example of the same. So what I can do is I can say BufferedWriter dot write, and I can say A. All right. Let me run this. So A should be added at the end of the file, and you can see it coming up over here. So these are the different ways in which you can use a BufferedWriter class and different methods that you have available for you. So let's hop on to the presentation and let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is BufferedWriter class and how can you make use of BufferedWriter class in your Java projects. We also understood the different methods that this class provides in order to write characters, strings, the new line, and an array. So you can also write an array. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this class valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to do a coding challenge wherein we are going to merge all the contents of all the files that are present in a given folder. we would be first attempting this challenge ourselves, and then we are going to watch the solution. So let's get started. So I'm going to paste the problem statement over here, and this is a coding challenge wherein we have to write a program to merge all the contents in the files present in the given folder. And what we are going to do is, so we have a folder on our machine. So I have created a folder under the file package over here, and there are a couple of files under the folder. So you can see abc.txt and abc1.txt, and they both have different contents. So what we are going to do is we are going to merge all the contents of all the files that are present in this folder and show this particular content in one of the new files that we create. Okay, so here I have created a folder under file package, but you can create the folder wherever you want on your file system. So what I would request right now is you should pause the video right now and give this solution a try, and then we'll be back and we will watch the solution. So welcome back. I hope you guys got a chance to try out the solution yourself. Alright, and now let's begin writing our solution. So what I'm going to do is I am going to write a main method over here. I'll type in public static void main. Now this is going to be the starting point of our program. So to start with, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a printWriter object, and this printWriter object will point to the output file. Now this file is going to have the contents of all the files that are present in this folder. Alright, so I'm going to say printWriter is equal to new printWriter, and the file that I'm going to have is output.txt. So this is the object that we have created right now, and here I'm going to create one more file object. Okay, and I'm going to assign the folder to the file object. So here I'm going to say new file. I'm going to navigate to the path, so it's src/file/abc, right? And you can see here we are getting a red mark, so I'm going to just hover here and add an exception to the method signature. So what we have done is we have created a printWriter object which points to output.txt, which will store the output, which will be the merged contents of all the files in the given folder. And then we have a file object which points to the folder which contains all the files. Now what we are going to do is I'm going to say, so there is a method in the file class which returns the list of all the files in the given folder. So I'm going to call this method ffile.list, and as you can see over here, it returns the array of string. Alright, so I'm going to have string array created, and I'll assign it over here. Now what I have in S is I have the list of all the files that are present in this folder. Alright, and now I'm going to run a for loop, and I'm going to say string s1, and I'm going to iterate through every file over here. Alright, now with every iteration, what I'm going to do over here is I am going to create the BufferedReader object. PR is equal to new BufferedReader, and I'm going to pass in a FileReader object, and the file name would be src/, so it will be the same path over here. I'll just copy this. I have this path, and in the end I'm going to put a slash, and then I'm going to say plus s1, sorry, here. So what we are essentially doing is we are going through every file name over here, and we are going to assign it to the BufferedReader. So we are reading each and every file, alright, with the help of BufferedReader. And now I'm going to say string line is equal to br.readLine. So I'm going to read the line,
and I'm going to say while line is not equal to null, PrintWriter dot print line, or println I should say. I will add line over here, and then I'll read the next line. Alright, so we are getting an error over here, and this error just tells us that we have an unhandled exception. So I'm just going to say add exception to method signature here, and the error goes away. So just to explain this part to you all again, I'll say, so BufferedReader, we are creating a BufferedReader object for every file that we get in the for loop, and then I'm reading the first line of the file, and then I'm checking if line is not equal to null, and I'm running a while loop till line is not equal to null. So what this loop will do is it will read all the contents of the file, and it will keep it adding to the PrintWriter object. So PrintWriter, just to remind you, PrintWriter is nothing but a PrintWriter object which points to our output file. So we are just iterating, and we are keeping on adding every line to PrintWriter, and this while loop continues till the content of the file is over. Once the content of the file is over, which means that when line is equal to null, we exit this loop, and we go to the next iteration wherein we pick the next file. And this process continues till we add all the contents of all the files to the PrintWriter object. And in the end, we will do PrintWriter.flush. So let's run this and let's see this in action. So I'll right click and I'll run this code, and we'll see output.txt created over here. So you can see output.txt is created, and you have these two files, hello hi, and this abc1.txt which has hello hi 1. So you should see both these contents in output.txt. So as you can see, we have everything merged. If you add more lines over here, hi, hello. So if I say hi, hello, and if I run this, okay, not this, if I run this file, then you will see this content updated over here. Alright, and you can see hi, hello also coming over here. So this is how you can merge all the files that are present in the given folder. So I hope you guys have a fair clarity on this particular solution now. So that's about this class, guys. I hope you guys found this class valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello friends. So in this series, we are going to cover Spring Boot, and we are actually going to learn Spring Boots and the basics of web development with it by building a simple web application. And this is going to be a hands-on session wherein we will cover the nitty-gritties of Spring Boot and how a framework like this works. So are you excited? Let's get started. So let's get started with the absolute basics. So we'll start discussing by what is a web framework. Now first, let's understand why do you need a web framework and what gaps does something like this fill in. So if you look at all the modern web applications, or most of them, they all have a lot of things common in them. For example, all the web applications need a way to serve web page to a user when the user tries to access certain URL, right? All the web applications need to communicate to the database. Like they need to save information to the tables, and they need to save and fetch as well. They also need to manage the security, like this is also common, okay? So security, databases, URLs, authentication, all of this are common functionalities across major web applications. Now, a question that you should ask yourself is, should you build all this functionality from scratch every time? Okay, so you as a developer would be working on multiple web applications. You will be building and deploying a lot of stuff. So all of this is common, and it's a common piece of code that you have to replicate all the time. You can think of this as a need for a boilerplate in your life, okay? So it's not necessarily important that you should do this every time from scratch.
Okay. Now you can compare this with the analogy of building a house. Okay. So to build a house, you would need a blueprint and a set of tools. Now, web development also works in a similar way where you need some sort of a blueprint wherein you have a set of things predefined. Okay. Now, earlier, in early days of web development, developers had to build all of this right from scratch. So they had to write raw code like for HTTP requests, database interactions, template rendering, and so on. Okay. But this process was pretty much time consuming and it led to a lot of error. Like it was pretty much error prone. Okay. So there has to be a better way. Now imagine when you're building a house. Okay. What if you have some prefabricated components like pre-built walls, you have pre-built windows and pre-built doors as well. So you have doors of different sizes, walls of different sizes and windows also of different sizes. And depending on the size of the house you're building, you can pick the wall, door and windows, okay, based on your requirement. Now, so that would of course lead to faster assembling, okay? It would lead to fewer errors and also it would be much more precise, right? Because you already have a template that you have set, because these are just the repetitive tasks that you need whenever you build a new house, okay? So you could think of this as a prefabricated components. So this analogy of prefabricated components, which helps you assemble faster and it even helps you reduce a lot of errors, okay? Now, this is where things go fast and this is where web framework comes into picture. Now you can think of this house building analogy where you had a lot of prefabricated components which led to faster build time. Okay, you can compare this with web development and that is where a web framework comes into picture. So a web framework has a lot of prefabricated components like in the analogy of house. Okay, so it has a lot of prefabricated components that enable you to build your web application quickly. Okay. Now, when you build a web application, you know that you need a way to, let's say, access a URL. You need a way to serve users' request. You need to authenticate and all of this. So that is where you can have a set of boilerplate, okay, which is nothing but a web framework. So what a web framework is, it is nothing but a collection of pre-built tools and modules that you will need to do standard tasks across all the applications. Okay. Now you can think of this like an authentication, database accessing, and so on. All right. So all of this is combined and packaged as a web framework because you as a developer will need all of this depending on the kind of website you're building. And whatever you need, you can make use of that. For example, if you are not making use of authentication in one of your projects, that's perfectly fine. You don't need to use authentication then, right? So this way you can use whatever you want from the pre-built set of components and go forward. So like in our house building analogy, you were free to pick whatever you want. Like if you want walls, you can pick walls. If you are building a house without windows, so you can skip that. Okay, it's up to you. So this is something similar that is applicable in web frameworks as well. So some of the popular web frameworks that exist in the world are Spring Boot. Okay, so this is a Java based web framework and it is known for its ability to build enterprise grade applications really quickly. So some major enterprises use Spring Boot, and if you are working in Java, it's really important that you learn about Spring Boot soon. So Spring Boot, then we have Django, which is a Python-based web framework, and it is known for its batteries included philosophy. So if you read a bit about Django on the web, you will see this term batteries included everywhere, which means that it includes a lot of common functionalities built in. All right. Then you have Flask, which is also a Python-based framework. It is lightweight, more flexible, and it is super great for small projects or whenever you need more control on your project. So that is where Flask comes in. It is pretty much lightweight when it comes to comparison with Django. Then you have Express. So this is a JavaScript based web framework, and it is a part of a mean or MERN stack. So by mean, mean stands for MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, and Node.js. And MERN, which is MERN, stands for Mongo, Express, React, and Node.js. Okay, so these are tech stacks that you can use, and Express is widely used for building APIs with JavaScript. Okay. Then you have Ruby on Rails, which is a Ruby-based framework. So Ruby is a programming language, and you have ROR. So Ruby on Rails is also popularly known as ROR, and it is a Ruby-based framework, which is also quite popular. So these are some of the popular web frameworks that exist in the world today. And depending on the programming language that you are learning, you can pick any of these frameworks and start building your applications. They enable you to build and deploy your applications faster than the traditional approach wherein you had to write everything from scratch. Okay, so a lot of things are pre-built in this framework, like ability to interact with the database, like ability to interact with the server host, and so on. All right. So basically what I mean over here is it accelerates your development time. And if you're building a web application today, you should use a web framework. So this is about web framework. Let us now start talking about Spring Framework. So what is Spring Framework? So Spring Framework takes away the hassle. Okay, and it's a comprehensive open source framework for Java. So Spring Framework has a lot of features built in, which makes it quite popular in the Java world. Okay, let us talk about some of the amazing features that Spring Framework has to offer us. So the number one feature would be inversion of control. Now, what does inversion of control mean? Okay, so inversion of control means Spring manages the life cycle and the configuration of application objects. Okay. Now, what I mean by application objects. So these are the objects that are created during the lifetime of your application. Okay. So when you run your application, there will be some objects that will be created and you will need to use them. So Spring manages the life cycle and even the configuration of these objects. It reduces the dependencies and it increases the flexibility for developers. Okay. And whenever you need these objects, Spring makes it available for you. Okay. So you don't have to take the hassle of managing these objects. Now, because of this feature, you can build applications that are not tightly coupled. So let me explain by what I mean over here. Okay. So let us take an example of the source code that I have over here. So in this source code, I have message service. This is an interface. It has a method defined or declared, I should say. It has a method declared, which is string get message. And this is being used by this particular class, email service. Okay. And it defines this particular method over here. All right. Now let us say we have another class called SMS client, which uses this particular message service and it's dependent on this particular class over here. Or message service is an interface. So it is using the message service interface to make use of email service class. Okay. So it's creating the instance of email service class and it's assigning to the message service. All right. Now this is a dependency. And whenever you create an object of SMS client, okay, this object is automatically created and it's assigned to the message service instance, which is an interface. All right. Now, if you take a look at this code is tightly coupled. So SMS client is tightly coupled with this dependency class. Okay. Now, SMS client explicitly knows about and creates this instance over here. And that is why we are calling it as tightly coupled. Okay. Now, this is not good. Okay. This code would run. You can make use of this, but this does not promote loose coupling. Okay. So with inversion of control feature, you can make use of dependency injection. And with the help of dependency injection,
the dependencies are defined by you and they are injected at runtime by Spring. Okay, so what I mean by that, let me explain this to you. So when you write the same source code with Spring Framework, how would you write it? So take a look at this source code now. Okay, now what is happening over here is we are not creating an instance and we are not initializing the message service class over here. So like in our previous example, if you take a look over here, okay, we were creating an instance of email service and assigning it to message service, which is an object of message service interface. Okay, but here suddenly we are not doing that. What we are doing is instead we are accepting a parameter in a constructor and we are assigning that parameter to the object over here. Okay, now this is more flexible and more modular as the class itself does not need to be concerned with creating or managing the dependencies. Okay, now the question is, how is or who is passing this object over here, or how is this initialized? Okay, so who gives message service object over here and how is this initialized? So the answer is Spring Framework. Okay, so when I said dependency injection, so what happens is when you run this particular piece of code using Spring Framework, what Spring Framework will do is it will provide the instance of message service through the constructor during the runtime. Okay, and this is what the inversion of control feature is. So with inversion of control, the Spring's IOC container. So there is an IOC container that Spring Framework has. It manages the lifecycle of objects, okay, and it injects the appropriate implementation of message service over here. Okay, so message service is an interface over here. All right. So it injects the appropriate implementation of message service to this particular constructor during the runtime. And because Spring is providing the instance during the runtime, it allows for loose coupling between components and it promotes a modular design, which makes testing and maintenance easier. Okay, and it also enables the separation of concerns. So here, like we have not written the code which is tightly coupled. Okay, so tomorrow, like if I have to go back and if I see this code over here, so I've created the object of message service, and during runtime, appropriate implementation of message service is provided to the constructor that we defined using Spring. Okay. Now, if the implementation changes in future, Spring will make sure that the appropriate implementation available at that time is provided to the instance of message service, right? So even if the implementation changes, you don't have to change your source code over here, okay? And that is what loose coupling is. So loose coupling means whenever you're changing something, the other parts of code are not impacted. Whereas in this piece of code, like the one without using the inversion of control feature, here this is tightly coupled. Okay, so if the implementation changes, so for example, if we change this to something else, so this is now instead of email service, this is, let's say, some other service like mail service, or let's say SMS service or something like that. So if this changes, then this changes as well. Now this is changing because it's tightly coupled. Okay. And here we have moved to a inversion of control feature. Okay, we are making use of inversion of control feature, and because of that, it's not tightly coupled. Okay, and because of this loosely coupled and because of this feature of dependency injection, we have a modular code. So this is inversion of control done with the help of this constructor, and we get the dependency on runtime. So this is about inversion of control. Now we have data access. So Spring Framework also provides a simplified and consistent way to handle data access from various sources like JDBC, Hibernate, JPA, and so on. Okay. Then Spring is an MVC framework and it provides a clean separation between the presentation code. Okay. So what I mean by presentation layer is
the code which manages the interface. Okay, so whenever you access the application from the browser, the source code or whatever is being managed in the browser, whatever the user sees is the presentation layer. Okay, and then you have the logic part and then the database access part, which is separated. So MVC makes sure that model view and controller are separated. So this you will see once you start building the applications with Spring Boot. Then you have transaction management. Okay, so Spring provides a unified way to manage transactions across objects. Okay, and Spring also has a security feature which is highly customizable, feature rich. Okay, and whenever you're building like enterprise grade web applications, security becomes crucial, and Spring Framework provides us with authentication, authorization, and protection against some of the common security vulnerabilities. All right, so that's Spring Framework. So there are a couple of more features, which is testing support. So Spring Framework helps, or it has a really good support for unit testing frameworks and integration testing. Okay, it provides good integration with JUnit, Mockito, and so on. Okay, also Spring Framework provides support for internalization and localization, and this allows developers to build applications that can be easily adapted for different languages and locals. If you have to talk about some history about Spring Framework, so this framework came into existence in 2002, and this was developed by Rod Johnson. Okay, now prior to this, everyone was building applications in a traditional way in Java. So Johnson's goal was to create a lightweight alternative to Java EE platform. Okay, so Java EE was being used at that time, which was not a simplified way to web development. Then Johnson thought of creating an alternative which is lightweight, and that is how the first version of Spring was released in March 2004. Okay, and it had lots of core feature, and since then it has gone major developments and versions have been released. All right, so that's about Spring Framework. Let us talk about Spring Boot. So what is Spring Boot? So Spring Boot is open source Java-based framework used to create standalone production grade applications that are based on Spring and Java. Now, how does Spring Boot differs from Spring, and what is the difference between them? So when it came to building applications with Spring frameworks, there were a lot of steps involved in setting up, configuration, writing boilerplate code, and deployment of the app. Yes, Spring Framework reduced a lot of boilerplate code which developers had to do initially, but still there were some gaps. Like developers still had to do configuration, setup, and a lot of things before they could run their application. And this was the gap that was filled by Spring Boot. So what Spring Boot did is it offered a set of pre-configured components or defaults that are typically needed for application to run or application to work. And it eliminated the need for a lot of boilerplate code that was involved in setting up a Spring application. So Spring Boot is based on Spring, and it makes a lot of things even more easier when you compare it with Spring. You can think of Spring Boot as Maggie. So if you are making a Maggie, you will just open the sachet, okay, put in all the ingredients that come in within that particular sachet, and you are done. Okay, so basically that Maggie packet has everything you need to make a tasty noodle. Okay, a basic noodle within like 2 to 5 minutes. So that is what Spring Boot is. Essentially, it is a package which has everything that you need to start building and deploying your web application. Okay, so you can think of Spring Boot as it's a combination of Spring Framework, pre-built configuration, and embedded servers. Yes, so when running application, you also need to deploy the application to a server, right? How will you run a server-side web application? You need a server. And if you're doing development locally, of course, you will need to set up some local server on your system. So Spring Boot makes all of this easier, and when you create a Spring Boot project, you have all of this pre-configured. So you just have to hit the run button and you just see your application running and being deployed onto your server. You don't need an external server, or you don't need to do a separate server setup. So initially, like before Spring Boot, you had to set up a local server, okay, deploy the application on that, and then check changes. Okay, so this had some hassle. Of course, Spring Framework reduced the hassle that developers had to do before Spring came into picture. But with Spring Boot, it became even more easier. Now, we will also take a look at pre-built configuration. So what I mean by pre-built configuration is, like, you don't have to focus on configuring things. So when you add a database, or when you want to use a database into your application, you will have to do a set of configuration. Like you will, earlier developers need to add dependencies and do a lot of stuff. So there was a series of steps that developers had to do to make the application work. But with this pre-built configuration feature, you just have to specify few properties, like what is a username, what is the host URL of database, and password, and some additional properties depending on the kind of database that you are using. But that is it, and it's all done. So the configuration will be automatically done by Spring Boot. So this is what Spring Boot is. Now let us talk a bit about the components of Spring Boot. So the number one component is Spring Boot starters. So what are Spring Boot starters? Now these are a set of dependency descriptors, or dependencies that exist which make your life much more convenient. Okay. So for example, you can think of this as ready to use ingredient packs. Okay. So if you're building a web application, you have a starter project for web. So what does it contains and how it makes your life easier? So a web starter will have everything that a typical web application needs. For example, like you might need a way to handle REST API requests. So these different things that are needed by a typical application are handled by these starter projects. There is also a starter for working with database. So it's called a starter JPA project. Okay. Now what it brings in is it brings in the JPA configuration, then JDBC configuration together. So you just have to include that starter project and you are ready to work with database. That is it. So this is Spring Boot starters. Then you have Spring Boot auto configuration. This is something we just discussed. So it automatically configures your Spring Boot application based on the jar dependency that you have added. So for example, if you have added a dependency to work with database, Spring Boot knows that it needs to configure database then. So this is auto configuration. Then you have Spring Boot actuator. So this is one of the non-functional requirements that every web application has. So whenever you are building a web application, you would need a way to monitor its health, like do some metric gathering. You might need to do some HTTP tracing and so on. And this is not mentioned as a requirement by any of the clients. So you as a developer have to make sure that your application is healthy, up and running. Now, how would you monitor your application? So that is what Spring Boot actuator is. It enables you to monitor your application. So this is a ready to use feature. Okay. And you can tweak it as needed by you. But this is one of the amazing features of Spring Boot. Then you have embedded server. So when you want to run your application, okay, you don't need to configure a separate server. So you have a standalone embedded server which will run your application as a jar file. Okay, and this eliminates the need of you managing the headache of deploying your application on a separate server. Okay. Then you have Spring Boot dev tools, and it consists of some development time tools that enhance the productivity during application development. And it provides features like automatic application restart, live reload of some static resources if you have added. So static resources like CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and so on. So these are the components. Now, if you have to talk about advantages, number one advantage is it's standalone. So you can quickly get started with Spring Boot. Okay. You don't need to deploy your application to the server and you are just ready. So you just configure the project, you create a Spring Boot project, you import it or open it with your favorite ID, and you are ready to write code. Okay. It's standalone, and standalone meaning it does not need to be deployed separately on a server. It comes in with an embedded server, so it can work on its own. Then it has starter code. So I explained what starter projects are, and it makes your life much more easier. Okay. Then you have to do less configuration, of course, because of the auto configuration feature. It reduces the cost and the application development time as well. Now, why do developers love Spring Boot? Number one, it's Java based, it's fast and easy to use. It comes with an embedded server, and it has various plugins available and a lot of community support as well. It eliminates the need for writing boilerplate code and configurations. Now, when it comes to building application with Spring Boot, there are different tiers that we should be aware of. So the number one is the presentation layer, and then you have the service layer, then data access layer. So these different tiers, or you can even call them layers, are categorized into these three parts. Okay. And this is a part of Spring Boot architecture. So let's understand what they are. So what is a presentation layer? So presentation layer presents the data and the application features to the user. Okay. And this is a layer wherein all the controller classes exist. Now, what is a controller? So whenever you send a request to your web application, controller does the job of handling that request. Okay. And it's a part of presentation layer. And this layer is responsible for accepting the request from the user, validating the inputs the user has given, and passing it to the next layer, which is the service layer. Now, what is a service layer? So service layer is a layer where business logic of the application resides, and all the tasks such as evaluations, decision making, processing of data is done at this particular layer. Now, this layer will be frequently called by the presentation layer, and once the processing of request is done, service layer will take help of data access layer to fulfill the user's request. Now, what is a data access layer? So as the name suggests, this layer is where all the repository classes reside. Now, repository classes are the classes that talk to the database. Okay. So all these classes will reside over here, and they will talk to the underlying databases. So for example, if I have a browser and if the user is accessing our application from the browser, so how will it access? So we have our application hosted on our server. Now this request will be intercepted by controller. Controller will pass on this request to the service. Service will pass on to the repository or the data access layer, which will in turn talk to the database and get the desired results and pass it on to the user. So this is how the request flows in a typical Spring Boot application. Now, what are we going to build with Spring Boot? So with Spring Boot, we are going to build an application that will help us store and retrieve challenges that are stored monthly. So these are the endpoints that we'll define in our application. So we will have a get request to /challenges, and this will enable us to get the list of all the challenges. Then if we want to get a challenge for a specific month, you can use this endpoint. You can say get challenges and pass in the month. So you can say 1. So 1 will give you the challenge for January. Then you can also create challenge using this post request. You can update any challenge. So you can use a put request to update this challenge, and you can pass in the ID. And then you also have the delete request. So you can delete any of the challenges you wish to. So this is a simple application that we are going to build, and in the process, we are going to learn the nitty-gritties of Spring Boot while building, all right? And this is how our application is going to look like. So it's going to function this way, wherein a user can send a request from the browser. Then from the browser, the request is handled by the controller. So we are going to have a challenge controller over here. And this challenge controller will validate the request, and from here, it will head over to the service layer where the business logic will reside. Then from the service layer, we can talk to the repository layer to get the data from the database. And then the response is sent back to the user. And all of this will be hosted on our server. So we are going to build this entire application, okay, with the help of Spring Boot, and we are going to define everything we need to run this in browser. Now let us understand how you can create a Spring Boot project, okay? So to create a Spring Boot project, you need to access a tool called Spring Initializer. So in your web browser, you can say Spring Initializer, and you will see this website, start.spring.io. You need to head over to this website. So we are going to make use of this website to generate the project for us. So what this website helps us with is it helps us with creating a Spring Boot project. So it will give us the entire structure for Spring Boot. So we'll be making use of IntelliJ, but you will now ask, why can't we create the project directly in IntelliJ? So the reason is this feature is not available in the free version of IntelliJ. Okay, so if you have IntelliJ Ultimate, you can make use of this feature wherein you can create a Spring Boot project. But we will stick to how we can make use of free version of IntelliJ. Okay, so I'm going to make use of this website. So I'm going to say Maven over here. So here I can select Maven because Maven is the build tool that I'm going to use for my project. I'll keep Java selected. I'll make use of latest version of Spring Boot. Here, the latest version of Spring Boot is 3, okay, and 3.1.1 is the latest release. But now here you will notice there are some Spring Boot versions with snapshot appended in the end. Now, snapshot is the version of Spring Boot that is opened or been released in preview. So it might have some bugs, and it is recommended that you do not use snapshot version for learning. So you should use the version without snapshot written, okay, and it has to be latest one. And also there is a possibility that you might see some other version number over here. So Spring Boot keeps on releasing versions every now and then, but don't worry, the functioning of this project won't change. And if it changes, I'll make sure I update the video. So here now, once you are done selecting the version, you need to specify some details about the project. Like you need to specify group, artifact, and name. So group is nothing but the package of the project. So the package, I'll say com.embarkx. So this is a domain name that I have, or the website embarkx.com. So I'll keep this as the package. Artifact can be the name of the project. Okay. So the name is challenge app. So I'll keep this as the name, and it gets auto-populated over here. Now the description is, you can specify any description you want. So I can say app for monthly challenges, like so. And you can see the complete package name come up over here. It's auto-generated. You don't need to edit this. I'll keep the packaging as jar and the Java version as 17. You can choose the right version for you, but I'll stick to Java version 17. Okay. Now this is about some configuration. Now over here we have dependencies. So what does this dependency mean? So dependencies have, so this is a list of dependencies that you can add to your Spring Boot project. And it has starter projects as well. So you can see the Spring Boot web. So I'll select this. So it enables you to build web applications, including RESTful applications with Spring MVC, and it has Apache Tomcat as embedded container. Okay, so I'll add this dependency, and you can see there are lots of dependencies. Like I have a dependencies for database. So you can see Spring Data JPA. Okay. Then you have JDBC, you have MongoDB, you should have one for Postgres as well. Okay. But so you can see Postgres SQL driver. Now, whatever you select over here, and if you click on explore, so you can explore what is being generated over here. You can see this project structure that is being generated. Okay. You can see like over here, like this entire pom.xml. So pom.xml is where all the dependencies would be added. You can take a look at this and you can say close. Now, once you're done with the configuration and exploring over here, you can say generate. Now, what generate will do is it will download the zip version of this particular configuration in the form of the project. Okay. And it will give you the zip version. So you can use this zip version then to work with. So I would request you all to hit generate and get the project onto your system. So I have downloaded the zip version from Spring Initializer website. Okay, as you can see, challengeapp.zip. So this is what it gave me. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to extract this over here. Okay. You can use any extracting software and it will give you all the files over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to open this project with the help of IntelliJ. So let us head over to IntelliJ. So you can open IntelliJ and this is what the welcome screen that you're going to see. I'll click on open. I'll head over to the location where I downloaded and unzipped the file. So I have unzipped it over here, challenge app. As you can see, you'll see this icon and I'll say okay. Now it will ask you whether you trust this project. Now I trust this project. I know I've downloaded this from a reputed source. Okay. Now it's asking this because it will run some code from this folder and it's just confirming. And IntelliJ is just confirming from the security standpoint. So I'll say trust all the projects in this folder and trust this one. Okay. And it will open up this project for me. Okay. You'll see some tip of the day, which you can close. So you can see some processing was happening over here at the bottom. Okay. And here we have the entire project. Okay. So what we have done is we have done setting up the entire project into IntelliJ. All right. So welcome back. So this is what we are going to build is what we have discussed in our previous video. So we are going to cover the get query or the get API for the challenges endpoint. Okay. And we are going to cover the rest of the endpoints one by one. Okay, so let's head over to our IntelliJ idea. So here in IntelliJ, I have the IDE set up entirely. Okay, I have unzipped the project and I have opened the project. Let us take a look at what exists in our project right now and how is a typical Spring Boot project is structured. Okay, so you can see here I have the main directory where my project resides. I have some folder like IntelliJ. These are the configuration files related to IntelliJ, so we don't need to touch them. We have some files related to Maven, which again we are not supposed to touch. Then we have the SRC folder. Now this is where all our source code will reside. So you have the main folder wherein you will be writing all the source code. And then you have the test folder wherein you will be writing all the tests that you'll need for your application. So I'll just collapse this test folder. Now within this main folder, you have Java and resources. So under Java is where all your Java files will reside. So if you expand this a bit, you will see the package structure that we have defined. And then you have this main application page. Okay. So this is a page wherein you will have the main method and this is the main method that will be responsible for running your Spring Boot application. And you can see this annotation over here, @Spring Boot application, which tells that this is like this entire file is a Spring Boot application. Okay. And now you will be able to add more files and structure to your project. So under this package is where we will start writing our code. Okay. And then you have the resources folder where you can have the static files and the templates. And then you have application.properties. So this is a file which is empty. It's a .properties file wherein you can store the properties that define your application. Now, if you go down, you have a pom.xml. Okay, so if you click on this, and let me collapse this project structure. So you will see this is the pom.xml Maven file. Okay, this is typically needed by Maven to manage all the dependencies. And this particular file has all the information that is needed for your project. Okay, and if you scroll down, you have the group ID here. Okay, so this is the group ID of the parent and this is the group ID of the project. Okay, and you can see the name of the application and the description as to what we had mentioned on the Spring Initializer website. And here we have the Java version that our application will be using. So if you scroll down, you have the dependencies. So this is the Spring Boot starter test. Okay, and this is the Spring Boot starter web. So this tells that our application is a web-based application, and here is where Spring Boot will provide everything and make available everything that typically a Spring Boot web application needs. Okay, so I have this pom.xml defined. Now let us open up our project structure here and let us start writing some code to get the list of all the challenges. Okay, so like I said, we are building this particular endpoint get/challenges, which will return all the challenges that we have within our application. So here I'm going to first define a controller. Okay, so I'll say Java class and I'll say challenge controller. So I have this controller created. All right. And now we need something to store the list of our challenges, because that is where what this controller is going to return. Okay, so I'm going to say private list and I'm going to say challenge. Okay, and I'm going to say challenges. So let's call it challenges is equal to new array list. So for now, I'm going to store all my challenges in the form of array list, and we are getting an error. So now we are getting an error which says cannot resolve the symbol challenge. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to click on more actions here and we need to say create a class challenge. It will confirm where this class should be created. So I'll say okay, and you will have this class created in the same directory over here. Okay, now this is a class where we are going to define the structure of a typical challenge that we will have in our application. So what do we want to store with our challenges? So I'll say private long ID. So we'll store three things. One is ID, then we'll store the month, and this will help us define the month against which the challenge is stored. And then we are going to have some description about the challenge. Okay, so I'm going to say ID and then I'm going to say string month, and then let's have private string description. So this should be S capital. Okay, so this is defined. Now we can define the constructor. Okay, so I can right click and say generate, and I'll generate a constructor, and then I will have right click, generate, and I'll generate getter and setters for all. Okay, so our class is done. So this is the class that will help us store all the challenges information. Okay, and here in the controller we have that error message go away. All right, now let us define an endpoint to get the list of challenge. So I'm going to say over here, public list. So this will be a method which will enable us to return all the challenges to the user. And I'm going to say challenge here. So since we are returning the list of all the challenges, this is what our return type should be. Okay. And I'm going to say get all challenges. Okay. And this is the method. And I'll say return. I'll simply return this challenges object over here, which is being stored as a list. All right. Now I want to tell you, like, this is how our application will function. So from the browser or from the Postman, if you send a request, that is going to be managed by controller. The request will be routed then to service. So controller will do the acceptance of request, okay, from the appropriate controller methods. So within controller, you typically have a lot of methods that are responsible for managing different kinds of requests. How? That is something you'll see shortly. And then when the request is mapped to a particular method, that request is being forwarded to that of service. Okay. Now service is a place where all the logic resides, like all the business logic resides. And then if there is a need to interact with the database, it is passed on to the repository, and repository is responsible to communicate with the database and fetch the results and send the response back to service, and service in turn sends the response back to controller. And finally, user sees the response. So we don't have these two parts created yet, like the service and the repository. We are just working right now in the controller. Let us understand the controller first as to how it works, and then we will make way for each one of them. First service and then repository, wherein we'll work with the database. So for now, let's focus on controller. So here we have this controller created, wherein we have this variable ArrayList, which is of type ArrayList, and then we have a method that returns all the challenges. Now we need this to map to a endpoint over here, which is /challenges. So if the user says domain name /challenges, our application should return the list of challenges. So how do we create this mapping? So first you will have to mention over here an annotation, which is REST controller. So this annotation tells Spring Boot that this particular class is a controller, all right? And then we'll have to define another annotation. So if you say @ you can see two suggestions come up, post mapping and get mapping. So if you want to create a get mapping, you can use get mapping annotation. If you want to create a post mapping, you can create post mapping annotation. So I'll say get mapping, and I'll mention over here challenges, like so. Okay. So what we are doing is we are telling Spring Boot that, hey, this is a controller, and whenever a request comes with this particular endpoint and it's a get request, so execute this method. All right. That is what we are telling Spring Boot. Now let us run this project. So I'm going to go to challenge application, and here you're going to see this red, or sorry, not red, green button. So I'll click on that and I'll say run. Now this will start running the application. You'll see a progress at the top right here. Okay. And depending on your system, this will take some time. It should not take too long. Let me expand the logs. You should see logs coming up over here. Okay. And you should see this message in the end, started the application name, which indicates that our application has been started. All right. And you can see some information like Tomcat started. So Tomcat is a server which is inbuilt, and our application is running on Tomcat server on port 8080. All right. So let's head over to this port. So here in the browser, I'm going to open a new tab. I'm going to say localhost. I'm going to say 8080, and I'm going to say enter. So the moment you say this, you get an error, and this is the default error page that is available within Spring Boot. Okay, this is something that we have not created,
But we are seeing this error message because we are trying to access a URL for which we have not defined any functionality. Okay, so if you take a look at our source code, okay, so if I minimize this, and if I go to our source code, we have defined the endpoint for /challenges and not for the root URL. So I need to go to /challenges. Now here you can see you have an empty array. Okay, so this empty array says that we don't have any data for the challenges. All right, which is fair enough. We have created an empty list and that is what we are returning. Okay, you are seeing two buttons here, raw and past. Okay, so these buttons are coming in from a plugin that I have used, which is JSON formatter. Okay, so this is the plugin. If you search for JSON formatter, it's a Chrome plugin which is used to format JSON in your browser. Okay, so typically if there is a JSON response in your browser, it is going to look all jumbled up. Okay, so this plugin does the job of formatting it. Okay, and you can see it brings these two buttons, raw. So whether you want to view the data in the raw format or the past format. So I have this plugin installed. If you want to, you can use this. Otherwise, it's completely fine. Okay, but I just wanted to let you know that this is coming because of that plugin I'm using. Okay, so don't get confused as to what is this. So yeah, so this is an empty response. All right, so we are done adding an empty response. Now let us understand how did our application work and how was this request served. So this request is getting served by our application. Okay, and if you add any object or anything in the array list, you are going to see the data over here. Okay, so let me show that as well to you. So I'm here in the controller class and let me add a single challenge, okay, to our list so that we can see some output over here. So I'm going to create a constructor. I'm going to say public challenge controller. And here I'm going to say challenge. So a challenge object challenge1 is equal to new challenge. And here I'm going to define the challenge. Okay, so I'm going to say 1L, which is the ID, January. Okay, and then I'm going to have the challenge description. So I'm going to say learn a new programming language. And I'm going to add this particular challenge1 to challenges. Now, if I rerun the application, let us rerun since we have made a change. So for every change, you have to redeploy your application and the application needs to rerun on the server. So I'll switch over to my browser and I'll hit refresh. So here now you can see the data that we have initialized our challenge list with is coming in as a JSON. So this API is now working for us. And now let us talk about how our API worked. Okay, so let us analyze the logs for this. Okay, so let me expand this a bit and let me go to the top. So at the top, if you see, you have the Spring banner. Okay, this prints in Spring and it prints Spring Boot and the version of Spring Boot that you are using. Okay, then you see this message which says that the application is being started. Okay, now if you scroll down a bit, here you will see where all the environmental variables are being set. Okay, so here it's making use of profiles. Okay, and with the help of profiles, all the application variables are being set. And there are currently no active profiles because it's a brand new project that we have created and we have not defined any profiles. But profiles is a concept using which you can set environmental variables or some properties when you're running your application. For example, you can have different profiles or properties for dev environment, prod environment, QA environment, and so on. All right. So there's no active profile, so it picks up the default, which is fine for us at this stage. Then Spring Boot has an embedded server. Okay, so it comes with an embedded Tomcat server, and the next set of logs talk about how Tomcat initialization happens. And Tomcat is initialized for port 8080. Okay, and it starts the service. So the service is started.
and then the servlet engine is started. Okay. Now, after the servlet engine is started, the mapping of the URL and everything happens. Okay. And if you scroll down here, the application is fully started, as you can see. Now, finally, in the end, okay, we have the dispatcher servlet being initialized. Okay. And this dispatcher servlet is responsible for dispatching the requests to the appropriate controller. And then the initialization is completely done. So our application is ready, okay, as you can see, onto a particular port, which is port 8080. All right, so this is how our application runs. Now, what happens is when you hit this query, okay, when you hit this URL in the browser, so here is where our application is run. So we say localhost because we are running it on a local machine. And we say colon 8080 because this is the port on which our application is running right now. So if you have deployed your Spring Boot application, this will typically be replaced by your domain name. Okay, so you can have like abc.com/challenges. All right, or you can have api.abc.com/challenges if you are exposing your API. So this will be replaced by the domain name, and then you have /challenges. Now, when you access the URL that is mapped to your application, so excluding challenges, this is what is mapped to your application. Okay. Now, when you send a request here, what happens is the request is routed to the controller. So from like all the controllers that exist in the application. So let me tell you, in an application, there can be multiple controller files. That's perfectly normal. Okay. So if you're defining lots of entities and then you have lots of modules inside a single application, you can have different controllers for each one of them. That is completely normal. As of now, we have only one controller, and our application knows that whenever a request comes to this particular endpoint, it is supposed to go to this particular method and perform the action within this particular method. Now, what does this method do? It simply returns the list object. And on the fly, during runtime, this is what is converted into JSON and returned to us as a response. So this is how typically our request flows right from the browser to the application, and then again it comes back to the browser. When we hit the URL, what we are doing is we are sending a request. Okay, we are sending a request to the server. After that request is being processed, we get a response object. So this is the part of the response object. Okay. Now response object has two parts. One is the response itself, and then you have the status code. So we'll talk about status code a bit. Okay. But we are only seeing the response right now because we are trying to access it from the browser. Okay. So this is how our application processes the request. Now let us head over to the next part wherein we will write some code which will allow users to add some challenges into our application. Okay. So let us switch over to our IDE. So here we have get mapping. Okay. To accept the challenges into our application, we will need another type of request, which is nothing but post mapping. So here you have this post annotation /challenges. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say over here, public void add challenge. Okay. And I'm going to write some code to add the challenges over here. Now, first thing, I need to map this to a URL. So how will I do that? You must have guessed it right. You will use post mapping annotation. Okay. And you can say /challenges. So here the URL is same, but the request type is different. So get mapping. So if a request comes with the type get, you will return all the challenges. If a request comes with the post request on the same endpoint, you will add the challenge. So same endpoint, but it's providing two behaviors based on the request type. Okay. Now what are we going to do over here? So we are going to add the challenges, and we are going to say over here challenges dot add, and I'll add challenge over here. Okay. So we need to add this challenge object, and I can return challenge added successfully. I can return this string over here, okay? But it will return, like it will give you an error because we have mentioned void over here. So I can hover on this and make this return a string, okay? So this will return string. Now where do we get this challenge object from? So this is the challenge that user wants to add into our application. So how do we get this object from the user? So we need to add this as a parameter over here. Okay, so I'll say challenge, okay. Now the question is, how does this method gets this parameter? Okay, so this method gets this parameter in the from the request body. Now what do I mean by request body? So whenever you send a post request typically has some additional information with it, and that is known as the request body. And request body will have some additional request parameters that are typically needed to complete that request. Okay, and I'm going to accept the challenge object as the request body here with post mapping. So I'll have to tell Spring Boot that, hey, you need to get this object from the request body. How do I tell this? With a simple annotation. So I can say @request body. Now this will tell Spring Boot that, hey, whenever you get a post request on /challenges, you can call this method, but you have to also get the request body and put this or wrap that request body into this object, and that object is passed on to this particular method here, which then adds it to the challenge list. Okay, and that is how the challenge is added. All right, so let us rerun our application now. So I'll stop and I'll rerun. So our application is up and running. Now the question is, how do I send a post request from the browser? Okay, so you cannot send a post request from a browser. You need a tool, like a tool from where you can query any API or where you can create a request. And using that particular tool, you should be able to send all the kinds of requests like get request, post request, put request, and even a delete request. Okay, so what tool shall we use? So there are multiple tools in the market, but the one that I'm going to prefer is Postman. Okay, so Postman is nothing but it's an API platform for building and using APIs. Okay, and if you are already a developer, you must be well aware of Postman. All right, so this is the official website of Postman, which is postman.com, and you can see like there are tons of developers who are using Postman already, and this is the most popular tool out there to work with API requests. Okay, there are many other tools also, but this one is most popular, and you can go through all the features here, okay, if you wish to, or what you can do is you can download Postman. Okay, so here you can see download the desktop app for Windows, Mac, and Linux. So whichever platform you are on, you can click the icon for that and you can download the .exe or executable file for your own OS. Okay, so download this, and then the installation process is fairly straightforward. So you have to just follow the installation steps like any other application on your operating system, and boom, you're done. So I have already installed this particular application. So this is Postman already installed on my system. Okay, so if you open the interface, you might be asked some onboarding questions, and if you skip all of them, you will see this particular screen, okay, where you can see multiple options at the top. Okay, so there is an option home. You have option to access workspaces, for which you need to create an account. You have an option to explore. If you click on explore, you should be able to browse all the open APIs. Okay, so I'll go back to the offline API client. So this particular interface here is called as offline API client interface by Postman. This interface has two parts. Okay, so one is the left part on which you will see all the requests that you have executed. So this is a place wherein you will see history of all the requests that you have executed. And on the right hand side, you will have a way to create and execute your request. And here at the bottom, you can see response. So here you will see response from all the requests that you have sent. Okay. You can even save your request and do a lot of stuff with Postman. Okay. You can save your request so that you don't have to create that request again. So if you're using a request, a lot of times you can make use of that feature. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a post request. So you can see over here, we have this drop down to get the post request. We'll copy the URL. I'll paste the URL here. Okay. Now with the post request, we need to specify the body. So here you can see the body tag. I'll click on this and you have multiple options here. None, form data. So I'll say raw and I'll select the format as JSON. Okay. So here we'll add some JSON data wherein we'll pass in the information to create a new challenge. Okay. If you want, you can copy this JSON here. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Okay. So we'll use the same JSON. In fact, so I'll create the challenge. Okay. So I'll say February and I'll say learn a new or create a new app, something like this. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a post request to this endpoint, and within request body, I'm sending some JSON data, which is the structure of my challenge object. So all the parameters that typically a challenge needs is what I'm sending along with this request. Now let me trigger this. The moment you trigger this, you will see a message, challenge added successfully, 200 OK. So you can see you're getting a response message and a status code over here. Now, what does a status code means? So status codes talks about the status of the request. So when you send a request, what happened to that request? Was it successfully executed? Did it fail? Was it redirected to some other server? Or if it failed, whose issue it was? Was it you who was sending the bad request, or was it an issue on the server's end? So all of this is communicated with the help of status codes, and there are different status codes that are available, and these status codes are standard defined for HTTP protocol. So if you're getting 200, it means OK. 200 OK means your request was successful. So if you get 201 created, it means you had asked the server to create something for you and it's created. Okay. So typically in a post request wherein you are adding a new challenge, you should get 201 created if you want to. Like as per the rule, it should be 201 created. But right now we have not defined that and we'll go to that. But yes, we are getting 200, which means that our request is successful. Okay. Now you can even have like 400, which is nothing but bad request. Then you have internal server error. Okay. It has a status code as well. So this way, different status codes have different meanings, and it helps you understand if you are communicating over the HTTP protocol as to what happened to your request. Okay. So here we got OK, which means everything is OK. And here you can see this is a request that we just executed. It will come in the form of history. Okay. And what I can do is I can now convert this into get request and I can send this. Now, if you send this as get request, you will see you are now getting two challenges. So this is the initial challenge that we have initialized in the app. Then you have the February challenge as well, where we say create a new app. And this is something that we just created using Postman. Okay. So the code to add a challenge into our application is working perfectly fine. All right. Which means we have successfully executed our post request over here.